Renba is actually insane. The former Quadro player just wrecking Pure Boy, gets the molly right on point. That is a great start there for Ghibli.
You heard the panel talk.
100-meter spread for Ghibli, and that's pretty normal. But Crazy Sam finds the backside of Adder here. Adder is going to get knocked. Should be a pretty easy flush for Crazy Sam. Can't talk about Sun Sister without talking about him. Renba's going to get him, though. Coming down, trying to support his teammate. Wasn't there in time to save him, and now it's Kendes' turn to try this.
Kendes comes up over the hill, starts to fire right away. Look at that free shot.
It feels kind of like a pub lobby. 21 alive. Rex, good spray, trying to get the next one. Kale's got a pretty good one, going for the... Rex going to reposition here to avoid any frag grenades. Equipment on the ground. Is there any doors that were accidentally left open?
Oh my God.
Kind of indicate this. Kendes is dead.
Surprise!
Should be dead.
You got there by being invited based on your performance throughout the year and sort of the recognition you've gained. That's what these teams are doing. You may not have heard of some of them, but if they come out like that last match where we saw a team that traditionally MP5 isn't heralded as one of the best in the world, you earn your...
Donawa, Sukasa, just waiting. Didn't get spotted through that smoke, so this could be a little interesting now for Donawa. They didn't check the kitchen well enough.
It was Sukasa, but now it's their casa as they control the top floor. Come down to the kitchen, one down, putting in work. 8 kills already with 10 teams left alive. I expect them, even if they go out, to take at least 2 more with them. It'll be a big scoring game for a freaking...
Yeah, and rapidly Danawa were in a rough spot. We just mentioned it before they came in. Try and go with that, but the kill feed is Goliath under is taking the fight to Fighting Bees, and they get knocked out of the ring.
Yeah, another low position. Unfortunately, it's not going to suit them any better when it comes to points.
Radio tower spot, which is a weird juxtaposition of the situation, but there you go. Another nade comes in. Will this connect? It's close. Nice bounce. Bye-bye, Gabby.
Yeah, but yeah, what you mentioned of the Rascal Jester, it's a... Oh dear. Never mind.
Nice. Detonation Gaming White. All things considered, they may end up getting killed off by Danawa down the line here, but them getting themselves maybe like 4 kills on the board or something like that. DGW is generally a team find.
Seal goes low. Should be able to get this. Never mind. He actually backed off at the exact wrong time they didn't want to. If that nade is good, it's over. It's better than good. It's absolutely beautiful. At least keeping a bird's eye view on what's going on with Kia, but more so keeping back and keeping out MP5. And this is just phenomenal work. Hop, skip, and a jump. And he's in the building. How has Spider-Man... It covered the audible cues there to cover his footsteps and mask what he was actually doing is phenomenal. To be able to get in there, it's bang on, flashbang.
This is David versus Goliath, and then another Goliath. This is 2 of these teams I expect thorough.
Welcome to the Predator League 2021, day number 2. We're starting today off with PUBG, and I'm so excited for it. We had a lot of amazing plays yesterday, some not so amazing, but we saw a lot of crazy things, that's for sure. Whether it's just a slew of nade kills or people camping the bathroom, just like we saw Venus Gaming camping that bathroom as a full stack. They camp that longer than Asarai camps the bathroom after a night of Mexican food. Honestly, what a way to start off the day here. Asarai's on the panel with me this time. Joining me is Black and Blue. Asarai, how's your tummy feeling today, buddy?
You know what? I'm okay. I've drank some medicine as well as got my morning coffee, and I'm feeling pretty good. And like you said, it's going to be another exciting day here at the Predator League with PUBG heading the 2nd day. And it has been quite a bit of a doozy seeing the matches and the teams start to unravel. And I think yesterday we were kind of still wondering, haven't seen these teams for a bit. But now, after that first one, we saw their performance, and now we're seeing the lines being drawn on the sand, and we got a lot of teams already in the lead.
I was about to break out in song for a second. Footprints in sand. No, okay, fine. Age starting to show here on the desk, but Black and Blue, we saw a lot of great performances from some of the teams that we were expecting, and some from teams that we were not. Curzon started to farm kills at the very start of the day, ended up tapering off to the end there. MP5 doing pretty well, so we're getting a lot of good stuff from teams that are not necessarily from the Korean region. You know, MP5 coming up here, pretty good. And then we also had Rascal Jester doing pretty decently. Sun Sister as well, making quite a bit of a show. What are your thoughts on day number 2 coming into Miramar?
Well, first, it seems like you're the one who took my Mexican food recommendation last night to heart. But as we're looking at the teams, you know, from yesterday coming in today, yeah, you're right. It wasn't just Korean teams that had the show yesterday. Of course, as you look into the top 3 right now, it is Kia, Ghibli, and Africa Freaks that are at the top, which are, you know, 3 of the 4 invited Korean teams. But the rest of them, I don't think they're too far behind. It might seem like that way in points, but you have teams like MP5 and Team Curzon who, you know, represent different regions here, like the, you know, Curzon coming in from I believe they're representing Taiwan, and Macau is for MP5, and so, you know, these other teams who are not maybe necessarily for the Korean region are doing pretty well. But it's actually the Japanese teams I'm looking to step up a bit there. We did see Rascal Jester at the end. You know, they did rather get that chicken dinner on the board, and that's what we were expecting from the, you know, more of the Japanese teams here. But yeah, I'm hoping to see more great showings from the other teams who are trying to make their way up the leaderboard.
And other teams have been popping off as well. We saw Ghibli starting to get hot, get on the leaderboard. They were picking the pace up right now, but we'll talk about that a little bit later on, because we do have something to show you guys. We got a special video for everybody who is watching here today. We've queued it up and we've lined it up for you, so we won't talk over it and won't delay any further. Just to kickstart off your day. Oh, sorry, excuse me. It's not a video. I heard that wrong. We're actually talking about the prize pool itself, how much these teams are competing for. Pardon me. $60,000 US. That definitely no joking matter. 37,500 going to the first placer. Amazing amount of money right there. Asarai, 37,500 big ones. What you gonna do with that, man?
For me, I probably just buy myself a lot of those Predator for peripherals and get me up to speed with, you know, the latest current trends in the gaming hardware space, and maybe even compete in the next tournament of Acer Predator League and, you know, dominate. So maybe.
Okay, sure. Look, we're talking about a world in which that actually might happen. That's right. But Black and Blue, so $37,500, definitely not pocket change, and a lot of these teams definitely want to go for it here. We got a prize pool of over 400,000 up for grabs, and that's for, you know, not just for PUBG, but also for Dota 2 as well. How important is a tournament like this right now? I'm gonna go to you, Black and Blue. How important is a tournament like this for the APAC region, not just for Dota 2, but for PUBG as well? You know, these kind of tournaments seem to just, you know, are like, there's like a little bit of a stimulus package, aren't they, for the local scene? They sort of kickstart everything up again, because the last time we had a big tournament like this for PUBG or Dota 2 in the region itself, it's been a minute.
I mean, well, they're important for 2 different reasons there. You know, for the, I guess, like for the bigger teams who we do have on the board here, maybe some of them coming into this not having the expected results that they might have otherwise in other tournaments, and looking to finally make a showing here. They may not have performed well in PCS, but coming into this match here, into, you know, the Predator League, is a chance to once again, you know, really dominate and put themselves in a position where they are the kings, and it seems like the Korean teams especially are looking to do that. But for the other teams around here, the teams who aren't from those Korean regions or Japanese regions, this is their shot to really prove themselves and, you know, get scouted, get noticed, get seen that, you know, we can do something big. For example, biggest importantly, teams like MP5 and Curzon, who we might have been not have been expecting to play so well, have been getting quite deep into the, you know, the later stages of most maps, and they've also, you know, just impressed us in just how well they play. Very aggressive, but at the same time, there is, you know, a rhyme to their madness, and there's a rhythm to those calculations. And those are the type of teams really where I think this tournament means a lot to them in a different way, because they're gonna want to prove themselves as somebody to be reckoned with.
Yeah, a lot of teams stepping up right now, and a lot of them we weren't really expecting. especially in a format like this, which we're about to show you guys right now. We're doing something a little bit unorthodox here. We're starting with 3 Erangels followed by Miramar, and today we get to do 2 Miramars and 2 Erangels, and then at the very end of it all, it's 1 Erangel and then 3 Miramars. So, and obviously the point system, happy that we're using this. 10 points going to the winner. As we all know, before the rule change came in, the meta starts shifting. The last bastion, the last standout here, I think, the last holdout for the super system. And, you know, Asarai, we got to start Miramar today. How do you think Miramar is going to go? What are your initial thoughts about it?
Well, at least on my end, I don't think it'll be much change for the performance of the teams here. One of the things that I am, how do I say this? I am kind of curious of is that there is a little bit more verticality on the Miramar map. I think whenever we cast PUBG, this is always something I point out. There's a lot more open space, and the emphasis on getting vehicles to rotate around is, I think, would be much more crucial compared to the Erangel map. But there has been also these teams that we saw yesterday. It was more, I think, them just trying to figure out or wanting to go to their hotspots initially, contest it with someone else who's also there dropping the other team, duke it out, get some vehicles, and start getting the necessary tools that they need. One of the things that we did see yesterday as well, I believe that was Danwon Gaming, they got, I would say, pretty decent with the circle. Every spot that they dropped on for the past 3 maps they're always inside of it. And that's why I think we saw them a bit more passive, a bit more relaxed with how their positionings were. And all they had to really do was just wait for the opponents to come in and start shooting. And they got a good chunk of kills as well, if I'm not mistaken. Not the highest, though, but they still performed quite well. And if they can do that here, maybe. But we'll see how the other teams start to chase them.
You talked about Dongwon yesterday. And, you know, for the most part, yeah, sure, they were a little bit earlier to the circle, except for that last game where that 50-50 circle, they kind of ended up hanging out at military base, getting 14 kills, just cutting off the rotations from, you know, whether it was on the bridge or just, you know, moving into the circle. They were just able to capitalize every single time now. But fortunately for them, it wasn't exactly a flash in the pan, as they were able to, you know, be able to recreate that success time and time again as it got later in the day. However, for the other teams, not so much from Curzon, not so much for MP5. MP5 did show a little bit of a glimmer of that, but, you know, a black and blue, I'll bring you up on this one. What teams are you looking out for today to maybe have a repeat performance? Any teams that you're looking at maybe to get better on day number 2?
Well, I mean, we have to respect the work that was put in yesterday, coming in from Kia, right, from DWJ Kia. Right. They by far are the most consistent team right now, just by, you know, they have 2 chicken dinners already. We played 4 maps, so they got half on the board. And not just that, but they have been playing super well in terms of not just placement points as well, but kill points. They have 31 frags on them. The only other team with 31 or above is Ghibli, and, well, they're tied up at 31. And so those are the 2 top teams right now. So they have been taking very favorable fights for them, getting to the end zones quite often with the full 4-man squad, and that has been so important. But as for the teams that I'm expecting to come up here and really lift themselves up into, you know, the further part of the bracket, I have a good feeling about 2 teams, MP5 and Rascal Jester. Now, MP5, I think they would be higher up here if they were not gate capped on map number 2, because they went for mill spawn as well, and then as trying to go up through Milta, well, eventually teams caught on with what they were doing, and they actually gate capped them, and it was quite hard for them to get out of that fight unscathed. They did get near the end, though, but still, they lost a man in that endeavor. But for the side of Rascal Jester, I'm looking to them because it seems like as the day was going on, they kept on progressively getting better. I'm hoping that they're able to carry that momentum that they had on Miramar here into these first 2 Miramar maps that we're going to have. There are teams that do show signs of life from the lower bracket, you know, from the lower side of the half here, on the, well, I mean, I guess the scoreboard, like Danwa, who unfortunately were plagued by, you know, some technical issues. I'm hoping that today will be better for them. Sun Sister as well. they're doing quite well here. I think they can get themselves up there in, it's honestly not too far. The next from them, Detonation and Rascal Jester, only 2 points away from tying things up with them. And so they can easily make their way to like the 5th slot here, perhaps at the end of the day. And those are the two, well, I guess 3 teams really that I'm looking to kind of see how they're going to be performing here and expecting much more.
A team that I'm personally just having my eyes trained on here is Africa. They just were absolutely on point yesterday. Not always securing the chicken dinners, sure, by when talking about the kills here, they were able to play really, really well. Just really good rotations all throughout, knowing how to spread out and play very intelligently, getting those points time and time again. And able to survive them up until the very last. And let's not forget the fragging potential on these guys on their team. Just absolutely amazing. Every single time they step up to the plate, they're able to hit it out of the ballpark. Now, we're talking about individual players here. However, Asarai, are there any teams rather, or players, excuse me, that you are looking at in particular? I know I am for a fact looking at EJ, like straight up. Every single time EJ just he is the last player alive on his team so many times, and yet he manages to pull something out of the hat, getting multi-kills, just wrecking people with that mini like we saw yesterday. Asarai, give me one of the players that we should be looking at for today's broadcast.
I think aside from maybe EJ, we'd like to set our eyes on Africa's Hickory. He's also been the one that I think helps EJ the most here, able to get like 9 kills for the Africa side. And even though EJ is probably on the leaderboard here as the highest kill guy, I think that's still it's still a team game, and Hickory's been there to let EJ kind of let loose and whatnot. And that's why you've been seeing Africa just be one of the more dominant teams. And just to kind of add off before anything else, I did kind of like do a bit of a question for some of the teams that are joining right now in the Asia region. Ask them which are their top 3 teams that they're afraid of, and a lot of them have really set in their answers Africa, and it shows.
Yeah, definitely. They're not only being smart about this, but they have the fragging power to back that up. But unfortunately, we can't talk about that much more because we're going to go into a short break. When we come back, we're going to be starting with the first game of the day. It is going to be on Miramar. So again, I'm Lestrado. This is Astra and Black and Blue. We're your panel, and we'll be back in just a sec. Don't go anywhere.
X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can feel your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as 2 powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds, while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup.
Welcome back, guys, but we can't delay very much. The game's just about to get ready and started. But before we do that, no more dilly-dallying here on the panel. Maybe just a little bit of dallying your dilly. But Asarai, we're going to ask you real quick, what are your predictions on this matchup? Don't give me that look, man. You know what I'm talking about. What are your predictions from this one before we get started into that matchup, before we start off the day? And then I'll go straight to you, Black and Blue.
Well, I mean, it's going to be 4 maps once again, 2 for 2 to Erangel, 2 Miramar here, and it has been again drawn out to me or pointed out to me that DWG Kia has historically been better on the Erangel map, so this is something that maybe will keep them a bit on top. But to worry the fans just slightly, when they go on Miramar, that's when they start to kind of falter a little bit. Like if they're 100% here on Erangel, they tend to have that performance when on Miramar. I'm not sure if it's because of the layout of the LAN or it's something with the particular play style of the other teams that's really been hitting Kia hard on that one. Okay. But that's something just to point out. But I think for me, in terms of the teams that I am looking out for to really dominate this second day, probably going to be Africa Freaks.
Okay, but who's your pick for, who do you think is taking this map?
Africa Freaks.
Okay, Africa Freaks. I respect that. I like that pick. Black and Blue, hit me. Not literally.
Well, maybe on a certain night. Well, I mean, I still have to go with what I've been seeing from Ghibli yesterday. I'm hoping that they can finally get that first dinner on the table for them. You know, it's been eluding them so far, and they've come very close, like twice already. And so today might be their day. But I'm also looking at the other Japanese teams that we do have here on this leaderboard that we do have. We do have, I mean, Enter Force 36, who have not been showing too much right now. They're at like 12th place, which I'm hoping they're able to get themselves further higher. But more importantly, I'm looking at Detonation Gaming White. They're only 2 points away from taking the lead over Rascal Jester, the other Japanese team who's one step above them on the leaderboard right now. So I'm looking for really RJ and Detonation Gaming White to make their way up this leaderboard. I'm hoping we're going to see that today.
All right. Well, for me, I think today is the day that Kherson finally takes it, and this might just be the map. Kherson, we've been seeing their performance. They started off strong, just absolutely wreaking havoc on the server, just not really able to secure the late rounds, the late game. But maybe they'll figure it out, find the balance, rein in that aggression there. Before we go into the game itself, though, I do have to remind everybody we do have some amazing things going up for the players, and on top of the giveaways that we have for the fans, because we are giving away those loot boxes as a big thank you to the people that supported us and got those gold tickets, got those VIP passes. We are giving you guys something in return. We got loot boxes for you, but also to the players, because to the players we have some cool rewards right now. So MVPs. So we're going to be voting for the MVPs at the end of the day. I think we have the screen for it, the slide for it as well. We'll show that to you in a bit. So, oh yeah, there we go. There we have it. So 40% from the fans, 40% from the talents, and 20% for the players. That's how the mechanic goes. And if you want to know how your votes count and how to vote at all, go to this website. That's www.pl2021intelmvp.com. Log in on your email, vote for your Intel MVP, and for Dota 2 as well, and actually for all the regions, Dota 2 APAC, PUBG Asia, and PUBG APAC as well. They get a really, really cool prize, so help your favorite player out. They get an Acer Nitro 5 laptop. This is one of the times I wish I were a player. And they get a trophy as well, and the trophy in itself, pretty much a big thing here. We get one winner for each tournament, a Dota 2 MVP, a PUBG MVP as well. And this is going on for the entirety of the week. So if you want to support your favorite player, make sure he gets a little bit of love and a pretty good laptop as well. A very good laptop that I'd really love to take home as well. Asarai, I'm going to ask you real quick, Predator gear, what's your favorite thing?
Gotta be the laptops for sure, no cap. I feel like their laptops have gone above and beyond in the past few years, and honestly, one of the things that make laptops before kind of hassle is the size and the weight, but Predator has done a good job at making those thin and lights have great performance, and I think that's one of the things that I'm looking forward to, maybe even getting, in the future.
Yeah, just the laptops. I honestly like the fact that the laptops are the bigger ones, a little bit girthier, just because that. Do not laugh at that word. Okay, I love that the fact that they're actually because it feels like they're just more muscle power. It's like a muscle car. The muscle cars of of laptops. And so one day maybe I'll get one and actually be able to call myself a true Predator at the end of the day. But I'll stick with my headphones for now. But I won't delay any longer. I think we're about ready to go in with the casters, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So. We're heading into it again. So final thoughts, Black and Blue.
Well, I'm hoping to see what we talked about as we moved into Miramar yesterday, the fourth map. We're gonna have 2 Miramar maps to start things off. And so the maps that the teams that did do well in Miramar yesterday, like for example, we had that one obviously do quite well, and we also did have Rascal Jester for the Japanese side. I'm hoping more action from them coming in here.
Yeah, well, there you have it from us. This is the panel here in the Predator League 2021. Just so excited for it right now. We're just about to start off. But before we go into that, I'm sorry, I got to keep you guys a little bit longer. Now, so we got a really great start yesterday. We're finally seeing 2 Miramars happen, one after the other. But now my question for you is here, Asarai, and just before I throw to the casters here. So Miramar, one of those maps that that's absolutely just a huge map. Just a lot of room for creativity here. You see a lot of clashing in play style here. You see a lot of, fights in drop places. Because from what we saw yesterday, didn't really see that much. Maybe things will change up.
Yeah, we might see something like I think because we had a lot more of the zones be on the corners of the maps here, and like you said, like with Miramar, I feel like a lot more teams were put in a position where they weren't really comfortable. They weren't set up to win, and a lot of them had to transition so quickly. They needed a lot more time to get set up, and that's also what you have to take note when you're playing PUBG, right? Is that you have to have time to start looting and get to a point where you can retaliate against opponents with at least decent loot. But the problem there, I think, was there are a lot of teams that struggle in that regard, and they had to wiggle into the safe zone before making anything work. And teams like, I believe I think the Sun Sisters and similar alike, they got really punished for that. We saw them, like you said, in the highlights, got just demolished. And from what it looked like, they didn't really have that much particularly. I think the only one team that really got, for lack of a better term, lucky for the zones that popped out was probably DNW or Kia. And that really allowed them to set their pace quite quickly in like the first 3 maps. And I think right now, if that is going to happen again into this second day, teams will have to adjust more quickly. Are we going to have to risk going to a different hotspot just because there's a threat of the zone not being in our favor? Or do we get started and prioritize getting the vehicles first, go to the outer rims, start looting from a safer distance, and then work our way back in? It's always how it's been, and that might be something that these teams have to, well, adapt to.
How do you feel about playing this kind of play style here on Miramar, Black and Blue? You know, when you're edging the outer rim on the circle, as we get later to the game, it's very different from other maps here. You don't have the same amount of coverage that you usually do when you're talking about an Erangel. Sure, you have some hills, but they're not exactly hard cover. You know what I mean? They're kind of just like nooks and crannies and dips and peaks right there. But it's not. And you sometimes have the odd hay bale here and there, but Black and Blue,
maybe a cactus too.
Yeah, maybe a cactus here and there, and maybe a trailer that we see. But it's definitely not like Erangel where you see a compound every now and then.
Yeah. So as you touched on it, it's very open. So what is going to matter here as we're moving into the map is really mobility. We saw a lot of that coming in from Kia yesterday, quite aptly so. They use the vehicles quite a bit, and they are always on the move. Always, it looks like a Mad Max scene. And so mobility is going to have to be key for these teams, especially playing on a map that is 8x8 like this. It's going to matter so much.
Yeah. Well, there you have it, ladies and gents. I can delay no further. We have the casters coming on to talk about it right now. We got Paper Thin and Toffees to take care of you guys watching at home here in the Predator League 2021, or rather the League of Predators here. So hang out with them. They got you for the rest of the match, and I'm going to leave it all in their hands. So casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. We're glad to be here. My name is Toffees. I'm joined by, did I point the right way? Nope. I'm joined by the incredible Paper Thin to talk a little bit more about the game that we love. Paper, we were in Korea last, what was it, a week ago, 2 weeks ago at this point, watching PGIS. Now we're here in Manila, and I could not be more excited to watch some of the matches we saw. We saw great, and we saw, well, terrible. Let's be honest. 3 people sitting in a bathroom. Not my particular style, despite what Poro says, but rough. Let's get into it. DK is at the top right now. 58 points. 10 more points than the nearest competitor. Can they be caught? Tell me the truth.
Yeah, of course. Damwa and Kia, as good as they are, we've seen them struggle. We saw it at BGIS. So I think, to me, Ghibli, Afrika, more than capable of catching them. Danawa as well, another team to keep your eye out on. If they catch fire, they could definitely put up some big points. So you never know. And who knows, maybe, we saw a couple decent games out of a couple of the Japanese teams. I'm still wondering if maybe they could finally, we actually saw some third partying from them, some of these kind of more modern PUBG ideas coming out of them. So hopefully we see a little bit more of that.
And yesterday we did 3 Erangels and 1 Miramar. Now that does come into play with some of these teams, Paper. I think Damwon Kia is an example of that. Let me double check my numbers here. We heard the panel talking a little bit. Asuri brought it up. This idea that they're just significantly better, I guess is the way to say it, at Erangel. So a team like that averages almost 8 points per game over there and only 5.5 on Miramar. Do you think that still stands true? That was a year ago during PCS. As you've watched DWG over the last year, has that changed at all through PCS, etc.?
Yeah, they've definitely at times been able to balance it out. I can't remember which PCS it was. There was one where they actually averaged about the same on both Erangel and Miramar. So they're capable of doing it. Yeah, Erangel is definitely their better map. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And them having to kind of find a better, or not better, but a proper drop spot on Miramar has proved to be a struggle for them. Even in Korea, they've been kind of bullied out of a few different spots. So them trying to find a home, trying to find their rotations that work from there, it's been a bit of an issue for them. It's been a bit of a struggle. Whereas on Erangel, of course, they have Pachinki pretty well solidified in the Asia region. It's just a matter of finding something on Miramar that works for them.
That makes sense. Let's take a look at some other teams. Second place right now, we've got Ghibli. They have had a change to their roster that has gotten a lot of people very, very excited. Talk to me about the addition of Adder and what kind of impact that's going to have on this team.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a crazy good fragging team even better. Adder is, I mean, this is nothing against Deva at all. Deva's an incredible player as well, but Adder is typically one of the top 10 fraggers in Korea that you're talking about, and he's been on T1 since the inception of that team. So this is the first time we're seeing Adder outside of T1 in a tournament, so that's quite exciting. He brings to you just very consistent playability. He has been kind of asked to be in more of a wide out role, I guess I'd call it, in where he's kind of on his own on the flanks. He's been struggling at times with that. He used to be more of kind of a frontliner, kind of a mid-type player, but he's been, when it comes to individual mechanics and skill, he's one of the best in the business.
He's great. Let's go to the third place team of Freak of Freaks. Now, this is a team I'm a big fan of. I've always liked watching them play, but they seem to be, you know, we talked earlier in the green room about how with the chicken dinner format that's coming, Freaks will probably do well because they tend to be a placement-driven team. Do you think that works for them here in this lobby?
I think it works for them in any lobby if they if they put it together in their team fighting. That's where it's really important for the Freaks. Their macro decisions are always going to be pretty good. What has concerned me with the Streaks and what has impressed me with the Freaks is that they sometimes look like geniuses in their team fights, and other times they look terrible. So it's a manner of kind of working out the kinks in that situation and finding more success and finding better ways to cover each other. Because when they're playing well, they're covering each other. They're there to assist. They have great angles to cover. They're taking good positions. They're making good timings. And then sometimes they just get rolled. And good teams typically can at least make a fight hard for the other team. But every once in a while, you do see the Freaks just kind of struggle.
All right, the game is underway. The plane is in the air, and the good news for everyone is there's 16 teams in the lobby. Yuta Esports, our high school competition team that couldn't make it yesterday due to some computer issues, does have some of their players in this lobby, so we'll see what they can bring to the table. But the team that brought the most to the table yesterday was Dom Wankia. 2 wins in 4 games and a second place paper thin. For those at home who are watching, how rare is it to have 3 top 2 finishes in 4 games at a competitive play level?
Extremely. I mean, you're talking 1 out of every 50 days or something like that. I mean, it's pretty insane, no matter what, especially in this lobby. I mean, you're seeing over half this lobby is potentially going to be in the PWS, and then maybe even into PCS Asia. So you're looking at a very, very strong region of play. Look at this with Chow clipping Fatwa with the iron sight ump.
Iron Sight. DGW don't give a hoot as they go out and get that nice early kill. Iron Sight living the dream. And, his teammates went out. They used all 30 of the rounds from the Scar. They were not interested in letting him get away. Interesting drop spot here. This is an amazing location. If you guys are watching, you're playing at home, casual, ranked, whatever it is, that south of Los Leones loop is one of the best loot rotations you can get on this map. So they're going to have a huge advantage coming out of that despite not getting the circle paper thin.
Yeah, it's their typical drop spot, and M88 kind of contested them a little bit. I saw them with the parachutes landing right by them, and you saw it on your screen, and that's they're going to pay the price for it. DGW does know that area quite well. They're very rarely displaced from it, even in the big tournaments. So when it comes to certain things, I will give the Japanese teams a lot of credit. Their ability to fight within buildings in close quarter situations is pretty high. They're pretty good at that. So that is one thing. If you're gonna, they play great defense, as we saw multiple times yesterday. When teams try to crash them or into their compounds, they got beat almost every time, even the Korean teams.
Yeah, and that's the thing about them is they if they can get there first and establish control, they're absolutely dominant. I cannot agree more. The problem is they seem to be terrible. I don't want to say terrible, that's mean. Less than effective at those macro rotations when the circle moves away from them. Those late game adjustments seem to really kind of throw a spanner in the works for teams like Rascal Jester or Sun Sister. As we saw yesterday, the first 2 games for Sun Sister were 11th place finishes because they were chasing. Then the next games where they sort of got a little more of a option, they got 3rd place. They got good kill count. So we'll see how that goes. Danawa Esports down early, loses 1. Well, not loses. They may get him back.
Yeah, this is interesting. It looks like one of the teams has opted to kind of try to contest Danawa for Chuma Serra, and this has been their drop spot for quite some time. I think Rex is pretty much all but dead. Yeah, Sukasa's going to clean that up. And you can see PSTR has gotten into their territory. They've gotten underneath them. Now, we'll see if this pans out. And, Danawa probably not expecting this. I don't know if we saw this yesterday. I'm trying to think back to the match, but it's... For Danawa, definitely not the start you want, losing Rex early. Get Tsukasa taking a great position there out to the south, kind of an unexpected angle to pick up that first kill.
The problem I have is I would be mad about this drop because it's mutually assured destruction. Both of these teams are fighting over a town that is on the south of the circle, will almost certainly not be in, but they'll stay late to fight it out. And by the time that they make their rotation, everyone else is going to have the real estate. So they are going to be up against a wall rotating going forward, which is why I just don't ever like hot drops. Even if it's the J compound and your digital athletics, go somewhere else.
No, I agree with you. I 100% agree. It is tough to watch. I mean, I get it in the scrims and the other things trying to kind of jockey for position, but once you get to the big tournament, sometimes it's better. What is it? The discretion is the better part of valor. And it's just not worth fighting over that. And you can see a couple of the teams are scrapping over some of their spots. Kia had come up underneath Monte Nuevo, picking one off of JDI. E36 is up on the hill at El Pozo, right dead center. So for E36, this is a great spot to take. Yeah, absolutely. They cover a lot of ground in here. They've got both of the hills surrounding this compound. So for E36, a lot of information is going to be able to be gathered. Seeing one of their countrymen teams in Rascal Jester over there. So just kind of waiting out, everybody getting their vehicles. It's a nice spot as well because you can hide your vehicles up here and keep them relatively safe as long as nobody pushes up.
E36 must be ecstatic. It's the first time they've not had VP in one of their lobbies in ages, and VP rushes this spot every time. So Enter Force probably going to be very happy to be up here. It's a good spot because whether that circle goes left or right, where they're sitting right now is unplayable terrain in the very end game. But from here, they can rotate pretty much anywhere on the map very, very quickly, and it looks like they actually got a crate not too far away that they can maybe make use of a little bit later on in the match. So you got the overview of them as they look into their spot. Rascal Jester in the distance. There will be peppering shots. There's the crate we saw come down, but not too much more in terms of engagement. We'll jump over to Danawa Esports as they rattle off a few warning shots again, but these long range, they're really more about sending a message than actually pulling kills.
Yeah, Soul's able to find one there onto Tsukasa. Now he's pushing through. I mean, really, it's Danawa trying to get whatever damage, into the back of PSTR that they can, just really trying to say, hey, this is our house. You guys get away, go do something else. Oh, over to the Freaks who pushed towards Power Grid here, as have Sun Sisters. So a couple different teams vying for control over this area. Kind of interesting to see the Freaks really surrounding this area, prioritizing. I think they got held up a little bit because of E36's position and the Rascal Jesters. So Crazy Sam going to go down early to Hikari here. Probably trying to get a spray in response. Doesn't really catch much there.
Hanzi is outside, so Freaks are trying to push in while Sun Sister locks down the inside. We saw a bit of an exchange, but a Freak of Freaks know this game inside and out. Falling back may be an option. Moving over to the red houses, they do have a few chances. EJ, the hero from yesterday, rolls up heavy, wants to get into a fight, pulls out. I think that was an 8X and is ready to get crazy. The question is, do they stay, Paper? I mean, Freaks have the fight pedigree to not walk away. but it seems a little early to overcommit to Power Grid.
Yeah, they're being very cautious about this. They're really just trying to completely surround Sun Sister and not give them any easy escapes. And for Sun Sister, the real question is how safe are the vehicles behind the bread house here, where Kendes and the rest of his team are? Are they going to show us pan back a little bit more? A little bit more? A little bit? Oh, come on now. No, but I'm assuming there's vehicles back there. Look, that's not good for PSDR. No. But if the vehicles are safe back there, Sun Sister at least has an escape valve, and you can see EJ, you know, I think he's probably, from what we saw, trying to work his way around the flank. Now, there is Detonation Gaming White coming underneath that as well, so could be some problems. Sungjong out way ahead. Dom1 Kia popping some tires.
You know, timing is of the essence. DGW does now move into a fight back position. You're going to see that as Freak starts to take some fire. They're able to get, he gets the tire at the last possible second. Meanwhile, on the kill feed, you're going to see Venus Gaming does go down to CRS. They lose 2, make it 3, make it 4. That's the end for Venus, as Curzon takes their 4 points and walks the rest of the way in. Not too shabby. Let's take over at Detonation Gaming. White is a team that has been playing, I would say, pretty aggressively so far in the event. And they have a right to. We've seen some really great moments from them over the last couple of months, and I think they have gained a lot of confidence.
Yeah, I think they should. They're very, very good. Wow, Kale with the bolt. Don't see that every day.
Yeah.
But Detonation Gaming White is mechanically a very skilled team. They have a tough time finding themselves in situations where they're ready to take a fight properly. Either they're too spread out to really cover each other, or they're too bunched up and they're just all proning on the ground and, you know, exposing themselves to easy sight lines, easy peeks from the other team. So for Detonation Gaming White, for me, when I watched them at PGIS, I'd like to see them be much more active. Just kind of work on their team fighting, get more aggressive, third party some stuff. That's where they could really start to shine as a team globally.
Yeah, I think that's the key. A lot of teams take a long time to embrace the willingness to go for the fight. And I think with the changes to the super rule set, that may become even more of sort of a virus among the scene. But I stand by the teams that are willing to shake it up, to get a little aggressive when they need to, and sort of fight for priority position will continue to be the teams that we see thrive at these events. Speaking of teams that thrive at these events, we're going to look in at Xiongjiang as he gets a couple of shots off with the Mini here. That is a very long shot, and you saw him land multiple there. This guy does not mess around.
No, absolutely not. None of the Korean players do. They're all just pretty talented. I'm going to be honest with you. They can hit you from quite far away. That's a good 400 meters-ish on those shots. MP5 in rotation, your Game 1 winners from yesterday. Swinging around the south end of the circle, trying to cut across PSTR territories. They just lose Sukasa. They're able to revive their knocked teammate, but no huge issues other than they're kind of stuck underneath the mountain in this circle, very likely to move north due to the unplayable terrain stuff. So this one going to be interesting for them. They're going to have to go uphill and fight, but typically there aren't a ton of teams hanging out right on the mountain. The real problem is going to be getting to Power Grid and then past it.
Yeah, big yike on the circle. Yoinks all the way over to the right side there. Hacienda del Patron still in. San Martin. And I don't know if you guys saw it on the map. Africa Freaks has a massive spread. They chose not to breach Power Grid, and instead they managed real estate to the east of Power Grid, which has basically put them in a split that has something like, I would say, 15 to 20% of the circle under their theoretical control.
Yeah, absolutely. They had the pressure of Detonation Gaming White coming underneath. That kind of made their surround on Sun Sisters much more dangerous. There goes M88. Picked apart by Dom1 Kia from range. And then Wicked comes in to finish the job with the M4. So that's just a cleanup for Dom1 Kia as they move in from the western side. But yeah, for the Freaks, the pressure from Sun Sister just forced them to kind of spread out and change their ideas a little bit.
Yeah, Dom1 Kia gets 4 points off of M88 there, which is how many points M88 got all day yesterday. So they are going to have another rough start here. As we saw Sylphia get a nice little kill. The bait and smash is a nice pop down on JDI. Kane taking some shots from the distance, does get Ammonite with a nice kill and the wipe, and should be able to get back to safety. Nice little point pickup.
Yeah, I think he got the tire on the vehicle, spun him out, and that makes it a lot easier there. Really nice shooting by Kane, to be completely honest with you. That's a difficult spray to make, and catching that tire and then catching the head finishes the job. That's a really impressive play from JDI. E36 now kind of trying to figure out how to recover from that, and that Anonix you see on your screen is not the Gen Z Anonix. That is a different player. That is just an homage. Let's call it that. An homage. It's iconic. Is the Anonix, but it's for that is not the real Anonix. That is not the Gen G Anonix. That is another player who just that is not the real Chovy, not the League of Legends player. Just somebody else. Let's see where our circle wants to go. I guess it just kind of headed east a little bit. Didn't change too much for phase 3, so the circle not doing too much different going forward.
Looking at PSTR, 6 total points yesterday, currently in 12th place. They had one game where they finished above 10. So they are looking to improve that. Not tons of work they're going to need to do in order to accomplish that goal, but a lot if they want to make the top 3. Here we go back to Inotix as he goes in and throws a grenade out here, trying to fight up against E36. Does have a pretty good angle, holds that right side lean. Sylphia looking on the left side. He's going to lock out that left door, which basically stops them from being able to push and peek and clears him to make a push on the right side.
Yeah, it's nice little work here. Unfortunately, Sato is going to get caught peeking around the corner of that. They weren't expecting him in that door just yet. Some stuns out as well as Anonix tries to buy some time. He steps out into a grenade, steps out into shots. Salute going to finish the job, and there is, excuse me, that is Sylphia, not Salute. Salute's doing something else on the screen. Sylphia!
And that
picks it up.
That's the staple of a good team. They stayed patient. That knock came out from Inotix, and they didn't rush in to try to make a save. They knew that he would go for the execute. They trusted the strategy, and they'll get the res. That is what a good team does. Patience is a virtue when it comes to PUBG. STR on a big rotation. You can see him moving across the big open space. 13 teams left alive, but here is Curzon. Heard him coming through too late, and the drive-by is just too strong.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a Hail Mary from Martian Chun there. Not much else he could do. He does have Simba still alive coming up over the top. Sees from Detonation Gaming White also helping matters. Gets a quick knock and flush onto Harry. Here comes Simba. He is going to finish it. Simba popped off a bit yesterday. He's already got 4 kills again here today, so gonna keep racking up those kill numbers. Is Curzon, but only 1 left.
Simba teaching us about the circle of life as he dumps a team down the drain. 4 kills for him. Looking over at Yuta, welcome to the game, boys, as Harry and Hamburger both make it in. Only 2 of them got the drop, but they've stayed alive longer. And I think technically now gleaned more points if they can go 2 more placements than some other teams in the lobby who've played 4 games. So keep it up, Yuta.
Yeah, they're in the blue. They're kind of trying to find some kind of way in. I don't know what happened to their vehicles, but they don't have any currently, it seems like, or they're just waiting. I suppose that could be the issue. They might be hiding them behind some of those shacks or other things there. Rascal Jester, plenty inside of the circle, inside one of the dips to the northeast of Power Grid. There's kind of a dead man's land between Power Grid and where Rascal Jester is, so them to get ahead of Sun Sister is nice. And here is Yuta trying to pop some shots, actually catching a little bit of damage into Sato there with that SKS. So indeed, Hamburger seems to have abandoned the vehicles, and that's a problem. You don't have too much longer before the circle gets to be a real problem.
It's very pub, right? Like that's something you don't see in the pro scene is no car in the late game. It's just never happens. But when you play pubs, sometimes it's just the way it goes, right? So there is that transition. There are teams in this lobby that don't spend as much time playing. I heard last night that Venus is 4 players. This is their first high-level tournament. While they play a lot of PUBG, they haven't played at this level, so it can be difficult to catch that pace because the pace of pro PUBG is so much more frenetic. The shots don't miss as often. I mean, you're seeing tires, right, Paper Thin? These cars are showing themselves for 3 to 6 seconds and getting spun out.
Yeah, there's so many little things you have to be doing. You have to know the sight lines of all the compounds. You have to know where you can hide vehicles. You can know where you can drive vehicles where they're less likely to get shot. There's a whole bunch of things that go into the strategy and planning of these teams that make competitive PUBG very difficult, very complicated, but also very exciting and very interesting because of how many different options and abilities and different things you could do in the game, and that's what really makes it fun. You can see Kale here actually trying to pop the tire. And now he might go for the shot. Salute's going to pick up another one. This time on to short legs. Now he has no legs.
Hey, I like it. Got to cut out from under him. I think that we're seeing very clearly again in this match that our top teams came to play. They're performing just like they did yesterday right out of the gate. Damwon Kia here off getting some nice shots, and then we cut to another top team. Danawa actually lower than they would have liked to have been after yesterday, but they had 2 5th place finishes and a 6. If they have 1 win, or 8+ kill game, they're right back into that top 5 mix.
Yeah, absolutely. Danawa can definitely do it. And once they start to pop off, and if Seoul can really heat up, then things get really scary for the other team. Seoul is one of the best fraggers in Korea when he gets going. So just a matter of them getting in the right places at the right time. Afrika still able to maintain huge control of this circle. It looks like Detonation Gaming White is kind of trying to get into it, but they're really having a tough time breaking through. It's just some great shooting from Hansia and the others. And there's Seoul, that player we were just talking about. This guy, I tell you what, he is one of the best in the business at close range, long range shooting. Great kind of cheeky plays that he's able to make. He's really fun to watch.
All around players. Those are difficult to get your hands on, and when a team does, they do not let go. Now we're going to see the map pop with the new circle here in just a second. Currently, there are almost, I think, 4 teams in San Martin. If this circle goes south, it is going to be a very difficult prospect for them in terms of getting out and getting away, because crossing that road, you can see it there at the bottom of the minimap just under the M, is akin to crossing, say, a river in Orangel, because it's easy to cover and it is very dangerous. Zero ability to sort of use protection as you cross it.
Yeah, absolutely. And here you go. Back over to Seoul. Get some shots into Roa. Roa up on the San Martin Mountain, just getting an overview of the circle. Can basically see the whole circle from where he's at, so that's a nice little position for Afrika to have for information gathering. Circle is starting to move away from San Martin. It's probably going to have to shift west again, very unlikely to shift east. But you never know after this next one. But I guess it is going to keep going east. So this one's going to end close to the mountain. There's a little bit of unplayable terrain over there. So pretty interesting to see this one going over there. Good grenade from under. It's going to find Gabua, Shinobi, and Fiachan, the last 2 left for Rascal Jester. And again, one member is out, kind of just prone out in the open. I think it's Fiachan over there for Rascal Jester. That's a really dangerous position. I know he has the vehicle to be in, but that's tough, man.
Well, half the time, vehicles are just as dangerous as laying there with the new flip mechanic. The way that you sort of get threatened as the explosion goes off from those grenades. Speaking of which, Dongwon Kia eliminated as Fiachan just puts in some work. But Seungjan got the post-mortem kill. Always fun to see.
Yeah, that was a rough one there for Dongwon Kia. They got too bunched up. There's no reason they should be doing that in that situation. It's a little bit of panic, and they all fall to one great grenade. Really well done there by Shinobi and Fiachan holding on. That is not easy. Hikari continues to be a real problem today. Big pickup for the Afrika Freaks. Another one of those incredibly great fraggers that come out of Korea. There's so many, but you can see he sees the head through the tree, catches it, doesn't get shot in return from Gami. Gonna have to pull back and heal. Poly is knocked. Kendes trying to come in reinforcements. Grenade up and over. Not sure if that one's going to be able to catch. Roa now spots MP5 below him, and this is a real problem. As long as Roa doesn't get knocked up here, he's a real thorn in the side for all these teams below him.
It's a brutal circle because of how much elevation there is. There's at least 3 or 4 different elevation levels. He comes out. What a rescue attempt. The homies from MP5 try to keep their teammate up, but it is not meant to be. He does go down on the way in, but bold. I respect it. I respect that charge out and cover shot.
That's a real bodyguard moment right there. Just puts his body in front of his teammate. I mean, that is some real PUBG. Like, that is some real, like, never leave a man behind PUBG, man. I tell you what, I would have just been like, bro, you're on fire, you're dead, rest in peace. Like, good luck, have fun.
R.I.P., buddy.
I like it. I like the attempt, you know. It's tough, though. Roa with a great play there, though, to get that molly to land and then just ready for the exit angle that the player would have to take to try to get back to safety. Just really solid PUBG there. Fiachan is now going to be the only one left. Adder could have claimed the life of Shinobi. Roa back at it. Look at this. He can just see everything, dude.
Yep. And that is the tough part. The problem with that spot is if the next circle shifts away, getting down off of that high ground becomes a very difficult transition. Everyone's surrounding them on that side, and if you jump off the front, you're done for. So we'll see. That is putting a lot of eggs into a rotational basket that you have to count on. I am shocked that they haven't blown that car up, to be completely honest with you. I feel like there'd be a good chance to smash the man behind it.
Yeah, there is. I would like to see a little bit more vehicle destruction. Like, they want to do that in the higher levels of PUBG. We still see it with a lot of even the top teams where they sometimes just don't feel comfortable blowing up a vehicle for whatever reason. And I mean, that could be you don't want to reveal your position. You're worried about bullets because of how heavy grenades have gotten. You're not able to carry just a metric boatload of bullets in your bag. So yeah, I think that's part of the issue, but yeah, I would like to see a little bit more because, like you mentioned, the vehicles blow up now. And so they move, and you can just expose somebody and take them down pretty easy.
We need more J.J. Abrams, less Cohen brothers. More boom, please. Let's do it. MP5 does go for the res. They will get back up to 3 strength. We're going to jump over to Pure Boy as he tries to get towards this building. Got to dig out those campers inside of the 2-story. So he does light the top floor on fire. Tries to get a little hop up and peek. To the credit of his opponents, they're doing their best to sort of peek the window. They're not just hiding in the corner. I respect that from the Fighting Bees. They have had a rough go. 0 points for them so far in this tournament.
That's a rough one right there. Hongshen not ready for Pure Boy. Pure Boy just too quick on the draw there, trying to come around. The problem for Pure Boy is his circle has finally left San Martin, which means he's got to cross the road. And there's still a few smokes and other things left for them, but the blues are coming. And you can only survive in that for so long, especially around Circle 6 where you're ticking down for, I think it's like 5 or 7 damage per tick. That's just too much to ask, and we'll see if they're able to get it done. There's a couple teams fighting, so you try to wait for the other teams to fight, throw some smokes, hope you can get across in all the confusion.
If you hear the blue coming, it's you waited too long. Adder gets a nice little Molotov out there. He's basically making the smoke not safe, and it works. Salute does go down. He thought, hey, I've got a great smoke line here, but if you toss that one molly halfway through the smoke line, there is no redemption. Jump over to Ghibli as Lambu pops off a couple of shots here. He's got the boys pinned as E36 tries to make the cross. Sylvia does get a kill on Jeff Laka, but Ghibli is just in such a good position.
Yeah, they have a great gatekeeping position on the edge of the city here. Over to Fanghua with EJ. That is not the right time. Yeah, it is not the right time to switch to the stun grenade there, my guy. That is going to be him taking down Renba, just running around with a molly in his hand, ready to throw it at whoever or whatever shows up to this party. And Sophia, to his credit, has managed to get across the road, and that's kind of displaced Ghibli enough that they're having a tough time kind of regrouping and organizing. And meanwhile, Afrika Freaks continues to just make mincemeat of MP5 over on the side. Sylphia gets stunned, not able to do much. Stuns over the side, but it's actually going to be Lambu with the cover fire from above. Great work by Ghibli.
Ghibli has actually rooted out 3 teams. Remember we talked about all those teams in San Martin that had to come south? Ghibli was the first out, and they killed almost everyone or locked out everyone. They now control the north side of the map, assuming they can get rid of the last member as they push farther in. 3 teams left alive. Afrika Freaks, not too shabby, though. They have a very strong hold on the east side of the map, assuming they don't get backstabbed by MP5 here.
Absolutely. It's just going to be a matter of what 911 can do. He's just trying to bide his time, check his angles. Afrika knows where he's at. They have a very good read on this, and they're not willing to give up any space. And you can see there, Roa gets some shots into him. He can't really get around any corners. Hikari able to get the information from his teammate, finish the job. 10 kills for the Afrika Freaks. It is just
but it bought time.
Right, exactly. Look at this circle, though. We're at phase 7, 3v3. Oop, make it a 3v2. That's it for Lambu. EJ going to make short work of him with that barrel.
If you're going to leave someone on the back line to watch the wraparound, it's EJ, and he makes Ghibli pay. They made a smart, aggressive rotation to try to take the back while they fought MP5, but Freaks are too smart for that, and now it's a 3v2.
Yeah, this is pretty much looking really good for the Freaks. I mean, the fact that the circle is finishing so close to unplayable terrain, like where a lot of the Freaks are is some of that unplayable terrain on Miramar, the sheer terrain that you can't walk up. Renba waiting for EJ to come down. Hikari and Roa firmly kind of dug in, entrenched. Renba
nice
catches EJ speaking. And now he's going to try to come up there and finish the job and pick up the point, even it up to 2-2.
This is tough because a lot of players, like, this is a spot where you don't see a lot of final circles. So maybe the team who has the better understanding of how to transition to the high ground may have a bit of an advantage. The 2v2, Renba does get the flush, evens it out. EJ going down, though, is a massive kick in the backside for Afrika Freaks.
It's huge. It's huge. It's still very much in the Freaks' control, but they got to be real careful. Again, the nice part about the high ground, you get all kinds of information. You can shoot and stuff. But if you're knocked up there, there's no way your teammates get to you. That's the problem. So we'll see. Adder there. Yeah, go ahead.
It's like a 1v1. 1v1. It's like 2 1v1s going on right now based on their positioning on the map. Each one needs to sort of win the peak war, which is not easy, specifically from the high ground. High ground is great early game, paper, but sometimes at this stage, the guy on the low ground has a bit of an advantage because while you're trying to locate them, they're only looking at one horizon point.
Well, let me adapt a southern drawl there.
Hey.
Yeah, no. It is. You're absolutely right. It is kind of a awkward situation that both of these teams find themselves in. I don't think anybody expected a circle to quite finish here. It is extremely close to unplayable terrain, which is very odd for a circle to finish anywhere near this stuff. So it is a little bit, I think, kind of throwing the teams into a little bit of confusion. Nobody really expected it to do this. It is going to shift up to the northeast, which kind of makes sense, but this one's going to be a wild finish, I think. Neither one wants to really give it up. Renba's got this level 3 gear, though, with the Mark 14.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know that he's there. So Remba actually has a nice little advantage here. As you can see, Freaks don't know where they are. The shift does go north. So he could sit inside of that God compound and not push out and make everyone else sort of move towards him. But it's fascinating because Remba also is a little bit closer to this middle point on this circle. So it's a toss-up. This is one of those first team to shoot might be the first team to lose.
Well, Renba can wait longer. The real problem is Hikari on his backside. So for Renba, he knows he has a little bit longer to wait. He knows that Roa has to come out first so he can stay on this high ground. Again, the issue here is Hikari doing his mountain goat impersonation, coming up behind and watching the back end of it. Roa does get some shots there into Adder as Adder tries to cross. Oh, what an angle. No.
Wow, almost had it. That said, though, if he pushes out, he may hit a bit of a struggle because you see Remba up on the high ground, but Hikari is even higher and is trying to come over the top of this hill. Remba does look up there, and it seems like he's aware of Hikari's position. Adder, by the way, goes down.
Yeah, I think Renba's like, oh, how in the world did Hikari get up there? Well, okay, now I got to wait this one out, and this gets a little bit trickier. Because now he's pinned. If he steps out, Roa's likely to see him, and then Hikari could come over the top. He has to kind of try to get someone to make a bad play. He has 7 smokes, though, and he's kind of probably hoping to wait this out, hopefully to force the blue, to force Hikari down, try to take him out on the way down, use the smokes, and try to outduel Roa in the end.
He's going to find him. We need decoy smokes. He sees him. He sees him. He pleases him. He hits him in the head. It's a trade. But now you can see coming out the rest of Freaks Roa from behind, closing the gap incredibly quick. Doss is out, stuns and blinds, and basically says, you can take care of this. He can't see anything.
Yeah, it's going to be the Afrika Freaks taking the first game pretty efficient fashion there at the end, able to maintain so much space and so control for so long during that game that it just becomes so difficult for the other teams. And it is, again, unusual to see a circle head towards that unplayable terrain like that. Over to the east, it made it for a very unusual ending.
Excellent ending. Terrible high five, but we'll let it go. That was some weird backhand stuff. That said, though, calmness. Afrika Freaks have been in this position many times. They know how to win, and I will say that to me was a master's class paper in patience, positioning, and just really owning the back half of a PUBG game. It was down to 2 teams for a very long time, and both of them played it almost as perfectly as you could.
Yeah, you can see the Freaks really know the terrain in that situation very, very well. Renba just either not ready for or not expecting someone to come up behind him like that. Maybe he didn't quite realize how easy it was to get up to that spot where Hikari got to. You can vault your way up there, so that became a problem, and once Hikari's up there, it forces Renba into a bad situation, especially with Adder going down. Renba's just, once Hikari knows where he's at, he can keep him pinned. Roa can just come on over with support, throw some stuns, easy money.
Easy money. Well, it seems like it's going to be easy money for some of the top teams in this lobby as they keep piling points onto the board, but we'll find out. There's plenty more games to play, but only the top 3 positions pay. Let's see who gets that cash reward. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Hi, I'm Ian Mercado, and I'm a proud Predator ambassador. My all-time favorite games are Valorant, League of Legends, and as of now, I really like Ragnarok Online, Eternal Love. I started playing video games when I was really young, at a young age. So probably nasa around 12 years old ako or younger. My passion for gaming was influenced by my dad. Nung bata kasi ako, pinalaki ako na nasa bahay lang. I grew up in a very, very strict household. So, my best friend is PS1. So, doon ako nagsimula mag-gaming. And me and my brother always bond together with video games. And throughout the years that I grew up, doon ako talaga naging gamer kasama yung brother ko. Average hours, to be honest, siguro minimum na yung 6 hours. Kasi I play a lot of games. Pero yung pinaka-peak is almost the time I wake up until the time I sleep. My most unforgettable gaming experience ever, of course, one is being the ambassador of Predator. It's one of the biggest things that ever happened in my life. And of course, yung pagiging boom din ng gaming industry. So that's the most unforgettable because I never knew that this would be a thing. I just risked my life and just do what I love to do. My favorite?
The Helios 300 is the ideal laptop if you enjoy high-octane gameplay, mobility, and a machine filled to the brim with plenty of top-tier components, all aimed at the same goal: pure gaming glory. At the helm of Helios is the high-speed display. The color-rich IPS screen is 15.6 inches and has a 240 Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond overdrive response time. With a high refresh, frame rate will be smooth with no tearing as long as you keep that frame rate high. High frame rate requires high-performing hardware, which thankfully there is plenty of. At the top of that list is the latest 6-core, 12-thread 10th Gen Intel Core i7 mobile processor and GeForce RTX 2070 with Max-Q design. You can also deck out the Helios 300 with up to 32 gigabytes of DDR4 2933 MHz RAM, dual 1TB PCIe NVMe SSDs in RAID 0, and a 2TB hard drive for everything else. With Predator, we always put cooling first. With the 2020 model, we've added intakes to the top of the base to increase airflow, while continuing to include the most critical component, our 4th Gen Aeroblade 3D fans. Custom engineered, these fans have been built to maximize airflow while reducing overall noise, made possible through their bionic-inspired design. Some prefer to use their laptops as a mobile desktop replacement, so all the ports, such as Mini DP, HDMI 2.0, 3 USB 3.2 ports, and 1 USB Type-C, should give you plenty of access to your displays, gadgets, and more. Looking down from the display, we have the 4-zone RGB keyboard with a few custom keys to take note of: Turbo, so you can overclock with a single press, and Predator Sense, giving you immediate access to our utility app where you can adjust fan speed, overclock, monitor temperatures, and many other useful functions. And that, in a nutshell, is the Helios 300. And if you want to know more, just check the links below. From all of us here at Predator, good game. The Predator Cestus 350 is the first wireless gaming mouse in the Cestus line, and maybe the next to find a home on your mousepad. But if you prefer wires, just plug in the USB Type-C cable. While plugged in, the mouse can reach up to a 0.5 millisecond response, or 1 millisecond while unplugged. But with speeds like these, you won't encounter any misclicks or delays. This is mainly accomplished via the Pixart 3335 optical sensor, which contributes to the mouse in reaching up to a 50-hour battery lifespan. And if speed and tenacity is your thing, a DPI up to 16,000 awaits those with quick reaction times. Having more buttons is rarely a problem, and with 350, you have a total of 8 programmable buttons, 3 in the thumb area, forward, backward, and burst fire, while below the scroller is a DPI switcher, and another to access up to 5 profiles. If you want to modify your settings, just pop open Predator Quartermaster and tweak away. For more information, please check our website via the link below. From all of us here at Predator, good game.
Africa Freaks playing absolutely fantastic, taking that chicken dinner and winning decisively against Ghibli, who looked hot on their trail, picking that 2v3 up actually in the end rather. And again, my name is Illustrato. You're joining me on panel. I got Asarai, I got Black and Blue here, two handsome gentlemen. Asarai, you were such a big fan of the way that Africa Freaks played that last round. Break it down for me. How did that last thing go?
I think Africa Freaks, just to kind of set the tone for everybody who might not have seen much of what was happening during on that minimap of ours, Africa Freaks, I think a lot of what makes them successful is just the sheer amount of confidence per player. Because the way that they set themselves around on that Miramar map is probably one of the most risky, or redundant, but the most riskiest you could ever go, because they spread far and wide, and it gives you a lot of coverage, it gives you a lot of information, but it leaves you stranded to multiple bad situations. Now you're going to be seeing just a couple of highlights here, but I do like how they were able to just whittle opponents down because of this positioning, and they just know the timings. And there was a point where I believe EJ, or rather Hikari and Ranwa was in a really good spot to pinch the last one from Ghibli, and they just won straight up.
Now, we mentioned Ghibli and Black and Blue, man. They struggled. They were all coming so close. Again, this must feel so crushing for a team like Ghibli to always come so close to getting that chicken dinner, but just unable to clinch out that final victory. That, those final few moments at the very end, at the last few circles, they never really get it. But they're just so damn close to getting that victory here. It must be frustrating for them. What are you thinking here?
Yeah, I mean, especially there for at the end when he was the sole man left for the side of Ghibli, that was Renba. Once his kind of wingman went down, he was put in this position where he had to go for the 1v2 clutch rather, with I think it was Hikari who was able to flank on that big mountain hill right above him, and he just was caught out of space. He wasn't rather given any space to work with, and that is much credit to the positioning here by Africa Freaks. Now EJ, he initially had a good position here, but as you can see, he was obviously taken down by one of the members from Ghibli, and so there was a shining hope there. It was turned down to like a 2v2. In the end though, Renba with Adder taken down by Africa Freaks, he was just left in a position where he could not rotate out, because as soon as Africa Freaks knew where he was, as soon as Hikari found out where Renba was right under him, that just signaled his teammate on the side of Africa Freaks to just collapse and pincer him on. And so if he didn't die to Hikari, he was about to die in like 2 seconds from his teammate anyways from the side of Africa Freaks. And so just a rough situation for Ghibli. They have been getting into the second slot, third slot for almost every game here, and so it's still looking good for them. They still are in the top 3, I should believe, after this, and right now it's Africa Freaks who are celebrating.
So a lot more of the same for certain teams here, but especially Africa Freaks, who yet again showed up on the map. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 kills, cumulative leap. Please stop laughing at my inability to do math. This is just a recurring trend, and now you guys are bullying me, okay? So 13 kills with amongst all of these players. EJ, 3 kills. But oh my god, Hikari picking up 8 here. 1,085 damage for these guys. Man, these guys are absolutely insane. And we just saw another example here. Textbook play from Africa Freaks. They just showed everyone how it's done, and I think it's just another example of why they're one of the top teams in the region here. But we're ready to start with game number 2. But before we do that, Asarai, I'll start with you first. Who's this game going to?
I mean, again, I'm going to go Africa, just real quick.
Okay, well, let's go to casters. Take it away, guys.
Hey, I agree. Let's go. Freaks. Let's do this thing. My name's Tavis. I'm joined by Paper Thin. We're back in action. Second map of the night. Last map for us. Sims and Kalaris will be joining us shortly hereafter to wrap up the evening. It's been an awesome day of play. The plane is in the air. The moon is in the background. And the mountains look beautiful as we get ready to head to the desert. The last match was slow, then crazy, then very, very strategic, Paper Thin. And this one could go the same way. This is the perfect plane for this map.
Yeah, absolutely. This is right where you want it to be, and it looks like Picado might be contested here by Venus Gaming against Sun Sisters, trying to go home, try to go to the area where everybody likes to drop in PUBG and see if they can maybe get something done this way. But Polly's already got an AK above. That's going to be an easy one for him. Not even able to get to the guns yet. It's going to be the members for Venus Gaming Kami, and this one's going to be tough.
That is tough. You may be your Venus, your fire, your desire, but you are dead. And that is a tough drop to fight with. Sun Sister, not a team to mess around with. And Picado, Crazy Sam is a monster. Polly, why you gotta be like that?
That's
Venus
fast.
just came to do some gambling. They came to do some gambling. They wanted to relax. They wanted to have some fun. And Picado and Sun Sister was like, this is my roof, and it is on fire. Like, I mean, the amount that he's gotten out of an AK and a hole in the roof is spectacular, to be completely honest.
Yeah, I mean, that turn for Polly was very, very nice, no matter what the situation is. He's just doing a great job there. And, yeah, for Shin, now you've got that M16. You've got an AK there. And,
please pull out the AK.
Yeah, please. It's time for the AK. That is definitely going to be the gun of choice in a situation like this. No doubt about it. I don't know if she just wasn't able to get any bullets for it yet.
Maybe.
So we'll see. She's waiting in the corner. The rest of Sun Sister just gearing up, looting up, getting ready. Kendes isn't even inside of Picado. Polly knows someone's in here, and he's just circling around the top, just seeing what's going on, and back trying to play slots in the corner.
Venus, it's the Venus strat. You hold the corner, then you get them when they're least expecting it. Crazy Sam and Polly moving up. Venus has 1 point so far in the tournament. So if she can get a good ambush and knock out at least one or two of these players as they come around the corner, it could work out. The problem is it's an M16, right? You need that higher damage from the AK.
Yeah, not going to happen.
Well, that's it. That's it. Chest shot. Like, literally, that was just a one-up, just boom. That was brutal.
Yep, so that's a good start for the Sun Sister. Maybe getting a little revenge for the bathroom shenanigans from yesterday. And the circle in the meantime, and it was. The circle in the meantime has gone northeast. It's way up to the northeast there. So this one's going pretty far away from where we last were. Nice change of pace on this circle. MP5 in rotation with Donawa watching this and just kind of taking some parting shots. Nobody's contesting Chumacera this time, Toffees.
That was a great callback paper. I mean, it was good. Good memory from yesterday. So they didn't. That said, it was a great plane path paper thin, but It is a garbage circle. I mean, garbage for the players. Absolutely wonderful for us because the rotations are going to be crazy. Not a lot of playable territory. And Damwon Kia is already in a really good position to potentially win based on the opening circle. So we'll see how that continues. Fatwa does grab himself a double barrel and a mini. Edwin already down. And now the fight continues here in Impala with two teams that desperately need points.
Yeah, Curzon's rolling up to this fight, and we know that they're not afraid to take fights. They've been doing it all tournament. So Simba, just checking the outside. He's got two members of M88 isolated, gathering his teammates around to try to finish the job here. That's why Fatwa's going for that double-barrel shotgun. In close quarter situations, this thing can pop. He's able to find any usage of it. If Curzon had a few more throwables, they could make better work of this. Simba's going to get the opening.
Here comes!
Oh, Fatwa
You got to fire both. You got to fire both.
You're absolutely right. He does have to fire both. Tries to save both bullets for two. Not going to happen. Curzon's going to clean up those two. There's another one, and there it is. Curzon makes quick work of M88.
That's it for Mate 8 as they go down. Two teams already out this early in the match. Harry lines up the shot.
Just take it.
He's hunting very, very quiet. I'm hunting rabbits.
Just take it.
What do you take it? Take it. Shoot him in the bum.
Take the shot.
Keep bum time. Wow.
Wow, he might have, well, he gave at least Sukasa the information. He made it a little bit harder for Sukasa maybe than it needed to be. There are reinforcements coming for FTB. Up and over is Harry. There you go. That's some good shooting there to get that knock. Now he spots out another member, takes some good damage, and Boxen gonna get the knock. Bulang from up top, popping some down, and there you go. FTB is gonna get taken out by STR.
Well, the Bees tried to get busy, but ultimately go down. STR too strong for them, and they get dropped out. We'll jump over. You can see the high ground. Just look how spread out the Bees were. STR collapsed. They played good twos, and the Bees just got picked off one by one.
Yeah, it's interesting because for STR, they had dropped Chumacera last time. This time they go up to Cruz de Valle to try something a little different. And they face an opponent and do a great job taking them apart. Curzon claims Impala as their prize for their victory over M88. And they're going to be able to loot up there for some time. It's fully inside of the circle. So it depends on how early they want to leave, how much position they want to prioritize. MP5 is going to rotate ahead of them. Damwa and Kia in their current loot spot to the northeast of Bandita, already inside of the circle, so they can kind of drive around and set up wherever they so choose.
Ghibli looking pretty good south of Azahar, but again, it is all about the transition. Not a lot of playable territory in terms of even the spots that are in sort of on the northeast of the circle. You don't want to be there. Meanwhile, whoa. Fia Chan? What? Did they cook themselves?
What's going on? Something leads me to believe that we might have a restart.
Yeah, it does look that way.
With everybody fighting themselves. Well, that's kind of what it feels like here. Not too sure.
Let me ask my league ops while we take a look at the friend-on-friend violence. So we'll find out more. Interesting start to the game. Yeah, you can see it sort of going on right there. Polly going ahead and naded himself. Things do happen. Looks like we had an issue with the lobby, so we are going to re-lobby in just a minute here, which I'll be honest, Paper, unless you're Damwon or Ghibli, you're probably okay with that, right? Like those guys had good positions. Everyone else is just on the struggle bus coming in from the west. So we'll see how that pans out. Boxing match time. Let's go.
Kayla and Spear gonna box to finish us out here. Got a headshot from Spear with the jump, and well, I think we're gonna be leaving this game very shortly. Indeed, we are out.
We wanted
Unfortunately,
to see.
Would have been a good circle. I like that northeastern area. That one you don't get to see too much. That would have been pretty fun, but it is what it is while we get this one restarted. And I apologize if you guys can hear that. My neighbor has decided now is a good time to start some drilling. So sorry about that.
Fair enough. Well, maybe he will finish his project. Maybe we will finish game 2. You'll find out shortly. We got a quick break. We're going to get the lobby reopened as quickly as possible and bring more PUBG action. So don't go anywhere.
The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can feel your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as 2 powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds, while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup.
Naririnig ako. Kuya El. Alright. What are we doing?
I think we are doing the Whisper Challenge. Alam mo ba yun?
Alam ko yun, but I've never tried it. Have you? Okay, first time.
Okay, so sino ang first blood?
Well, ako. Ako ang unang huhula.
Sige, good luck sa'yo.
Alright.
3, 2, 1.
Gluty, ano? Cutie. What? Rooty. Oh my gosh! Rooty. What? Cutie. OT. Next na lang, next. Open. Free. Open freak. Feed. Open field? Oh, open field! Open field! Oh my god. Spike. Okay. Beast mode? Yes! Okay, next. Wait,
You lost the last one.
alright. 3, 2, 1, go. Easter eggs.
GG?
Easter eggs. Easter eggs.
Sneakers?
Easter eggs.
Easter eggs.
Ay, shit! Narinig mo ba ako? Next. Okay. Triggered.
Ano?
Triggered.
Stinger?
Triggered.
Trigger.
Naririnig ako.
Stinger. Ano yun?
Boss.
Boss?
Boss.
Boss.
Yes.
Boss.
Summon your strength.
Huh? Ano?
Summon your strength.
German sausage?
Summon.
Ano?
Summon.
Salmon?
Summon
Summon!
your...
Summoner!
Summon your strength.
Summer shrift? Ay, mali.
Summon your strength.
Summon your shrift!
Yes! Okay, I stop na. Ah, well, you got 4.
Yeah.
Okay. Summoner. German sausage. Relatable sa gaming, eh, no? I got 3, you got 4. Okay, congratulations. That was so fun. Yeah, let's do it again next time.
Summon your strength.
Hi, I'm Marlon and I am a proud Predator ambassador. My all-time favorite games are Dota 2, Counter-Strike Go, and playing RPGs such as Final Fantasy Tactics and Final Fantasy 8. I started playing video games since I was 8 using Game Boy. When I was a kid, I was really fascinated with gaming magazines, Nintendo, Mario Kart series. When I was in college, it's really 8 to 12 hours. But currently, it's more or less 4 hours. On the weekends, I still game because it's part of my DNA. My most unforgettable gaming experience was when my voice, together with my partner, Duno, was actually included into one of the games, yung sa Dota 2.
From 2 dedicated casters who were relatively unknown in the mainstream Dota 2 community until they uttered 4 magical words.
People actually pay to hear your voice. And it's very expensive at that time, no? And it paved way for Filipino gamers, creators, casters, influencers to be recognized globally.
Marlon, Lon Marcielo, and Aldrin.
Welcome back. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Paper Thin as we get ready to go back into game number 2. You watched a little bit of the last match, and people are asking in chat who won. Well, you won because you got to see some fights, and now you get to see some more. Lobby is back up. Teams are back in, Paper, but I'm going to pivot for just a second. We watched some footage from our Predator ambassadors. Shout out to them for making this tournament possible, and they talked about their favorite games growing up and what they started gaming in. And I want to ask you, what was the first game you ever played? And what was the first game you ever got addicted to?
Super Mario Brothers was the first game I ever played. We got a Nintendo when I was like 5 years old. First game I ever got addicted to, maybe Doom. Doom on the computer might have been the first one.
Computer Doom. Totally forgot about that. First game I ever played was Track and Field on the Atari. And the first game I got addicted to was EverQuest on the PC. I got my first job so that I could afford a Voodoo 2 graphics card to play that game. So good times. I don't even make graphics cards anymore. That's it. But that's it. That's why we love esports, because it all started in such an organic place. And just like Esports Predator is there, it's grown with us and helps you make you a better player. Okay, let's get into this thing. We're going back to Miramar, match number 2. Let's start with what we saw at the start of that last one, Paper. Venus and Sun Sister had a bit of a throwdown. It went badly for Venus. Will they do it again?
Well, I don't think they should. They just weren't quite prepared. Those teams practice those drops. They know the timing so incredibly well, the distances at which you need to leave the plane and when you start diving and those kind of things. So I think for Venus Gaming, it's kind of just maybe better to just try to play a safe rotation game, try to come in, late to circles, try to avoid any fighting, do a little bit of scouting from the hills and just see what's going on around you just a little bit. You don't have to do a lot, and just try to be a little more patient with it. I think the idea was just, well, we fight in Picado all the time when we play normally, so let's just see if we could give it a go at that. But it is, again, like you mentioned during the game, a very different situation going up against pros in a lobby.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Picado and Pachinki, these are the two maps most played by pros. Right now, Sandhawk isn't in the rotation. Vikendi, those haven't really touched down lately. Those are the two hottest drop spots. They're contested in every single region. There's constant arguments, and often it is the best team that sort of gets to have those. And we've seen event-long battles between some of the top 5 teams in the world for those two drop spots. So that's it. Is if you drop there, you train Picado, you train Pachinki to win those hot drops. And that is a very tough thing for Venus to come up against. That said, I respect the hubris, Paper Thin. I respect the willingness to go there and throw some ledge, you know?
You never know. I mean, if they pop off, get a couple kills in there, that's some highlight reel moments for sure. So I respect it. But yeah, I think going forward, there's a lot of spots you can drop on Miramar that you don't have to fight anybody. I mean, Prison Island is almost never. Nobody ever drops there, for example, and nobody ever camps the bridges. As long as if you don't go through Valle del Mar, there's almost never anybody going through there. As we get ready for Miramar redo, this is game number 2, and
interesting.
Try it again.
Very different plane this time. If the last plane was the perfect Miramar plane, this one isn't. It cuts off the entire north side of the map because, remember, the first circle will essentially touch the plane path. So that means everything sort of north of San Martin is not going to have a high percentage chance of proc. So you're going to see a much more congested drop area and potentially another fight early as we take a look at these teams coming down. We'll jump in with Wesker and the Rascal Jesters. They've been consistent so far, Paper, but not as good as I believe they could be.
Yeah, it's, again, these teams play good defense, but when it comes to controlling space, making good moves in the mid game, that's where they tend to struggle. They tend to just kind of lock it down and hope for the best. And there's a little bit of a love tap there from Sophia. The motorcycle is surprisingly heavy. It can generate a lot of force in this, and you'd be surprised what you can do with it. But this fight's happening again. Let's go, baby.
All right, so we're going to jump back into town. CRS and FTB going at it. Now, Curzon has a lot more points at the moment. They came in today in 5th place. And remember, the top 3 are all that pays when it comes to this tournament. So it's not just about finishing strong in your games, Paper. If you're not making the top 3, there's no point. Like, 4th is the same as 16th, essentially.
Yeah, so it's not bad to try to rack up points through kills early on. If you think you're just better than another team, frankly, I say you might as well go for it. You might as well try to get those points where you can, win those fights where you can. You could see maybe that Africa's Hansia might be in a bit of a tricky situation in Minas Generales with Yuta completely surrounding him. And that's going to be interesting. A real kind of gut check here for Yuta, finally making their way into the game with 4 up. See if they can maybe get something done. Our young team, our high school players, have made their way through an open qualifier to get here, and already Zona's taking some damage from Hansia.
The young guns trying to make a name, but immediately running up against the Africa Freaks, not the team you want to cut your teeth against. For those of you who are joining us, we're going to be confused by the remake. Long story short, there is a rule that if a team disconnects before landing and entering combat, the game is restarted. That said, you want to make sure that everything runs smoothly, so they let the game play out while the rule book was sort of sorted, and that's why we sort of ended a little bit later than right away off the drop, but it's all about seeking the most fair experience we can for everyone. Hansia goes in and gets dropped by Neo. Nice trade by EJ.
Yeah, Neo there doing something, finding that double barrel, catching Hansia, kind of over-aggressing a little bit. Now it's EJ's turn to try to hold this off. Is he going to see Hurry coming up underneath him, or is it Harry? Well, whatever. Anyway, HRY, he might hear it. He's slowing up a bit and just kind of waiting what's going on. I think, to their credit, you're seeing a few of them from YDA. Yeah, being a little bit patient as well. Oh, my God.
Ooh,
you can't even beat that corner. Yeesh.
EJ is punishing them, but they will tell stories when they go back to school tomorrow about how they fought 4v4 against the legendary Africa Freaks. Now, maybe, I don't know if fight's maybe a strong word. They got a knock on them. That's something.
It is something. I will give them that. It is pretty decent there, but yeah, the rest of the Freaks are just swarming in, and it's not looking good now. I think it might be time to rethink the ideas here. This fight still hasn't fully broken out, other than Hongshen being taken out, but it is a spread for FTB. Boxing all alone. Simba underneath, trying to isolate him. He's got an AK, which is fantastic in these close range situations, and no reason to load. Well, you might as well load the VSS, to be honest, but
yeah,
you're still likely to use the AK more often than not. And I don't know if he saw anybody underneath him there through that little angle.
Wow. That is a brutal angle by Sasa, as he's just going to hold it and hope for the Fighting Bees to walk into them. Remember last time, the Bees got absolutely smashed as they couldn't seem to come together. And it happens again in a 1, 2, 3 punch. The fight breaks out. But Curzon did lose one. Martian goes down to short legs, and they trade 2 for 1. But it's not over yet as he pushes in. Simba comes in with that barrel and absolutely eradicates the Fighting Bees for the second time. They go down.
Look who it is. Damwon Kia is saying hello to this fight. They're going to third party this and pick up a point. For sure. There it is. Goes over to Wicked. They set up on the mountains. In Impala. This is only 2 members for Damwon Kia engaging on this. And Wicked, he likes to go on solo missions from time to time, but he's got Under with him this time around. So for Curzon, now is the time to probably just regroup and get the heck out. Because you're in a bad spot, potentially. Maybe they could get a knock. Who knows? It's
a nice box. Nice box. Whoever gets there can augment their loadout very well. A nice tier 3 items, as well as a very strong AR. So we'll see if anybody stops by that at any point in this game. DGW is up above Sun's sister. Sister coming in from the bottom. I don't think that they're under too much threat here. In fact, Malofo, I think, might be in a riskier spot if he doesn't get this knock.
Yeah, he got some shots and he just backs right off. I think he knows it. It's not the best spot to be in for sure. The Jesters squaring off with E36 for the Double Gods over here by Power Grid. And both these teams kind of dropping in that area. Upchen is going to run right into Kale in a second. He's outwinning. He beat Kale in that duel, though. Very nicely done by Upchen. This guy, I tell you what, he has come to play in this tournament.
He definitely has. I mean, Damwon is not a pushover team. Despite their performance at PGIS, they are very good players, as they've proven so far with their first place positioning. So getting those kills has to be a big confidence booster for Curzon, who is already coming into striking distance towards the top there.
Yeah, and I think getting a little bit overconfident in this situation. Sungjong just needs to be in a spot where Kale can cover him, or vice versa. Kale can cover. I know Sungjong picks up Upchen here in response, but there's potentially a situation where you never even need to lose Kale for this fight, and now they're going to be late on rotations, and this is MP5 and JDI kind of. JDI is trying to make their rotation, and MP5 already set up to the southwest of Bacado, popping some shots, getting a little bit of damage, is something. A player who actually used to play for Curzon, I believe, quite some time ago. So this is he's been around the block a few times.
You know, this I think is a danger for the big 3, GPS, Freaks, and Damwon. They have been dominating the lobby so far, and I'm starting to get a little bit of a hubris vibe from them, Paper Thin. Some extra peaks, maybe a little aggressive on the solos. And that can cost you. If you lose out, if you slide to 4th or 5th place, you could be giving up some very important points to a team like Curzon or Danawa, who are both climbing game over game.
Yeah, and if I could give any mild criticism to the Freaks in their win in the last game, it was very well played. But if teams start to identify that the Freaks are taking these greedy spreads early on, even into mid-game situations, then you might be more willing to kind of aggress onto a Freak of Freaks member if you locate them. And well, we're just trying it again. This time, I don't think anybody's coming this way. I think they could patiently wait this one out and just take their sweet time coming in. There's no one within a kilometer of them, so this is for Venus Gaming. You can rest and relax, catch your breath a bit, and see what you got for the next game.
They are on the absolute south edge of the circle. Nobody will be coming here. There's not a chance. So, cool aerial shot and neat logo. I guess that's all I have to say about that. Let's jump over to Danawa.
Yeah, Danawa is hanging out just kind of where they usually do, coming out of Chumasera to the east, trying to work their way center. Rex going to get the knock there. Very nice shooting on it to Kane, and going to reposition his vehicle, try to keep it safe from the fire. And there's Detonation Gaming White hanging out in the area as well. So a few teams kind of clustered around Bacado. With the way this circle is situated, it's likely to head south of Bacado. That's why you're seeing a lot of teams kind of force their way to the south of the mountain. And Kane should be resable, though, for GDI. And, yeah, we're just kind of waiting this one out. It's kind of a slow start. I'm not used to this, Toffees.
Yeah. Well, I think after the last game, a lot of teams, you remember that last match that didn't turn into a match, did teach a lot of lessons. We saw multiple teams go out very, very quickly in an attempt to sort of get points. So I genuinely think our Korean teams in this lobby have made a lot of the other teams play a little more scared than we saw yesterday in the matches, because they keep running into AF and DK and Ghibli and just getting lambasted on these early rotations.
Yeah, I mean, the Korean teams are going to punish the heck out of you. Wow, this circle actually ends up going north. This is actually brutal. So, in theory, the area where E36 is and kind of a lot of the areas along that mountain line are unplayable, and the circle tends to move away from that. Now, we saw in the last game, that doesn't have to be the case. It can stay in those vicinities, just depends on how the circles generate, et cetera, et cetera. There's a whole lot of complicatedness that goes into that formula. But to make things simple, there's any terrain that you can't naturally walk up is generally considered unplayable on Miramar. There's a lot of those kind of hills and mountainsides in that area.
And just for an update, for the Venus update, while they may be the closest planet to Earth, they are the farthest possible team from this circle. And they're going to have to go through at least 3 or 4 other teams to get in. So we'll kind of keep an eye on that, because I'm just morbidly curious about how that's going to go at this point. Danawa is about to make MP5 morbidly curious. They come up over the top of this hill. Remember, drive-by meta is very willing. Danawa does not care about letting you live.
Yeah, that's not the spot to get out there. Salute, though. There's a good surround onto him. I'm not sure if a tire got popped. That could have been the case. And Jeff Laka is going to get Shinobi. There's a couple different teams in this area. MP5, Rascal, Jester. There, you can see Rascal, Jester looking to see if they can land some more sick grenades. Viachan wiped out Tam1K with a hell of a grenade.
Wow.
In the previous game here. But for now, everybody's just kind of backing off, buying time, just waiting it out.
Yeah, Danawa just drove into a fight, right? Like, there were 2 teams sort of posturing each other in MP5 and Rascal Jester, and the boys drove into a bad part of town and paid the price for it. Now, you can also see STR in the exchange as well, as they get a drop on Fianchan. Sato taking pot shots from the distance. This is obscene.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams fighting because everybody wants to get north of the mountain line towards the power grid. That's where the circle's likely to go. Gabua doing a good job there on Bulyang.
Oh,
getting another one. What in the world? Gabua able to dodge that grenade as well. Very nicely done, but it's a toe from E36 peppering him from afar. He's going to be able to get over to Wesker. Looks like the res is safe. Pure Boy got a knock into Akari. Man, E36 rocking and rolling. These Japanese teams, other than Sun Sister, having a pretty good go of it over by the power grid.
Yeah, Gawa got the 3, survived the nade, and a res. Very good play from him. Sylphia coming up over the top of the map, looking for Hanzia. Hanzia's looking in the wrong direction, but he doesn't get the kill, and now is aware that Sylphia is chasing him from behind. Sylphia's going to have to fall back because of the sniper on the hill, but that's not going to slow down Sato as the rest keep pushing forward. Afrika Freaks do seem to be in a bit of a sticky wicket right now.
Yeah, they've got Roa to provide cover on the other side of Amanat's rock line here, so where the rest of Afrika is sort of safe. You can see Amanat wants to come around the side, but there is, again, Roa is in that same spot he was for a lot of the previous game, up on that very tall mountain. So he can watch a lot of this, give Afrika the protection and cover they need. But you can see now Enterforce has kind of countered this move by sending Sylphia up to try to keep Roa busy.
Meanwhile, we'll jump down to Kindesu from Sun Sister as they stare at Danawa. Remember, Danawa drove into a bit of a cluster and has been trying to survive ever since. Sun Sister down to 2 and sharing a compound. MP5 very, very close, trying to get some peaks up over the top. All 3 of these teams very interested in getting a few more points on the board, as all of them are in that top 8 throwdown right now and looking to get into striking distance of 3rd. So whichever team can wipe the rest could put themselves relatively easily into 5th or even 4th place.
Yeah, absolutely. But this is going to be a bit of a mess as the circle went northeast again. These circles are absolutely brutal. They're doing unusual things, statistically anomalous things that they normally don't like to do. It's not impossible, of course, but it is not the typical manner in which circles like to maneuver themselves. So for these teams, they're getting bottlenecked in tricky areas trying to navigate the likely spots that the circles like to move, like you and I talked about yesterday, Toffees. You're trying to gamble and as much as you can. Sometimes you're just going to be on the short side of things. Danawa has been on the short side. They've got 2 kills, but already lost 2. Jeff Laka and Rex, well, tries to catch the head, isn't able to line the shots up in time, and they are in a sticky wicket, as you said.
It's fun. It's a fun word. Kendesu lines up the nade, tosses it out there, and follows very smartly. He actually opens up, gets the 2x spray down with the barrel, and continues to push forward. The beast is unleashed as the 2 players from Sun Sister look to wrap this up. Dynamo Rex trying to hold out the line as he's being pushed by 2, but it'll open the door for MP5 if they want to get involved. Rex does manage to get Gabby down with a nice nade. And that will be the end of Danawa as Kendesu gets the finish.
Yep, really nice job there by Sun Sister. Good grenade, good timing. They stepped out, catch Joff Laka running. They tried to use a smoke to kind of disguise his presence. Not really able to do so. MP5 should have got moving a while ago, if you want my honest opinion, but they are going to start moving now. They're trying to get further into the circle, and there's a little bit on the edges on the other side of the road. E36 going to try to make them pay a little bit, do some damage to their vehicles, potentially the players themselves, if they're able to get some nice shots. And the fight between them and Afrika has come to a stalemate for now, as everybody is trying to figure out this next circle, because right now, wherever the heck this one goes is going to be definitely probably pretty difficult for a lot of these teams to deal with. It's right in the middle of this mountainside, and that makes for things to be very tricky.
There are 3 teams that are excited. The Freaks, Ghibli, and Damwon all managed to get in the circle. And they're the top 3 teams. And they're seeing all of the teams below them in 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th killing each other. That is excellent news if you are in the 3 paying position. So they're going to be very happy with that circle. You saw Venus start the transition. I think they were on foot, which is fascinating. Now let's go to JDI, who is taking serious fire from PSTR. But as we arrive, well, STR is gone.
Yeah.
3, though.
Yep, that's... Wow. And they're just barely enough on the edge. They should be able to get these reses. Yeah, Venus, you can only survive through basically phase 3 on foot out in the blue. Once you hit phase 4, it just chunks too fast.
Wow.
You just can't keep up with the first aids. So that is going to be the end of that. Curzon here. Sasa, the only one left, but 5 kills. So Curzon continues to at least rack up the kill points every round. And a lot of that's going to be done on the back of the Fighting Bees this time. But Sasa just going to be able to wait this out as a circle. Did head east, so finally we're starting to shift away from the unplayable terrain on the mountainside. And now things get a little bit more difficult for the team like the Freaks that has to try to work their way east.
I mean, the Bees have actually turned out to be a bit of a honeypot for Curzon as they keep being able to wipe them, pick up 4 points, and continue to climb the board. So that's been nice, I guess, for them. Not so great for the Bees. Rascal Jester does get eliminated, drops down. I will say this. If you are a team on the south, look for those kills, right? Like, these are very difficult shifts. We saw the Chaos breakout. There is a chance where you could win a few of these. If you can go out even in the top 8, or you go out even in the, say, 10th, but you picked up 5 or 6 kills, that's above what most teams will be averaging and considered a good game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're getting, 5 or 6 per game, that's not bad. Usually it takes about 8, averaging 8 to 9, usually a little bit more than that these days, to win a super-setting PUBG tournament. So JDI is going to stroll into the territory of Ghibli. They are going to get Renba knocked here. See if they can get some help from Spear. Spear potentially looking to get a grenade, and they're getting a little help from Afrika as well. That grenade going to find the mark. Very nicely done. Almost takes down all of JDI here, and Onyx the only one left. Stun around the corner. He's going to go ahead and pick up that flush, look around the, and there it is. He peeks. He gets taken down. Very nicely done by Spear.
Absolutely. And that, I hate to say it, but that just showed the giant difference in skill level between those 2 teams. They came in 4, they jumped out of the car, and they just got eviscerated by Ghibli, who was 100% ready and played that perfectly. A masterclass in stopping the 4-man push. Let's take a look at the map. We can see the circle up here is south of Hacienda del Patron. Rotations underway. DGW is actually in a winning compound position, and they're going to be very happy that they have that.
Yeah, for DGW, they're in a marvelous spot. There's some things around the edges of this circle that you can kind of hide in, but other than a shack here or there. But for the most part, this one is pretty nasty. So E36 getting hammered. A couple different teams looking there. Detonation Gaming White. As you can see, E36 had a dive towards the center of the circle. Over to Ghibli and Afrika. Ghibli, they did lose one in that fight, but they still have a bit of hope as we continue to move to the east, and they kind of have to try to keep Afrika at bay. Afrika, they know that some members of Afrika have to go west to east, and they can maybe gatekeep that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking at the first and second place teams, basically top three, stare at each other. And they're both very aware of who they're competing with, because the difference between first and third is going to be tens of thousands of dollars. So you want to sort of be aware of who you're fighting at any given time. We're going to jump over to Edwin from M88 as he does catch some rotations. Can he capitalize on it?
Yeah, he tries. The shots just weren't quite there to catch Kendes. Kendes going to be able to get away in his vehicle. Jason with that Car 98, just seeing what's going on around him. And poor E36 is just getting slaughtered right now. Detonation Gaming White doing a lot of the damage. It's going to be Kia getting some of that. Now they're getting into Afrika. A lot of long sight lines you can have across the opposite ends of the sloping ridge lines here. So you're going to see a lot of teams getting knocks on each other from afar. EJ going to go down, and Afrika having a tough time coming there. MP5, southeast corner. And now it's their turn to pepper people from afar.
Lots of peppering. The shift went north, so DGW still in a really good spot. The rest of the teams are going to be fighting for about 3 dips, which is why you're seeing so many car knocks, because people are just sending. To see where SST is right now is a great spot, but not when there's 9 teams up, Paper. That is a late game position. So teams like MP5 that can sort of hold this spot for another minute or so and then take the dip will make a massive advantage out of it.
Yeah, it's a little awkward for the Sun Sisters there to make an early move, and MP5 is going to be the benefactor of it. Usually, again, the last team that comes to a dip tends to be the ones that fare the best out of it. And MP5 has a great position to do a lot of damage. They get a little help along the way from some other teams, but it is going to be them wiping the Sun Sisters out. So MP5 now has cleared out quite a bit of space in front of them to work their way into the next circle. Detonation Gaming White maintains their facility. Damwon Kia coming out of Hacienda del Patron can just kind of chill, work their way slowly, methodically across the road. Great grenades from Wicked, finds one. Is he going to find another? He does! Great grenades from him and under. That's going to be Ghibli out.
Ghibli pushed Freaks and then backfilled them. Now, Damwon Kia pushed Ghibli and will be backfilling them. So the top 3 teams go to war, and Kia comes out on top. DGW, if they lose this, if the shift doesn't go crazy, okay, if they lose this, it is a THROW. They should win this one, hands down, based on that circle. The question is, does MP5 have the impetus to take that Sun Sister dip, and can they control out of it? And does Damwon Kia, are they able to take out E36 and lock down the road cross? Because right now, I think it's going to come down to those 3 teams and who handles the engagement the best. First team to start a fight in the final 3 will probably be the first team to go down.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. So everybody's just trying to find a safe position, trying to wait this out. Detonation Gaming White doing a smart thing, maneuvering their vehicles into a spot where there's not going to be any teams that can shoot at them. This is very heads up, very smart PUBG. Definitely something that you really need to be aware of, is especially on Miramar, keeping your vehicles alive, keeping them safe, knowing at all times where the other teams are, being able to identify the proper positions where you can place your vehicles to keep, especially those tires, very, very safe. And MP5 doesn't have too much room that they have to move. Something already in the circle up in that dip, and I tell you what, they could just wait this out. And I like the move here from C's, from Detonation Gaming White, establishing a beachhead. Nobody's really going to be able to pressure him.
Yeah, it's very, very smart the way that they're playing this out. I do like what MP5 has. Traditionally, when we see this circle, the advantage goes to MP5 versus DGW in terms of those 2 positions. That said, if there's a team that could win this with 3 from an awkward spot, it's Damwon Kia.
Oh, no doubt about it. Damwon Kia is some of the best in the business at things like this, and they're fanned out. Just looking at what's going on, they can wait on this hillside for a little bit longer, not too much longer, another minute or so, and just try to figure out what's going on, isolate what MP5 is doing, and try to move forward. They're probably pretty sure somebody's in Pure Boy's shack with that Murado out in front of it, identifying that. C's turn, try to get some shots, gets the headshot, has to pop up over the hill because the angle, is able to get one knocked, looking for another, has a good opportunity, scopes out of it, doesn't have any frags to throw, and now he's going to get backed off by the return fire.
If they're reading the kill feed, Kia should be aware that there is a solo and know that they're in that shack. MP5 with the knock should, I think, be rescuable with no issue, so that will maintain a 4. As we see them, though, they are under a lot of assault. DWG being very smart and crossing the road early lets them take that ridge.
Absolutely. It's a good maneuver by Detonation Gaming White. They know that they can keep track of any teams that try to come from their north or south by keeping people in the compound, so it's a safe move, and there's no way anybody's coming up right over the top either. So it's very, very smart by them. Damwon Kia, in the meantime, was able to take advantage of that fighting between MP5 and Detonation Gaming White to come up into the circle, push towards MP5, and now Wicked's going to get a knock onto them. 911 again, going to need that ambulance for himself. The rest of Damwon Kia now kind of thinking about trying to put some pressure down.
MP5 has Vortex. They've moved into a clump because of those knocks, which opens them to what you're seeing right now. I think Damwon Kia smells it. They know that they've gotten clumped up. They're hitting them with all of the utility, and that's the struggle of this area. MP5 had a really good spread, but the second one goes down, it puts you in a really awkward situation where now you're basically... Damwon Kia is playing mini golf. They're just throwing balls and trying to land it in the hole, and once the right one hits, it's goodbye, MP5.
Yeah, they got to open up some of these vehicles as well, potentially. Still plenty of frags there for Sungjang, who has to make sure that Pure Boy isn't coming around third-partying them from the side. It's kind of his job to keep track of all of that. And now even Detonation Gaming White getting a little bit happy on this, trying to see if they can maybe find some of this MP5 team before they get down. Another vehicle blows up, opening up some more space. Machao trying to take advantage of all the confusion, use the sound cues to come up, because they're going to be obscuring his movement. Sungjang's just going to get in a vehicle.
What?
This is aggressive as heck, trying to find a flank angle.
What a man. He comes in, he does smoke up, down to 4 HP, but his boldness is paid off with death. No res ability. He will stay down, and DGW's looking good.
I don't know. I'm not so sure about this move by Sungjang.
No, I
think that's a little bit overconfident there. And yeah, Under and Wicked are doing a good job. Gokuri is going to finish off MP5. Melifo gets Pure Boy. So now it is Under once again versus the world. Gets another knock onto Gokuri, but takes some decent damage himself. Here comes the throwables, and it is going to be the end of the round. Detonation Gaming White is going to take the win.
11 kills, 1,600 damage. They win in style, but I'll say this. They got the compound, and there is a temptation, Paper Thin, to say, they got lucky. But that's not the truth. The circle didn't end on the compound. They made a very smart cross. They held area. They put 2 across the road. Then they started a strong rotation around the south of the circle. Yes, Damwon Kia made that win inevitable with that rotation that they made. It was just very bold and ultimately opened the door for the guys to come in and sort of finish off that push. But that said, they played it well. Take nothing from the fact they got the circle early. I don't think you could have played that compound better than they did.
No, they executed everything just magnificently, and even that third party at the end of getting into that fight with MP5 gave them a few extra kill points along the way. They didn't necessarily have to do that. They could have let Damwon Kia and MP5 battle it out for quite some time. Instead, they said, well, there's points to be had here. Let's pick them up, and I respect that. Sungjang opens the door for them, and they shut it.
It was a bold play by Sungjang, not one that I have to say I buy into, but I think that's kind of what we talked about earlier, maybe a little hubris from our top teams, feeling like they can flex on the lobby. We'll find out if that continues. There is at least 2 more games to play tonight, 1 Miramar, 1 Erangel. For me and Paper Thin, that's it. We're going to take off. Kylaris and Sims will be here for the next match, and of course the panel will break everything down for you after this break.
The Helios 300 is the ideal laptop if you enjoy high-octane gameplay, mobility, and a machine filled to the brim with plenty of top-tier components, all aimed at the same goal: pure gaming glory. At the helm of Helios is the high-speed display. The color-rich IPS screen is 15.6 inches and has a 240 Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond overdrive response time. With a high refresh, frame rate will be smooth with no tearing, as long as you keep that frame rate high. High frame rate requires high-performing hardware, which, thankfully, there is plenty of. At the top of that list is the latest 6-core, 12-thread 10th Gen Intel Core i7 mobile processor and GeForce RTX 2070 with Max-Q design. You can also deck out the Helios 300 with up to 32 gigabytes of DDR4 2933 MHz RAM, dual 1TB PCIe NVMe SSDs in RAID 0, and a 2TB hard drive for everything else. With Predator, we always put cooling first. With the 2020 model, we've added intakes to the top of the base to increase airflow, while continuing to include the most critical component, our 4th Gen Aeroblade 3D fans. Custom engineered, these fans have been built to maximize airflow while reducing overall noise, made possible through their bionic-inspired design. Some prefer to use their laptops as a mobile desktop replacement, so all the ports, such as Mini DP, HDMI 2.0, 3 USB 3.2 ports, and 1 USB Type-C, should give you plenty of access to your displays, gadgets, and more. Looking down from the display, we have the 4-zone RGB keyboard with a few custom keys to take note of, Turbo, so you can overclock with a single press, and Predator Sense, giving you immediate access to our utility app where you can adjust fan speed, overclock, monitor temperatures, and many other useful functions. And that, in a nutshell, is the Helios 300. And if you want to know more, just check the links below. From all of us here at Predator, good game.
Detonation Gaming White, the second team from Japan, currently carrying that banner proudly as they take that victory. And the chicken dinner for not just themselves, but also their fellow countrymen, here to prove a point that it's not just the Koreans that are here to play too, but the Japanese have something to say about that as well. My name is Illustrato, going to be your panel host here today. Joining me on this wonderful day, Asarai, Black and Blue. Let's talk about that panel here. Black and that's match. Excuse me. We are the panel. Black and Blue, we'll start off with you. How do you feel about that last match? It wrapped up pretty nicely. It felt like that game was tied up nicely, signed, sealed, delivers to DGW with a little nice bow on the very top of it. And just like the caster said earlier, man, it was a throw if they wouldn't have won that map.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, they're the second team for the Japanese, region to be able to get that chicken dinner on the board. The first one was yesterday. That was coming in from Rascal Jester. But yeah, I do like what I'm finally seeing from these Japanese teams now. It seems to be they're heating up here on Miramar, quite aptly named so. Not only were they the ones who, bring home the chicken dinner, but I believe coming in third place was E36. So Enter Force finally making a mark here. They ended yesterday at the lower quadrant of this entire leaderboard, and now they're slowly moving their way up. And so I like what I'm seeing from the Japanese teams right now, hoping for even more luck as we move into the further maps.
And you know who came in like second, I think, and just once again came so close to getting the chicken dinner, but just did not. Ghibli, man, they are having a rough time. They're getting the kill, sure, and that might actually be more than sufficient because they're, if I'm going to do the mathematics and I do this correctly, they might actually be at the top or very close to the top of the leaderboard just because of how well they're. Look at that, Ghibli, 52 points, as you can see from the replays right now. So they might not be getting the chicken dinners, but they certainly are getting the kills and a lot of placement points. Do you think this is enough for them currently, Asarai?
I think it should be, because as long as you can stick near the top in how the point system works, I feel like there's still going to be always a chance for you to come back. Like if you're a team that performs high and low, I don't think that's going to be enough, but if you're consistently near the top 3, top 5, that should at least give a chance here for Ghibli and the Ghibli fans to look forward to something. Now, one of the things that I also kind of note is that Detonation Gaming White really did get, I think, a good translation of what they had to do in that particular Miramar map, using every positioning that they can. And I just also want to point out, JDI, with this nade, just basically destroyed them. But there was a point in time before this happened that 3 of their members got knocked out. So if they weren't able to loot anything after that, their armors would have been very, very brittle, I'd say. And they weren't really in a good spot to go for any kind of fights, even if they were still a full 4. And that was just pretty heartbreaking for JDI. Maybe they're going to be coming back into this one, but it just seems like it's not their day today.
It wasn't really their day yesterday either. JDI here, they had a pretty rough game on Erangel, yesterday, when they were one of the only 2 teams caught in the circle in a firefight that just seemed like the never-ending fight. And we saw that not exactly the best tournament for JDI, and they're just not really in a good place, I think, mentally right now, or in the tournament overall. And that goes to a couple of the other teams who just can't keep the ball rolling here. Venus Gaming, unfortunately, I think they've only had 1 kill this entire tournament, and that was the one that they picked up from within the bathroom. That an unfortunate member just of Sun Sisters just walked into. And also just the bees, man. No one's hashtag saving the bees right now. FTB struggling for what seems to be the entirety of the tournament. And, it's getting later and later. It's got to be do or die, now or never, for a lot of these teams here, Black and Blue.
Yeah, it really is. As you said, teams like JDI, they ended yesterday in kind of a rough state. So they're doing a bit better now today, but the thing is, we're going back into Erangel here after this second map that we just played. We're going back to Erangel for the next 2 maps, map number 3 and 4. And I'm just thinking it might be another rough time for teams like we saw JDI and PSTR, which are consequently the 2 teams that did, get into gunfights early on in the zone yesterday. And they both kind of had some mutually assured destruction, right? But as you're seeing Detonation Gaming White right now, the team that did get the chicken dinner, I do feel like they have good momentum moving into our further maps, which will be Erangel once more. They weren't as too hot yesterday, yes, but they had very good signs, and now finally able to get the chicken dinner on the board. I don't doubt that they might have a second one lined up, but I'm telling you, man, Kia, they are so consistent right now. Same with Ghibli, that the latter, even without those chicken dinners, they've been doing work, man.
Speaking of Kia, take a look at this. 18 kills. Finally, someone has dethroned EJ. EJ not getting that many since yesterday. He ended the day yesterday with 14. I don't think this is 100% accurate because I'm fairly certain he picked up 3 kills in the previous game. Oh, it is accurate. No, excuse me. Sorry. Yeah, EJ currently sitting at 14 kills. Simba is right above him with 16. And, you know, Kia got under there, who is no longer under, but he is now changed to a top. I guess it's fluid like that. 18 kills for him. He's at the very tippy top of the leaderboard, followed by Lambu on 4th, and on 5th it's Ikari. So 2 members of, you know, Africa Freaks, they're showing up here, and pretty good distribution of kills, just showing us that a lot of these members will be able to, you know, step up and show us what they're made of. Now, you mentioned something here, Black and Blue, a little bit earlier. Just teams like JDI, teams like FTB, it feels like they're just getting punched down on at the moment. Just not able to get the ball rolling, unable to build up steam at all. So Black and Blue, what do you think has got to happen for these teams to get into it, especially going into Erangel?
Well, as we talked about yesterday, the mental reset will be a big thing. You know, you can't get, as you're being kicked down on the ground, let that get to you, because you have to realize we're moving to a new map, we're going to reset things on over. But I think the biggest thing, too, that they should be taking into consideration is where exactly and how exactly, rather, they're choosing to go about kind of their mid-round play. They are getting caught in unfavorable situations as they try and get into the zone, and I feel like maybe if they don't want to take early zone control, like some teams like Kia, for example, a lot of the Korean teams do that, and they want to play a bit more later, which MP5 have been showing a lot lately too, that they do kind of ride that zone back into the circle. I think that might be something they want to really consider, because right now, what these type of teams are doing, they're just getting caught in the middle of it. Sometimes the blue zone's their biggest enemy, and yeah, I think there's a lot of notes to be taken from the other team's books.
Yeah, and one of the teams that we want to be taking notes on here, Africa Freaks, we didn't get to touch on them. They had such good map control, the way that they spread out in that final circle, the amount of confidence you have to just play completely spread in the last few circles of the game, it has to be staggering and astonishing how much faith they have in each other to hold down the line, to hold the fort, make sure they have those flanks covered up, and in the end, it paid off, Asteroid, didn't it?
Yeah, I think the casters also mentioned this in the recent match, where if teams caught wind of what Africa Freaks are doing, that could really hamper. But the thing about that I've kind of noticed here is the teams are trying to play their own game, which makes a lot of sense, because that's the thing that will allow them to get these victories. But you can really see, we're talking about how the difference of play from the Korean teams is that they're able to understand where to go immediately, plant themselves there, get some loot, and then rotate without putting themselves in such a precarious situation, whether it's a mix of riding the blue zone or staying in the safe zone. It seems like they're just able to find that great mix that allows them to get into the later stages of the particular match here. Another thing to point out, Enter Force 36, they're also another team that I've kind of noticed does the same Africa Freaks spread, but because it feels like they're struggling to find the information and understand what they have to do with it, it hasn't really resulted in them getting that too high of a ranking. Yes, they did get 3rd, if I'm not mistaken, in that last round, but you saw how few kills they had, because I feel like they might have spent too much time on the spread rather than getting the kills or the loot that they need to really, kind of mount that advantage.
Yeah. And, the advantages, those small things, they stack up. And if you let those stack up against you, it just ends up in an unfortunate loss going out early. Like, I feel like those kind of decisions have been what has been hampering a lot of these teams that have been placing lower. But, unfortunately, that's just the way that it goes here. Black and Blue are going into Erangel up next now. And you already talked about this. You already talked about the mental reset now. But what has to change here? I mean, sure, you're going back to Erangel. Sure, you want to go back to basics, to what everybody knows and loves. For the top teams, I'm sure it's got to be about playing into that comfort zone. Get back into things. They know what they got to do. Ghibli's looking good. Even Kia's looking good. especially towards that last half right there. But what about in Erangel? What do you think they got to do right before we go back? Right before we start the game here, I'll take your final thoughts.
I think real quick is not just the mental aspect, the mental reset, but themselves, their play style. Let's go back to basics here. Yesterday on Erangel, the 3 maps that we did play, it was kind of a very unfortunate zone situation where the first 2 maps we had it all the way towards Stalber, and then the third it was kind of a 50-50 between like Milta and the military base. So right now let's try and see where the path will go and actually play, you know, back to the basics, back to our strat book. I think that's what the teams have to do right now.
Yeah, well, we'll see if the circle gives us something that's actually playable for once here on Erangel. We'll only find out right in the game itself, but I'm not going to be telling you that story. It's going to be the caster. So guys, on the casting desk, tell us what's going to be up.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That's right. We are back taking over for Toffees and the incredible Paper Thin, as Toffees introduced him as. It sounded like a superhero name, but I'm Carlaris alongside the Sims, bringing you the next couple of the games. How's it going, Sims?
It's good. It's going. It's a good way to start the morning. I've got to say, it's an early wake up call, but I'm fine when there's PUBG on the table, James. Anything's a good day, and of course, game number 1 straight into it from yourself and myself, Erangel. Obviously, yesterday we ended out on Miramar. We go back to the grassy pastures, as you like to call it, the homeland turf that we've seen many a team frequent themselves since, what, 2017 now? We've been playing this one. It's been a hot minute.
It has, and because of that, everyone knows it very, very well. Damwon Kia and Fighting Bees finding themselves in Pachinki to start things off, and another Northern Circle. Considering what we saw yesterday, people are going to be quite adept at dealing with this. We saw some very close rotations to one another. Fighting Bees, though, in Pachinki is not something I anticipated. Damwon Kia might have a fight on their hands very, very early.
Yeah, we'll try and give you a bit of more of an overview of the map and see where people are going to be setting up shop and getting ready to rock and roll for this one. At the moment, with YDA, excuse me, we do have some players from STR on the opposing compound. You spoke ever so briefly, so we'll get the overview of it now. Yes, Fighting Bees, when you are in the situation of 3 points, it's not the ideal scenario to be going up against someone like Damwon Kia. Like, this is one of the best teams, if not the best team in the lobby. Yes, there's arguments to be made for both Ghibli and a Freak of Freaks at the moment, but certainly for Fighting Bees, if you really wanted to try and get something going and maybe just boost your confidence, taking down the #1 team in the lobby early would be probably that way of starting the road to recovery.
Yeah, I guess so. The thing is for them is that if you cast your mind back to yesterday, I think they're still looking for a home here on Erangel, because Ghibli was a team that beat them out and actually eliminated them first in the first game that they played on that road between Rozhok and Yasnaya. So now I guess they're trying their hand at Pachinki, and then, as you say, they run into another world-class Korean team. So yeah, quids in for a penny, in for a pound, I suppose.
Bit of contact made across the opposing. Tongyang up on the roof will have aerial coverage of what's going on here. You can see him already just directing under where the next position of contact will be. The rest of them start to come into the fold, and he understands that the 4 stack at the back's a primary, mainly for just people in publics, and even also like this, when they're controlling so much land, you've got a rough guesstimation of where they're going to be with 2 headshots back to back. Even with the M4, just it's 5.56, certainly in the head, it's going to cause you all kinds of difficulty. Wicked forced to hit the heels off for now, under also damage. So at the moment, it's kind of a bit of a stalemate. They're giving as good as they get, but certainly look at the encapsulating presence that Damwon Kia is forcing on this map. Kale has taken a much deeper angle over to the church.
Yeah, and under wrapped around onto the east side as well. So as you say, it's kind of this corralling style that we're seeing coming out here from Damwon Kia, and Fighting Bees have no answer to it right now. This means that they really don't have as many good angles to take this fight as Damwon Kia does. Now, technically speaking, if Fighting Bees got themselves a knock here or there, then, you know, maybe they will be able to kind of push on the angle and kind of isolate certain members, but Damwon Kia is too good for that. Wicked will be able to pick himself up the first knock as we see the moves happen. Damwon Kia is playing it proactively, which is obviously, you know, it's a given considering their caliber as a team. Fighting Bees really having a rough spot to have to deal with as Wicked is now pushing on.
they've not gone for the instant flush, and there's probably two sides that you could read into it. One being, well, okay, never mind, Songans. Then sees it from the windows. He tries to evacuate the smoke, but with something like this, leaving him out in the smoke for the rest of the teams to push forward is probably the better play on this one. They know the pressure is on their side. I mean, look at that. Even trying to just get a re-peek onto it, there's not a single chance whatsoever. Flashbang in hand, Wicked, a little bit overzealous, but he'll use the smoke to play off the back of. And now they have him dead to rights. Now the mollies are there, and honestly, it's just burn, baby, burn. Nothing you can really do about this. No way to heal it out. And the Fighting Bees go down in 16th.
And from the fire and into the frying pan, they are done. And yeah, it is difficult to, like, I think that if you're trying to find yourself a home here on Erangel, maybe somewhere like Pachinki, gonna be a little bit rivaled. I think they could go a little bit further afield. We've seen Venus Gaming in the first game of the tournament go over towards Gatka. I think that will be a nice spot for someone like Fighting Bees to kind of take up residency. And we've seen Gatka be a useful spot on Erangel kind of historically. So my advice would be heading over there for the next Erangel games.
It's somewhere, you know, I mean, whatever you can set up shop within these lobbies. We spoke about it yesterday, how this is very alienating, top-heavy pack of wolves that are just eating up this lobby at the moment. You can even see by the scores. I'm glad MP5's managing to at least keep up with the rest of the team. It doesn't drop off beyond that, but no one within the 40-point bracket is a very sure sign of the disparity within this lobby. It is what it is at the end of the day, and a few of these teams have got a lot to prove, especially as we start the year. You wanna start as you mean to end it, right? A few of these teams have got some redemption on their hands. A few of them have had team changes, or anything they can get right now and fix within these smaller leagues. Then they're absolutely going to go for it. And to start off a grand finals with a win, you know, it's got to feel good for 2021.
Yeah, oh, definitely so. I think so. A team like MP5 could quite easily be one of the teams, as these fights do go down here between PSTR and Yuda, could be easily one of those teams that gets like a wild card seed into a PGC at the end of the year, for example. I think this roster that they've got right now for MP5, I think is pretty damn good to be able to hang with some of the teams that they are doing right now here in this lobby. But Yuda, down to their last legs, Zonzaz is trying to find a little bit of a recovery spot. And Africa Freaks just on the drive-bys, picks up C's. And that's a nice little pickup. I mean, Detonation Gaming White just coming off the back of a win, losing people early is going to hamper their efforts a little bit, especially since Africa Freaks was the one on rotation up towards the north across this bridge. And Detonation Gaming White was very split, so there wasn't any opportunity to be able to kind of get a re-kill off of that fight.
I was about to say it's a bit of an interesting reload when you know they're at the just outside the corner. Zonza's going down. Missed the initial confirmation on the knock. Could have been something phenomenal. Unfortunately, it doesn't turn into that. It does turn into his imminent death. Ciao. Stop looking at the crossroads. Just see into Magic and the rest of M88. Try and take these tires away from them. And it's kind of the name of the game when you're looking for at least to try and deny people land movement. If you know where they're going to be setting up shop, even a small compound like that, while it's good for now on the side of a Freak of Freaks next to toe in, it might not necessarily be the best one. We still have some water here, so we're bouncing to and from at the moment. With the kill feed spear going down, the side of Ghibli, 36 begins to make some sort of a move. If they put pressure on that compound, it's theirs for the taking. With one knockdown, this is a priority placement to try and take control of.
M88 just going to have to rotate through these fields, and MP5 split is very interesting actually right now, and 911 is on the complete other side of the map compared to MP5 that are moving through Pachinki. Damwon is still kind of taking up residency there for the moment, but M88, this is a wide swing from Fatwa actually to try and, I guess he wants to go West Bridges and across, but Team Kirsten's having something to say about that. Likewise, JDI just taking a few pot shots over towards E36, who have got themselves an all right spot up towards the top, just east of Severny right now. This compound can be high value towards the later stages, especially considering how barren some of the land is south of it when you get these circles coming along this way. But for now, just chilling.
It comes off the back of that one knock coming out of the play from Ghibli, been able to take control of this one. Yes, they've had to commit a hell of a lot of utility towards it. And I suppose that's the only downside to this one. Your vehicles, really, in terms of tires, can be quite open. Yes, it does go to a peak eventually, but if anyone's like over by the hangars, anyone's further down the road on the smaller compounds, there are a few little angles where those vehicles will not be fully protected, and in which case they just become all for naught, because then you're stuck basically on a mountaintop really with a very barren landscape around you. But as you say, with Circle, if it's favorable, it's absolutely bang on. For CRS, damage is being done from the blue. It's not too much, probably all about 20-25% sub health at the moment. Kane's still applying punishment over to the side of E36 to keep them boxed in and make note of where these players are going to be. Keeping them in check's rather important. Two Japanese teams will kind of go toe-to-toe. Sun Sister catching Rascal Jester, just trying to hard rotate this one over by the pylons, but Holly's position, while it is disconnected from the rest of the team, it does at least stop all those backfills if anyone wants to come down from the mountainside and maybe try hit the backside of Yasnaya.
And without the circles gone, I like how we're seeing Danoa position themselves. The 2-2 split might be a little bit... Basically, they've taken the compound northwest of Yasnaya, as well as effectively what is Junkyard along that road. And those are two extremely important spots, especially the Junkyard, if this circle continues to kind of go, I guess, where we're thinking it might go, Rich, which is oftentimes that very open area that I was kind of describing before, kind of the south of that E36 spot, is we've seen so many finishes there, and it has been brutal to play. There is just no cover whatsoever, and well, they're running away.
Because the circle's so far out of shooting range and Yasnaya, it takes those priority positions out of play. We look towards those fields, in and around shooting range, in and around Yasnaya, towards the north side of it, between those compounds. With the circle moving slowly but surely away from it, it makes it more difficult to see those as an end game, and that's why these positions that you are making note of become that much more viable. That's why someone like E36 jumping on the knocked player from Ghibli becomes a very, very large play, because it's just taking priority positions away that's going to pay dividends towards the later stages. JDI, okay, Inonix unfortunately is disconnected from his one player, Igor, on the opposing side. Out of the window where we go. Now we can have some sort of stability from cover fire on the opposing side, but ultimately he is in a 1 versus 4. Inonix is totally getting out of this one. He says, nope, you can deal with it. That's not a problem. I'll go back to the rest of the team and we can recuperate elsewhere. One good nade from downstairs, though, could change the course of how this one would unfold instantly, and they have no idea, because there is a third party hiding outside of the walls, and the smoke has now proved dividends for Igor. He can continue the fight and lay waste to M88 as they turn up and just get dispatched single-handedly.
Igor is making a meal of this. I didn't think he was going to get anything out of this. Oh, nice little attempts at the turns, but will not be able to pick it up. And Kirsten manages to wipe out M88 for the most part there, as well as JDI single player. That was rambunctious, to say the least. I think one thing that is nice for JDI is that knowing when to kind of cut your losses almost. As you mentioned, with Inonix kind of bailing out from that situation. Why lose 2 almost guaranteed when you can kind of save one player and you've almost got an infinitely better chance of eventually getting a higher placement with 3 players as opposed to 2 if you rendezvous?
Totally, but there's also that part of my mind thinking, all right, if Inonix would have gone over there, could have they just pulled the 2 versus 6, 2 versus 8, whatever it was against the 2 teams? I mean, yeah, the headshot up on towards the doorway was phenomenal. The quick swing, the knock, all right, the refrag was there, but still, what an absolute monumental effort to try and take down 2 different teams and fighting multiple angles. Unfortunately, all comes for naught. Wicked and Kale falling simultaneously to 2 different teams. Hansia and Wesker, the AWM in play as well. So let's make note of that. The down 1 key at top of the board could be in for a little bit of trouble. This is where actually I'm thinking where they set up shop on this one. Okay, they're still over by the bridge. So Freak of Freaks should be pinning them back. And this is the fight that's going to be on your screen any minute. Wicked probably not in a recoverable position. Meanwhile, Kale on the opposing side does get back on his feet, but how do you get across this road when Hikari is just landing absolute bangers like that with the SLR straight across the bridge?
Yeah, indeed. I mean, that position, shades of STK and Petrica Road from PGIS, but Africa Freaks is going to be able to hold down this strong. Damwon Kia coming this late to the circle. I've got to, yeah, it's a little bit rough. Obviously, playing playing Pachinki, you've got a great opportunity to rotate whenever you want. You took the fight with Fighting Bees quickly and effectively as Kirsten finding themselves a little bit of a drive-by. Oh, geez Louise. I'm still running into JDI here. Should be able to take this fight. Very nicely done. Clean as a whistle almost. As long as they can get up Simba, they have annihilated the rest of JDI on this move forwards. And the thing for Curson as well is that they can probably anticipate or have anticipated to a certain degree where a team is going to be here. This warehouse, very, very common to take in these circles. So come in all guns blazing.
With something like that, though, I'm like, if you're JDI, you should have been able to shut down a few more players of Curzon, like allowing them to just try in half-handedly. And as you say, we're only getting a knock onto somebody. The smokes are down, the res will be up. I expected a little bit more of a defensive stance. Again, hindsight's a cast is very easy to say. If there was a very quick and aggressive push towards the side of JDI that it just absolutely was not ready for, which it did kind of look there, and that might be the reminiscent times. Who knows? Either way, good job from Curzon. They spot somewhere that they need. They drive in. They're the ones doing the pull-up, and ultimately, they don't pay the price, and they take the biggest slice. For now, we'll still wait on this circle. We've got 50 seconds. It will close, and it will show us exactly where we're going. We have to assume somewhere around central, given that the pond's in play, the water's going to be there. It will try and avoid it. Yes, we're not into land ratio numbers just yet in terms of which circle it does it on, but still just kind of anticipating that very open land, and it would be, for me, D&W that are going to be basically controlling the main head of it if it does go that way.
Yep, Danawa. Nice little spot indeed. This is, for Curzon, this is exactly what I want to see from them. Much like MP5 as well, I think that when we're looking at these fights here, actually taking the fight to Africa Freaks, this is brilliant stuff from MP5. Under, though, is going to be joining third party here. And likewise, so will Sungjang actually find himself a little bit of a spot to rain down some bullets from this position. But these edge plays, I feel like MP5, Team Curzon, that's where they're getting themselves points, especially on Erangel. It's exactly what I want to see from them. Fanghua here, maybe looking to finish off Africa Freaks coming around the corner. He didn't realize Africa Freaks goes out, and that is the worst placement so far from Africa Freaks here this tournament. A little bit uncharacteristic, and MP5 made a brilliant showing there.
Unfortunately for them, it just goes hand in hand with Kia's unwillingness to die. Even as a two-man band, they still continue forward. They still put hurt and punishment onto teams around them. Africa Freaks feel the full force of that, and ultimately MP5 are allowed to capitalize and continue their path. Yeah, Africa Freaks falling at this position, while it's still, for us, we can say, oh, it's not too bad. They picked up plenty of kills along the way, la 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 la. It is an uncharacteristic sight from what we've seen thus far throughout the competition. So, 10th place for them. We'll probably anticipate some recovery. MP5, while you may have had a valiant effort and a valiant attempt against some of the best, unfortunately you die like the rest, and so does Damwon Kia as well. They fall in 8th position just after.
It can happen, though, down there, right? It's a high transition area. A lot of people are trying to rotate over that bridge and that kind of direction. And then you transitioning off what is effectively the gas station and some of the other little buildings there can be difficult unless you're willing to just kind of send a Hail Mary with some cars and getting out yourself. But anyway, let's move on to other pastures as we have Sun Sister and Rascal Jester. Catch a Rascal by its toe. Little nade comes out and clips him. Will he be able to follow up?
I mean, not too bad previously, but Nate comes in and it's done a fair whack. Clearly, the AWM has found its target as well, as he will be forced down into the heel. You got to think as well that these two teams have kind of been chasing one another for quite some time. Earlier on, they were down by the pylons. Now they've moved just a little bit more to the mountainside. Yeah. All their utility is being committed here. Sun Sister needs something to happen. They need some sort of, at least one player to die, you know, with how much utility is being committed to it. They're just over the ridgeline. If they don't deal with them soon, this gives Danawa time to set up and await whatever's left once this battle's all said and done. You can see them on the minimap just lurking on the left-hand side, getting ready to strike and getting ready to pounce. Ultimately, for both of these teams in yellow, no matter the outcome, I think it's Danawa who comes out on top.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, they're going to be able to hold whoever comes in. The one nice thing for Sun Sister is that when they're using their utility, they don't have to use their smokes because they have the high ground, which is of benefit to them maybe going into the next fight. But Gami is very, very low. He's going to have to heal on up. They're trying to get some molly shots down. And we see Rascal Jester now being assaulted by Danawa. For Rascal Jester, they were stuck between a rock and a hard place. This was brutal, especially since Danawa has the confidence to be able to flex out into this position to say, well, we can hear all this fighting going down and you're gonna have to move. We're not that bothered about the teams in our north because we know you're closer to us.
Gerson, not inside the circle just yet, has to come forward. Detonation Gaming White are going to be the next obstacle directly in front of them, something they need to be aware of. Sylphia, no rest for the wicked, no time for revive. Ada spots that. Easy 3 point. Thank you very much. Job done. Satu, lurking, lingering, listening for the audible cue of players that are going to be wandering around. Lambu, if he goes up over this ridgeline, he'll actually have a straight line of sight into his back, and that should be an easy free frag. His team are rather split sporadically, but understandably so, these rocks don't give you the best areas to traverse and play through. Ultimately, driving towards your teammate, though, might have given up the game to where they were going to try and set up their last stand, which it very well could be, to be honest, if all these other teams just jump into the fray. Spell disaster.
Ooh, little M24 action. Let's get that going, Pure Boy. Wouldn't mind seeing it. So Sun Sister moved north, and I completely understand why they did. They knew Danawa was there shooting at Rascal Jester. What options do you have? Do you really want to come off of that and try and fight out Danawa getting into the circle? Not really. So going north, keeping your high ground position, eventually finding themselves Ghibli and Interforce up here might be a keener fight, but then of course they still have to get into that circle. And now they're entering the sightlines of Danawa, so we did see Sol get Crazy Sam there for a moment. I feel like they might have been damned if they do and they're damned if they don't. Or they're Daniwar if they do and they're Daniwar if they don't. It's just unfortunate for Sun Sister to try and play this out and now running into Ghibli too.
Yeah, it's rather problematic, isn't it? Everyone up against the blue and just being forced into these fights that they don't really want to take just yet.
Yeah.
Still cursing from, I suppose, this side. It's how much do they want to take and how much really can they take with two different teams chomping at the bit to get involved. If they can commit to one of them, then it's happy days because you can just at least focus all your efforts onto that and it gives you some avenue of approach. Detonation Gaming White are probably the more realistic target given they don't have the high ground, but the problem is they do have this low little ridge line that could prove problematic on the side of Kurz, and if they can use that to their advantage and just work on them one by one and deny the reses, this is where it gets a little bit more difficult.
Come on, Pure Boy. Give us the sauce. Almost with that shot, but not to be just yet. Curson still lurking on the edge. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, but how does Danawa still have this compound? They flexed out all the way to the east, surely, to push on Rascal Jester and Sun Sister. Soul, during this entire time, was sat still in that compound. They only flexed out with 3. So he was sat there as a sentry, waiting for the potential of Detonation Gaming White, Team Curson, to try and crash on that compound, but they could not. Even showing even just one man in that situation, and having him sat there just waiting and kind of poised and ready to fight really works wonders here for Danawa, and that's why they're in prime position to win this game, Rich, it feels.
Curzon going down, James. It's kind of what we may have been slightly worried about, given how they were with two different teams just either side of them. The impeding death happened. Flashbangs up and away we go. Pure Boy knows this is basically his last stand. Any chance to do anything, and this is it with Lambu, the only one standing as well. This would be a good time to jump on the weakened position of Ghibli. Danawa on the opposing side is also looking to try and clean and sweep this out, which I don't blame them, to be fair. They take this ridge line. They can then work their way down to the teammates who are just sat waiting. And again, with everyone else just being split a 2 and a 1 stack, this should be their game. This should absolutely be theirs unless they just completely botch it against the 1 versus 1, which is now what's about to unfold with Gukuri. The last man standing for Detonation Gaming White, and with the molly there, ultimately, that is the winner chicken dinner. That is a well and truly cooked dinner at the end of it with the molly to get the job done. And that's 10 points in the bag for the win.
That was an easy one there for Danawa. It really feels. I mean, we'd mentioned it at the beginning of maybe Circle 2 or so. The fact that they had that 2-2 split along this compound and the junkyard down towards the bottom. So they had a wealth of room to work with that they were controlling extremely well. And Danawa, very, very good at doing that. So very, very nice for them, especially the flex out. I really like when you see these teams pursuing those opportunities near their compounds to try and kind of get a few more points here and there. And Danawa kind of needed this as our Korean teams. We have the 3 Korean teams well up at the top, very truly solidified here, Rich. Danawa just needed a little bit more, and this will allow them to rise here.
It gives them a bit of a boost, right? It gets them to join the upper ranks. What we're kind of saying, you do have that small stop gap, and if you can breach that gap and get into the upper echelon, then you're going to be playing with the best of them and playing with the head of the pack. Ultimately, a very good circle. Let's not discontinue it whatsoever. The circle was extremely favorable but they held the compound. They didn't just sit back. They didn't just hide away, which I am a big fan of, because there's so many times it's like, okay, good circle isn't a compound, it's a given. Then a team just hits them because it's like you just do not anticipate it or expect it, and everything falls apart because you're boxed into a corner. They didn't. They took advantage of that. They took the hillsides. They took all the line of sights, which denies you landfall, and ultimately it secures them the top spot.
Does indeed, and that means now that our Korean teams, I think, have taken about 5 or 6 of the wins here so far, doing very well for themselves. We kind of expected it coming into the tournament, and they will continue to march on strongly up towards the top. We're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and when we return, it's back to the desk to break down this game, and then we have more rolling on.
The Predator Cestus 350 is the first wireless gaming mouse in the Cestus line, and maybe the next to find a home on your mousepad. But if you prefer wires, just plug in the USB Type-C cable. While plugged in, the mouse can reach up to a 0.5 millisecond response, or 1 millisecond while unplugged. But with speeds like these, you won't encounter any missed clicks or delays. This is mainly accomplished via the Pixart 3335 optical sensor, which contributes to the mouse in reaching up to a 50-hour battery lifespan. And if speed and tenacity is your thing, a DPI up to 16,000 awaits those with quick reaction times. Having more buttons is rarely a problem, and with 350, you have a total of 8 programmable buttons, 3 in the thumb area, forward, backward, and burst fire. while below the scroller is a DPI switcher and another to access up to 5 profiles. If you want to modify your settings, just pop open Predator Quartermaster and tweak away. For more information, please check our website via the link below. From all of us here at Predator, good game.
The last Korean holdout to be able to win a chicken dinner, Danawa Gaming finally take one and get it under their belt here in a convincing fashion. My name is Illustrato, your panel host here today. Joining me on this desk, Asarai and Black and Blue. Let's break that last game down here. What a play right there from Danawa, and honestly, a lot of other teams starting to show up. We saw good performances from Curzon, took them a while. I know I've kind of low-key been rooting for them just because of how exciting they play, but they never really found their stride here. Black and Blue, I'll go to you first. How do you think that last game went for these guys?
Well, it's been looking a lot better for these teams now that we actually were kind of rooting for earlier on during the day. I mean, yesterday, because right now, Danma, they have are almost at this now fully complete Korean lineup of everybody having chicken dinner, right? Ghibli obviously is the only team that doesn't, but I still believe that they're going to be one of the top teams when it comes to the placement points at the end of the leaderboard. They have been getting there consistently. Going for the frags, especially, even if they replacement points might end them up sometimes, like as we had during that previous game, they ended at 4th. The first game of the day, they ended at 5th. They still do get those frags to really accompany and help support them up in the leaderboard. But for the rest of the teams here, now, Danwa, yesterday, they were kind of plagued with issues, but finally able to get their stride. And it seems like a return to Erangel is just what they needed.
Yeah, might be what just the doctor ordered. And you mentioned Ghibli right there. They aren't exactly, rife with chicken dinners here. Definitely not an all-you-can-eat buffet by any means, but they are picking up like close points towards that. They're getting close. I mean, a lot of second, a lot of thirds, and definitely a lot of kills. And actually, contrary to what Ariana Grande says, sometimes, almost is sometimes enough, actually, isn't it, Asarai?
Yeah, I definitely have to agree on that point. Nice little highlight here that we're seeing, but there have been other, let's say, lesser performing teams that have caught unawares the top boys of this particular Erangel map. And I think the one to probably point out the most is MP5's aggressive push onto Afrika Freaks. We don't really see that too much, but you can see a lot of the teams now have kind of understood that their opponents, their counterparts, like to always go straight into the center, get those nice little positionings, and some of these other teams catching up on that is starting to challenge. The other casters were talking about what happens if teams do get to sniff out this type of play from Afrika Freaks. What would transpire? It seems like the challenge, the punish is always going to be there. And now, like you said, it's all topsy-turvy. There are some teams who are catching up, and I do like to see this kind of mix, especially now that we're back on Erangel.
I actually really like the way that MP5 plays. They seem to know when to back off and when to really go for things. Now they're showing a little bit more aggression when they have to, because they know they're sort of middling in terms of performance, not having a blowout of a day or anything like that, but they show that they have good tactical knowledge, whether it's calling for the right rotation, whether it's pushing into the circle or staying around at the edge of it. They seem to know what to do and how to get that information to be able to execute the plays. Now, the execution isn't always 100% there, and as you can see, they got eliminated a little bit earlier on. But if this is any sign of how MP5 will develop as a team, or even the region in terms of power, in terms of strength, this is a good sign for the rest of the Taiwan-Macau scene. Would you agree with that, Black and Blue?
Okay, apologies, I was muted. Yeah, I think it's a good sign here, and let's make no joke. MP5 coming into this, Macau, Taiwan, those type of scenes here, they weren't the teams that we were kind of looking to really make a big impact. Of course, we have to say the Korean scene is far above, the best one that we do have here, but the fact that MP5 are doing quite well, at least in these previous matches. Last match, maybe not so much. They ended up 9th. But to be fair, a lot of teams that we were kind of expecting to get further weren't doing the same. Like Kia, they ended up 8th. And, well, fortunately for Kia, they did have 10 frags, the most out of any team in that match, which will help really propel them. But, for a team like MP5, they don't normally get those high placement points. And so they are the type of team that really needs to take these fights and win them to be able to, get themselves up on the leaderboard. It just so happened that they were only able to take 4 frags during that previous match, not able to take any more on the board. That's something to be of concern, yes, but I still do believe they have, a lot of wind in their sails.
You mentioned, Danoa a little bit earlier, just the way that they were performing. The nades is something that was a hot topic for us, just how good that they are at using their utility. And it shows here. Look at this. They won the game with only 8 kills amongst each other, and sure, that's a pretty sizable amount, but that's really not the star of the show here. Danoa, so good with how they use their utility and knowing how to use that in combination with their rotation, with moving across the map. It just goes to show that these guys have such enormous potential as a team here. Do you feel like Danoa is a team that's, a little bit overlooked in the region because you have other strong teams, Asarai, just like maybe Kia and just so many others?
I think for the moment, at least for this particular tournament of ours, right, for the Predator League 2020-2021, I feel like Danoa has still yet to really truly prove themselves, because even though they were able to net that first chicken dinner for them, and like you said, they were able to use a lot of utility. I think in that final set of phases that we had, a lot of the ways for them to get that success was more of third partying, which being able to punish when 2 teams have already exhausted all options and one is a victor over the other. I think Danoa was just the one that was latest to the party, and that's why you're seeing very little amount of damage done, but a lot of translated kills. 8 kills at the very dredges of that last game definitely put Danwa into the front seat. And whether that is something that fans might like or not, it's still something that Danwa has used. But that just means that what happens when in Erangel, teams are more accustomed to the map. Maybe they were just adjusted to Miramar. Now going back into Erangel for the last time for today, that could be something that might catch Danwa, and the other teams might just adjust once again. Because Kia is still getting those kills. You can see under the leader of this pack, he was about 18, I believe, in the Miramar after that second Miramar map, but now he's like 21, and he is looking still to hold this going into this next map.
Yeah, Under definitely pulling his weight in these games here. 21 kills for him, and doesn't show any signs of stopping. The rest of the members here, look at the Simba. He's back. I mean, he fell off for quite a while. For a minute, we didn't see any members of Curzon, I think, on the leaderboard. Now that's changed. Curzon finding their form. I think it's a slow trajectory going upward. It feels like stocks here for Curzon. Sometimes it's up, sometimes it's down, and it looks like this time it's on the rise. So it's a good time to buy, I think. And if I'm an investing man that didn't invest in GameStop, maybe I would have gone for some Curzon stock, you know, because it's definitely looking a little bit better. Speaking of Curzon, look at where they ended. 46 points, and majority of that, a vast majority of that, is coming from kills. 38 kills and only 8 placement points. That's definitely got something to say about it. I mean, just really what a play from these guys. And we talked about this earlier, Black and Blue, MP5, you know, one of the teams that started off well. They were the first team to get that chicken dinner in day number 1, unable to recreate that success, but fortunately they're able to get the place points and get the kill points as well.
Yeah, I mean, as we were talking about Curzon, they are the 3rd highest fragging team right now, only 4 away from Ghibli. Should definitely be swung their way as we come into the next few maps. Map number 4 to start in a bit. And so really for Curzon, what it tells you is that these are the type of guys who want to take these fights. I think more so than any other team, they are aggressive in how they play, much similar to MP5. But as you're talking about MP5 at the end of yesterday, we did believe that they have a good chance of moving up that leaderboard. And well, hey, now they're in the top 3. They have overthrown now Africa Freaks, who are only 2 points away, both with the chicken dinner in their pocket, yes. But now Danwa Esports making a name for themselves. Ghibli, though, dude, they're at 2nd place with not a single chicken dinner yet. They've been so consistent. I think if any team you would say as the most consistent team right now, aside from Kia, it has to be Ghibli.
But they do have a fair amount of placement points. It's just not the chicken dinner. So when they do get into those final circles, that stuff adds up. It stacks. And, you know, it shows that towards the later stages of the game, they can still pick up those kills, and even though they're under a lot of pressure, they can pick up the kills. Now, however, what is surprising to me is that Africa Freaks aren't doing as well as we initially thought. Because for me, when I look at them and how they play the games, it seems like they're always doing well. They're getting the kills, they're placing relatively decently, but the truth of the matter is they're 20 points behind Ghibli, and that's not something to laugh about. Asteroid, 20 points. How did they make this up in the remaining games?
Just because some of, maybe at least to put as an example for Africa Freaks, they, again, for just going to the play style that they've done on Miramar, they've been a bit more advanced. They've been spreading themselves out a bit more, and it's allowed them to get that information that they need to work the map. But since Erangel is a different type of beast here that teams have to deal with, it seems like Africa Freaks are having some difficulties with getting that information that they need to start working. And maybe it's because as well that they transitioned earlier than any other team on the Miramar maps, that in Erangel, it just doesn't work because teams are so active. And since there aren't really big areas that you have to loot long and hard in Erangel, you can just like do quick loots and start moving. That might be catching Africa Freaks off guard here. And it seems like Ghibli are just the one team to understand that a bit better, and that's why they're getting the 20 points. They just know how to work these maps so adaptively well, and Africa Freaks are lagging behind.
Agree. Africa Freaks definitely need to come up with a little bit of a better performance in the remaining games that they have here. We have a couple more for you guys by the end of the day. And it's nowhere near done here. I mean, we're going to be seeing Erangel yet again, and I think maybe I think we're going to be seeing 2 Erangels at the end of it. I mean, I know you're supposed to play a Miramar after it, but I'm not 100% sure how that's going to go. But regardless, it's going to be interesting because Erangel is the turf that everybody's very, very familiar with. And we've said this a million times before. If they can keep that pace up, if Ghibli can do well on, you know, Erangel, then we might see the trend continue all the way up to Miramar. Now, I'll pass this on to you, Black and Blue. We got a couple games looking... we got a couple games here still to go. Are there any teams in particular you think might surprise you along the way here in Erangel?
I mean, we saw a while ago that kind of like the Japanese teams are doing quite better on Miramar, and so I kind of assume that they might struggle once more as we go back into Erangel. But for as your question, the teams that might be propelled up once again, dude, I'm just hoping for some of these teams who kind of had a real struggle getting into things, getting into the feel of things throughout the whole day yesterday, and then now, such as Venus, such as Yuda, some as M88, they're the type of teams that I really want to be able to really show what they've got and bring their stuff here as we move into the next map.
Well, you heard it right there from the man himself, Black and Blue and Asura, your panel, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Illustrato, but that's enough for us on the panel right now. It's time for us to bring you guys to the caster desk. So, people, casters on desk, what you got?
Don't worry, we'll save you, friend. We are back, getting into Erangel once again. And good times abound here. Damwon Kia obviously set up towards the top. But I think when you come into the tournament here, Richard, look at actually how the standings have sat out. I don't think a lot of people would have banked on MP5 to be doing quite as well as they are, but I think this roster, as we mentioned in the previous game, is looking fantastic right now.
Certainly, and we needed someone really to kind of step up to that boundaries and show the Korean teams what other regions are made of as well. Like we know this was a very, very strong region respectively coming out of it all, but to see someone else step up to the challenge, I'm totally fine with this one. Again, we keep kind of touching on the same subject, but it is worth noting that is, even though we've come off the back of a world championship, this is the beginning of the season. If you can claim victory in what essentially is a grand finals, it's a good start to that season. Even if you don't win it, you can still get up to those upper echelons of top 3, top 4 against what is kind of some of the best teams in the world. If you really want to put it up against them, like I'd be more than happy for it. So yeah, the desk mentioned it as well. Whether or not we can see anyone else really break that bracket's a different question altogether, because I think once today is all said and done, we are going to start seeing a very, very vast disparity. It's already beginning to show signs of life now on the leaderboard, but that, you know, top 5, top 6 pack is going to just excel. They're just going to extend their arm's reach away from the rest of everyone else down the lower ends of the table, and then we're into very uneven grounds. We don't know how things are going to go on, and we have to see. It won't be a matter of people doing well at that point. It's about seeing some of the Korean teams and 4 of the other ones up the top end fail and go out early to allow those downstairs to be able to pick it up a little bit more.
Definitely so. Let's get into it then. It is our penultimate match of the day, as we will be getting into Erangel once again. Here comes the drop. Let's see where people are going to be heading. As for Team Curson, sometimes they've been going to Severny in some of their past few months. However, they're not going to be going that way, knowing that it's pretty heavily rivaled in this lobby at the moment. So the drop goes down and they'll be heading to their usual spots to start things off.
This guy's going to have contact.
Top of it from the north all the way down to the south. Pretty open flight path for everyone who wants to take some sort of home turf. Easy for them. Again, with this kind of one, we shouldn't expect anything too weird or wonderful, to be honest. Everyone should be able to get to home territory. Sosnovka's open for the taking if someone like MP5 just wants to go over there and jump on it and take it for their own. But ultimately, with something like that, I mean, I suppose it does touch the edge of Sosnovka. We all kind of wonder, all right, we're going to get some kind of a southern circle. We're going to look towards military. It's more when we get that probably left to right or right to left style of flight path. Anything else for now, it should be steady away. It's all fully open. We're just waiting on the circle, see where it goes and see where we're going to.
And we have 3 teams in Severny, which I did not expect at all, but here we are. We have previously had only JDI there, and now all of a sudden Fighting Bees as well are going to be joining the fight up towards the top. And PSTR.
JDI, see it. You say a full 3-man stack, 3 teams altogether. simultaneously, everyone straight out of the plane and flight path. This is where we came from. This is where we're going to be starting it. We do have VG in the distance as well, so it's something to keep note of. Whether or not Candy can see into this and call the rest of the team in and want a third party, there's opportunity to do so. Like, it's kind of scary to think that instantly we could be seeing 2-3 teams just bowing out early, if not at least damaging one another.
This could be the most glorious VG recovery of all time, Rich. Hear me out, all right? All the teams in Severny trash each other. VG rolls in for the final kills. I'm seeing it in my mind's eye.
It's been predicted.
That's it.
Is this how it's written? Is this the story, James?
That's Kale Stradamus right there.
There's another important thing about this one, right? Okay. I was going to say the shotgun might come out, but it's instantly just answered by a shotgun itself. The 6.86 just puts one of the M88 players dead to rights. I'm looking for this one down player. Where's the rest of his team? Is that even revivable at this stage? Is he... No, so 3 of them are boxed in. To make things more interesting, Jeff Locker's just running Rex over in the kill feed. Why the hell not? Zanyu. Not going to flush. No chance for resuscitation whatsoever. Spots Kane as well. Jeff Locker still on the push. Hamburger down. I'm going to say down but not out, but still finishes that also. So it's for the start of the game, James, I'm going to be honest, it's kind of busy.
It is indeed. Yeah, for some reason, YDA split was like 1 mansion, there were 3 prison, and Danoa just rocked up to that and took the fight straight to them. And that's why we're seeing that go down. Meanwhile, this will continue on. I mean, technically, this Severny deadlock could last a while, and you get into the space of Pyrrhic damage. What do I mean by that? Well, basically nobody wins. You know what I mean? Like, they do so much damage towards each other, and then that causes them problems getting into the circle later down the line.
Brief pause for the Fighting Bees as they hear all these shots onwards of 2 teams going toe-to-toe against the side of the road. They just got to be careful they don't fall into the trap here of getting caught out in the open. I mean, for them, there's some points to be had here, you know, well, at least one or 2 points to be had potentially,
yeah,
depending on how it goes down. It's not easy given that there are actually the numbers that are in play. It's more so how many teams from different angles. JDI more difficult given that they're in the mix of 4 players of PSTI. Ultimately, it's just a little bit messy. Like, there's no real way of cutting anything too intensive with this one. It's just a bit of a bloodbath to start the game.
Yeah. Extended mag on a Vector makes me a very happy boy. I like that in these close combat situations. I know that a lot of people will prefer their ARs, but sometimes that little Vector with an extended mag can kick. Booleang as well, looking for an opportunity from the high ground here for Predator shoot to Taerong. And I mean, I don't mind what Fighting Bees is doing. They're sweeping as a 4. I think they probably know that, you know, Nox have gone along either side here and there. And that we will see a little trade going down. Booleang gets himself Iononyx. Kane on towards Booleang. The trade goes down. And actually the flush as well. JDI trying to find a recoverable position, but Kane is all alone at this point. I don't know if he can get Iononyx from this position.
I want to know if Fighting Bees have really shown their presence here. Like, does anyone, if you these 2 teams and you're getting shot at, if you don't see them in the kill feed, you wouldn't really anticipate it. Well, I suppose it depends how messy it's been, how much information have you been garnering, how many players have you been counting and making note. Like, I'd be really confused if I saw a full team moving from left to right as a full roster. I'd be like, well, have they now bailed on this? Is that, you know, and then it comes into fold and comes into vision that it is somebody else. Iononyx, unfortunately, will bleed out. JDI have just paid with their lives on this 3-team split. Good tag on the second player as well, I must say. He's going to go for the... Oh, I thought he was going to re-peek it.
There's actually a scary bit of gear to have 6 times with an SLR here, considering everybody else is kind of working with a bit of scraps. I see a Kar 98 with a scope there on Neoxy, but not going to be able to get use of it. Kane, another spray through the windows. And I don't know, if I'm Kane, I kind of feel like I just bail here, just run east.
I don't know if you can, though. I think that's kind of what's more concerning. It's, I don't know if you get away with it. If they've got range and they have the scopes, if they've got someone on that back set of buildings, then really there's no escaping it. It might even be a point of, is there any point? Shall I just try and ruin players' days here? You know, just be a nuisance and kick them out of it. There's a lot of questions that we could ask and raise. And like you say, maybe just bailing away from it to try and survive another day is an option. None of these players are inside the circle, so that's not really the worst shout in the world to be able to do that. If you could somehow wrap and grab a... Oh, that's a beautiful spray. I like that.
Love it. The Vector, it actually, honestly, in these situations, it's very, very nice. Especially with the extended, and that makes it a gun in its own. PSTR finding more push on towards this. Fighting Bees having a really, really tough time about it. They have been sat in this building for quite a while, and they've been pushed on extremely well by PSTR to be able to not only kind of cover that ground and then be able to bring the fight to them. Can't see through that smoke. Do not be fooled by the observer tools. But he sees him across. Oh, Harry. Oh, Vector Legend gets another one.
Oh, mutual destruction across the board. JDI is eliminated. First team drops. 16th position, rather unfortunate. Predator just afterwards as well. Fighting Bees going down in 15th. Get the damage done, and ultimately now the Severny ending is running its course. VG still lingering the distance of that. Do not be fooled. They're all together and they're all on the edge of the circle waiting for those teams to potentially try and make some sort of an entrance point. You could gatekeep, you could bottleneck. The opportunities are there. Whether or not the understanding of where the teams are going to be and where they're going to be coming from, that's a different question altogether, and you need to just kind of look beyond what's in front of you and what will be coming from behind as well if you've been tracking players dropping outside of the plane and so on and so forth. Danawa, I see setting up around Yasnaya. That is a belter of a shot. Hansia answers the call as the vehicle turns up. Curson eliminated also. MP5, James, and this is the team to really kind of crack that top three, and then thus far they're looking solid.
Yeah, and especially taking out Curson this early as well. Curson is a team that I think for me, they were mentioning on the desk as well, 38 kills but 8 placement points. That is nuts. Simba with 18 of those kills, currently second in terms of the entire lobby right now. I think if Curson actually kind of tightens the bolts and starts getting placement points on the board, they could easily be top 3 in this tournament, which would be fantastic for them, considering the names that are at the very top. As Wesker takes down Hansia here. Hansia, he has Roha with him in this compound, but I don't know if he's going to be able to crack the nut that is Shinobi down in this position as well with Wesker. This is a good little strong few members here of Rascal Jester, who could quite easily bring the fight to Roha, who hasn't been super impactful for Africa Freaks. He is the usual substitute for them over Akkad, who is either, just taking a moment out here, or I'm not quite sure, but yeah, we'll see how that goes.
I think in the previous one we said that was in the ladder round Freaks' lowest placement. This could be almost the same, to be honest, and jumping it once again, and this really would be outside the top 10. No points on placement whatsoever, and very little frags to answer back on. Owen's doing whatever he can, but ultimately as it comes around the corner, I think that should be... I mean, if he opens the door, there is potential for the res. Gabba might even want to just try and deny it. Nope, never mind. Shin comes in. That's a molly. Gets the job done, and now the push begins. To take a Freaks out this early on would be a fantastic show of strength for Rascal Jester, but it's still a freak of freaks. Any given day of the week, one of these players can just turn it. It's how clean you keep this push. It's not the most easiest of one in the world, but certainly you can use the stairway to your advantage. You can use it as a bottleneck. You can even just jump out of the windows and have a crack at them, but that preemptive molly is absolutely beautiful. They read it like a book, and they do win the compound.
Yeah, the retreat going on. The wolves are at the door, and they were hunting you. And unfortunately, not to be. It was a nice attempt, actually, from Roha. Nice little spray coming down on towards that garage door, but not to be. Rascal Jester with a brilliant little shutdown there. And for their troubles, they actually get a pretty decent compound if they want to sit there. Sometimes you see kind of the spread 2-2 across the road towards the east as well. And if they actually did do that, there is a crate that's dropping right next to that compound, which won't be too bad at all. And considering Danawa actually just drove straight past them on the rotation to go towards farm instead of kind of take that fight there. Rascal Jester has a lot of room to play with now. Brilliant stuff. That's interesting.
Look, it's just...
That's how I drive.
It's style points, right? Well, I mean, I reckon your car's probably got more traction than that thing, to be honest with you. My car's probably got about as much traction as that, but we'll roll with it.
Okay, well, in real life, let me tell you how I drive. And the answer is recklessly. But don't tell anyone else, apart from maybe the people watching. In-game, I think you know full well, I have recently crashed into a few rocks. And maybe crashed into an entire team and we died subsequently.
Look, this is why I just stay in the air. Get the gliders, stay in the air. Everything is fine. Everything is absolutely fine.
I still want the gliders in competitive. I don't think they'd be game-breaking. I think they'd be a lot of fun because you can only fit 2 people in them, right? If a team really wanted to fully commit, you'd have to find 2 gliders. That's ridiculous. Like... it would be so much fun.
I can just imagine just like someone's looting Zaki and they get a milli-circle ending. It's like, right, gliders, go.
Yeah.
Straight across. The biggest and best rotor ever. Just throwing mollies out the window across the bridge as someone's trying to camp it like...
I think at pro level as well, you'd be a sitting, like for some teams that can really shoot, you'd be a sitting duck, right? So there's a lot of risk involved in it as well to a certain degree, but anyway.
They won't last 2 minutes, but it'd be fun at least. Those 2 minutes of fun would be fine.
Yeah.
All right, we'll go back to this then. Yep. 40-second circle closing in. Everyone's starting to force the rotate. Need to find a home position here. We'll see where we're going with the next one as phase 3 is almost ended. E36 up towards the Hall of Champions. Just kind of going to skirt by it all. Excuse me, it's not even a Hall of... Is it? Yes, no, yes, no. Yes, it is.
We'll get there eventually,
I'm lying. Yep, I'll get there eventually as well. I'm thinking it's somewhere Yasnaya, but it's not. It's all the way down to the southern side of it, with Kia also pulling in. There'll be a few more teams that are up there towards that neck of the woods. That's on the northwest side, if I'm not mistaken. Giblet, Residency, perfect position. Absolutely perfect. Smack bang opposite Rascal Jester, so you will have the road that's cutting half by the 2 priority compounds. These are really good positions to hold now. This current circle with the next one updating, when we'll show you can see how it pops, see where it is exactly, but ultimately, these 2 points here are going to be absolute strongholds.
Yeah, definitely so. There's the one thing that can be a slight weakness sometimes is if Rascal Jester gets pushed from that high ground, kind of northwest of them, by a big crash, for example. But beyond that, I mean, it's rare that happens in this situation. And the compound that Ghibli took up residency in was that kind of 2-2 split that I was theorizing a little bit before. But of course, if they had taken that 2-2 split now, Ghibli securing... I mean, when you 2-2 split like that, when the circle pops, you arguably get back together as 3 or 4, right? Anyway, so... You don't want to be spread too thin, which we have seen some teams fall victim to in this tournament as well.
Quick check in, see if anyone's lingering around the shark fin area. I'm okay with this. Danawa probably lost Jeff Locker, so you don't want to just go too hard up against down 1 Kia because that becomes a real problematic situation. Now, I know they won't know, but at least we know that down 1 Kia is in a weakened state at the moment because they're trying to best guess where this next circle's going to be. So the full 4-man team will not be directly in front of Salute. Same principle could go for the rest of his team. Danawa also not in a very priority stable position to try and take some kind of a fight. PSTR, time to get a wriggle on and get towards the center side of it. You're not going to go too far into this one, given Rascal Jester and Ghibli's position. You don't want to go towards the middle. There's nowhere else to go. You can try and take the roadsides, but ultimately you've got Danawa Kia between the farm and the smaller compounds just towards the ticket booth. They'll keep full control of that. Another player from BG will fall to the blue, rather unfortunately. Finally, contact has been made. M8T8 now spotting Detonation Gaming White up on the hillside.
Yeah, and with that circle closing once again, we have a lot of open area in these circles. I feel like, as you were saying with Damron Kia, they were looking for a spot to take up residency in, but they just can't really find one exactly that they want. And now that the circle has kind of shifted hard northeast from their position, it makes the Ghibli position, the Rascal Jester position, even the E36 position a lot stronger. I liked the wraparound that we saw from E36. Rascal Jester is now moving. Even though their compound was in the circle, bear in mind, they do not want to be playing edge, it seems. So we're going to try and find a little bit more of a stronger spot up in the hills where it's not as open. When they have their cars, most importantly, because if you lose tires from teams coming in from the west or something like that, it's going to be a rough spot. Get picked out. Ugh.
I mean, this is just edge of circle, so if you can remove the Harry Potter, remove the place, and even get a knock onto it, it's a really good point that they can use as a backbone to try and move forward. It's not a great area. I don't really like using the Harry Potters in this kind of terrain just because the hillsides are always against, like, oh, okay, I've got, you know, a small level of elevation I can hide between, but ultimately, once you're in there, people just nade the living hell out of them, you're dead. People upside the hill and you're trying to hide away in the upper side of it, you're dead. People come from below, you're dead. It's something, right? I mean, think back to Prison. How many times have we seen teams try and make a last stand towards the little Harry Potter tower that's the left-hand side of the bottom of Prison and ultimately just die because of that position? They used to be really, really good. But now the terrain just these ones in particular, the terrain works completely against them. You can use it as a stepping stone, but not much else.
And Damwon Kia just takes up Rascal Jester's previous compound. They're like, well, we had nothing. We'll happily take the edge position. M88 yeah, having a bit of a rough time of it as we see Ghibli here still very poised in a brilliant spot right now, all things considered. They can shoot a lot of stuff. Damwon Kia bringing the fight here to anybody on the rotation, trying to find some shots here onto PSTR, who are hoping for a little bit of a spot wherever they might find it. But I think they're going to run into the rest of Damwon Kia just beyond where Soul is and probably die off from that position onwards.
And to force 36, 2-2 split. Danawar out towards the blue. They can hold this point, hold this position now, and just keep them at arm's distance. Not a problem whatsoever. Detonation Gaming White also not fully inside the circle just yet. And you can see all the Damwon Kia players are just fixated and focused on stopping DGW's advancement. Gukuri and Malofo, last two players that need to try and make something happen. Kia will just reposition themselves for all but a moment. Where they go, I don't know. I mean, shelter is, I think it's too far up against the edge. They might just try and hit the middles like that little bevel stroke hill, unless they're going for the towers. If they're going for the towers, it's something. Can it support a full four-man roster?
Play.
I don't know.
I don't know. They're still going to have to displace Ghibli, right? That's the most important part. And trying to do that can be difficult, fraught with danger. Here come the shots. Ada knows exactly where they are. So whilst Ghibli will have a lot of windows to play with, it's very simple. Oh, jeez Louise. Oh, my God. Xiongjiang and Under wrecking Rascal Jester. Go back to the courts. That was... You're going to have to entertain the king somewhere else, boys.
10 out of 10, James. 10 out of 10. The pun use is phenomenal. DGW, time to go. Nothing else you can really do. Might be the same fate as Damwon Kia, ultimately. Turning up to these little shacks this late in the game. You can see the kill feed is already just completely on fire. Everyone trying to make a very much of a last stand of it and pick up any points. Salute, good response onto Sylphia. Down but not out. The rest of them will work their way towards this one, but unfortunately the player is upstairs. So provided they have the nades to deal with it, and they do. Danawar is eliminated. That is a very rapid response.
Very quick indeed. E36, they've been playing that east side very nicely. The wraparound from there to be able to just have that kind of higher ground position and work down from there. Pretty good indeed. Still Ghibli, though. Priority compound very much seized by them. They're just laying shots down on everyone. They haven't quite got themselves any kill points just yet off the back of it. But still, they know where their threats linger. And their threats are in, again, very isolated positions. You hold this angle, means you're dealing with 3 locations where Damwon Kia could quite easily peek. The bottom window, top window, and then if they're really feeling cheeky, that outside right angle. But Are Kia going to even try that? Probably not, because they know that there's going to be teams on the uphill.
All right, 20 seconds or 20, 25 near enough. We'll see our final circle of where this could change everything. Who's going to be favorable, who's going to be not. Ultimately, with only 5 teams left, it'll kind of spell disaster. Kia's still in this one, Ghibli still in this one. All the teams up towards the top end. Freak of Freaks, again, another bit of a rough round has cost them that 4th position. DGW with an arm's reach now, been able to jump them into the top 4, and we said it wasn't really about the top 2 teams, excuse me, everyone else below them performing, but mainly the top teams underperforming. With 2 bad games for Freaks, that opens it up. Ooh. Circle, card shifts. Okay, we go all the way to the western side. Ghibli, Kia. Kia can probably hold put, to be fair. I wouldn't take my chances driving out at this point. Just given, if we think about Ghibli's position, they're going to have that entire embankment covered. This now folds into Destination Gaming White, Sun Sister, and E36, basically battering each other for the north.
Yeah, that roll down the hill is so open from the east to west. Oh, it's going to be a little bit scary. Damwon Kia, if they can make it out of this position and somehow get themselves a win off this, they've worked miracles. Likewise, E36, I think their plan right now might end up being wrapping around to the north, trying to somehow deal with Sun Sister and then coming in from that angle. Because I don't know how you come in against where Damwon Kia and Studio Ghibli. Jeez Louise, I've done it. Ghibli. No. I just like anime, all right? I just like Spirited Away, Princess Mononoke, and Ghibli, the Korean team.
Well, they're into the top 4, and away we go. They've got 4 players standing as well. E36, time to make a bit of a stand here. Jump themselves into that top half of the table. Sun Sister Gaming is weakened. It's only by 1 player, and it's a knock. It's not a complete flush just yet. With Sophia actually moving on to Poly, that makes things a little bit more difficult. I can already see attacks come in onto the back while they are undergoing the resuscitation. Whether or not they take these vehicles and just send it to them. Poly, probably a bridge too far at this point to be able to get back on his feet. Crazy Sam, lock and load, because this is going to be a nasty, nasty aggro push. Still, Kia holds its feet, and that's totally fine. You can't do anything with Ghibli staring at you. You have to hope for some kind of circle in order to force them first and force them out into the open. Bar that. Oh, okay. Up against the tree and melt it down. I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Sun Sister pushed on Detonation Gaming White. Brilliant little push from them. But E36 did what we were explaining before. They wrapped around to the north. They, luckily for them, almost, Sun Sister took the fight onto Detonation Gaming White, which they had to push due to the way the circle was eventually going to fall down. But E36 now going to be on this fight. How well is it going to work? They've still got themselves the cars. Very important to have that extra little bit of cover alongside these trees as well. Satu doesn't quite have the angles, the line of sight, but Satu is also effectively the linchpin to make sure that Damwon Kia is not going to be pushing onto them as well. So he is acting as an extreme opportunity for information, aside from maybe a different angle, whilst the rest of E36 tries to wrap around on Sun Sister.
Well, no one's inside the middle now. Everybody is forced to move. I mean, for Ghibli, they could try and keep the backside of the building that they're withstanding, but I wouldn't like to. I'd like to see a few players just flex off the back of this and try and work their way down that hillside, maybe onto the road. It's just whether or not they think it's worth it, because they may lose players against Sun Sister. Sun Sister can only come forward. It's kind of the simultaneous angle that we're looking at from their position. Try and wrap down and keep on this defilade side just up against it. You could use this to your advantage if you've got any vehicles left, even if they're down on wheels. Just use it for some sort of hard cover. My word, Wicked, literally the smallest of angles in the world, and he still starts to tank them up. You can already see Spear is starting to push out ever so slowly. Not too much, don't want to fight away too much that he can't handle. Satu still putting the punishment and the pain onto the side. Team does try to advance forward. It's kind of on me for Ghibli. Like, where's Ghibli's last stand here? How do they deal with Sun Sister first to be able to get some sort of movement?
I think cars might end up being very important towards the end of this, because again, everybody being edge right now speaks to how barren the middle of this circle is, and then depending on where the next circle goes, it could be just an absolute bloodbath. I mean, it will be a bloodbath, but circles could be very important. Sorry, cars could still be very important cover. Ghibli still has the best position regardless, though, because they can, as you say, still have a little bit of that building. They're getting pot shots now off towards Sun Sister. Very easy pickings for them. Even the blue going to be tanked here by Sun Sister as well. They're stuck between a rock and a hard place. It is difficult for them to find a spot. Sun Sister is going to be going out in fourth here unless they make a miracle happen.
It's scary to think that this just plays into the hands of Damwonkia and Ghibli. Like, it's getting 4 points in their bag. It's extending their lead even further. It's ridiculous how many times we're seeing these two teams in the top two continuously over and over again. A little bit of damage comes out from the side of E36. Maybe throws something into the wind of it with the follow-up nade as well. Oh, actually, excuse me. That's the knock with the nade in hand, so that flushed him instantly. Kia's actually been punished here.
Yeah, this comes back to what you were saying about this Wizard Tower the entire game long. Now, not only, is it kind of a restricting place to play from, yes, it gives you a little bit of fortification throughout this game to keep yourself alive, but now having to come out of it, Ghibli was in a great spot. They know Sun Sister's dead. They're rotating over towards their cars to try and find a better angle on these two teams fighting one another as E36 and Damwonkia trade shots. This is brilliant from Ghibli. I love the move that they have made here just to find these angles and try and put them to rest.
Yeah, this is potentially a game-winning angle. We did say we need to see some sort of a flex out. Maybe the side of the road could be that play. It absolutely is. It's paying dividends right now. Look at the kill feed. Ghibli is all over this. And under is the last man standing, and ultimately might just give it up to the blue. There's no point in giving the next best team below them any more points than they absolutely need. The winner goes towards Ghibli. And that is going to make things very interesting towards the top side of the table, with the top two still in hard contention, James. This is a bit of a game on his hands.
That's right. Miyazaki be proud. Ghibli gets themselves the victory, and they were the only Korean team without a chicken dinner. Now they've been able to put that on the board, and in glorious fashion as well. It can be all too easy, I think, Rich, when it comes to a compound like that, and you have teams fighting on your right-hand side. Like, do we just sit here? Do we just kind of all peek out at the same time and try and take that fight along that angle? But no, trying to just send the rotation. And it was important for them to know, of course, that Sun Sister was the team over there that was eliminated. That opens up that area as well. Very nice by Ghibli here to be able to establish themselves that position at the end.
Yeah, I like the end of it, just to be able to use that roadside to their own advantage, set the vehicles. You said the vehicles would play an important factor, what they absolutely did. Again, with E36, it was still quite a valiant last show, a valiant last attempt, and they did a hell of a lot of damage, probably more so than what Damwonkia anticipated to do so. But ultimately, where the blue was, they were pinned up against it. There's nowhere else to go. You could have maybe, just maybe, tried to wrap to their left-hand side and then go past the garages where Ghibli was stationary, just because they weren't there anymore. But ultimately, that's just denied by E36. With the grenades that come through, with the knocks that come through, it just halts any show of force.
I've got to say, though, as well, E36 played a blinder of a game, considering that how they were moving and taking the fight to, firstly, Sun Sister, and then knowing that they had to deal with Damwonkia on the backside of them. But, it's all for naught when Ghibli's playing that well. But for now, we're going to go to a short break, ladies and gents, and when we return, we actually have one more game left here. We'll be heading to the panel to see what they think about this game.
The Helios 300 is the ideal laptop if you enjoy high-octane gameplay, mobility, and a machine filled to the brim with plenty of top-tier components, all aimed at the same goal: pure gaming glory. At the helm of Helios is the high-speed display. The color-rich IPS screen is 15.6 inches and has a 240 Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond overdrive response time. With a high refresh, frame rate will be smooth with no tearing, as long as you keep that frame rate high. High frame rate requires high-performing hardware, which, thankfully, there is plenty of. At the top of that list is the latest 6-core, 12-thread 10th Gen Intel Core i7 mobile processor and GeForce RTX 2070 with Max-Q design. You can also deck out the Helios 300 with up to 32 gigabytes of DDR4 2933 MHz RAM, dual 1TB PCIe NVMe SSDs in RAID 0, and a 2TB hard drive for everything else. With Predator, we always put cooling first. With the 2020 model, we've added intakes to the top of the base to increase airflow, while continuing to include the most critical component, our 4th Gen Aeroblade 3D fans. Custom engineered, these fans have been built to maximize airflow while reducing overall noise, made possible through their bionic-inspired design. Some prefer to use their laptops as a mobile desktop replacement, so all the ports, such as Mini DP, HDMI 2.0, 3 USB 3.2 ports, and 1 USB Type-C, should give you plenty of access to your displays, gadgets, and more. Looking down from the display, we have the 4-zone RGB keyboard with a few custom keys to take note of, Turbo, so you can overclock with a single press, and Predator Sense, giving you immediate access to our utility app where you can adjust fan speed, overclock, monitor temperatures, and many other useful functions. And that, in a nutshell, is the Helios 300. And if you want to know more, just check the links below. From all of us here at Predator, good game.
Welcome back, guys. It is the Predator League 2021 here Finally, after ages of waiting, we see Ghibli take a chicken dinner, and this should skyrocket their chances. Wouldn't be surprised to see them at the very tippy top of the scoreboard. Big smile on all of our faces as we finally get our horses in the race that we need them to be in, finally get them up there. A lot of us were talking about Ghibli. We talked about them yesterday. I know a couple of our other casters as well did mention them. Nico, you actually brought them up, I think, first. That they're one of the kind of resident sleepers in this tournament. How are you feeling that they finally got a win?
It's about dang time, man. I mean, at the very start of yesterday, even before our first match, I was telling you guys that I really feel like Ghibli, it's their time to shine. Damwon, these other Korean teams, Africa Freaks, they've had their time in the limelight. But today, this time here in the APAC, Asia, Predator League, I believe it's going to be the Ghibli show. And as we tally up the points at the end of the day, I don't doubt that they have to be in that top 2 stage at the very least. Although, I still do believe we've got something to go more, and that could definitely change.
It definitely seems a little bit underwhelming when your team plays so well and you never get a chicken dinner. I mean, sure, it's a little bit like bragging rights, like, hey, okay, we didn't need to get a chicken dinner to win this tournament because we just killed everybody. But it doesn't feel complete. It doesn't feel like you are actually able to consummate that victory, so to speak, here. But, a team that has sort of struggled, and Asteroid, we talked about this too, Africa Freaks, that we hoped that they would do better in this game, just didn't happen. They got knocked out 12th. Very, very early on, and that just is going to bring their score much further down. They were 3rd at the very start of this game. Wouldn't be surprised to see them all the way down in 5th and 6th.
Yeah, they talk about how I was really impressed with how Africa were able to kind of adapt and read their opponents. But I think that only lasted them for so long at the start of this second day. And it kind of goes to show, right? You saw it, you said it already. They started strong, but then they just fell off one after the other. Maybe it's the transition into the Erangel map where we saw them just really struggle up against multiple teams here and not knowing how to fight. Maybe it's EJ just being on a bad day, but in the end, Studio or Ghibli here just able to just get the one up off of them multiple times. And I think these other teams also are making it very difficult for at least Africa to wiggle their way to a victory, just because I don't think Africa are privy, or rather, how to say this, ready for the challenge that these other teams are. Maybe they're looking forward to always fighting Ghibli or Kia in the sense, but when it's someone else, they're just not prepared for it.
Yeah, I agree. It feels like they just got their number right there, but in the end, they were able to scrap it together here. Ghibli, Renba, a couple good performances here. They actually got the number of Kia, and you said they're unable to find their form. Before this, I think they were, right there at the top, but after this victory, it could go either way. I'm not even going to bother to predict what the scoreboard is going to look like, not just because I'm awful at math, but because of the fact that the score lines are just so damn close at this point, and we're actually starting to see teams that are on the 3rd spot, around the 4th spot, who were kind of middling, hanging around there, kind of just floating by, now actually start to pick up the pace because of what happened after we saw Africa Freaks drop very, very early. This could be anyone's ball game, Black and Blue.
Yeah, it really could. And speaking of anybody's ball game, it has actually been turning up for quite a few teams here. We saw on that previous match that E36, they are finally getting their footing. Yesterday, it was such a hard struggle for them to even get very deep, but now they placed in the top 5 twice. I mean, they're 3rd place here in that previous match, and really for the Japanese teams, seems like as the days go on, so does the steam in their cauldron. It does get hotter and hotter for them, and I like what I'm seeing from E36. I don't know if it's going to be enough to get them into the top 5 at the end of the day, but yeah, at least for the Japanese teams, things are looking better for their scene. Now, Kia, what can we say, dude? They're 2nd place once more. These guys are almost always, in the top 3 or 4 of every game at the end of things, and so they have been by far the most dominant team. I will say Ghibli are consistent, yes, but I think, Kia, they have just been so dominant. But Ghibli, it's their show this time. They are able to get that chicken dinner finally that has been so elusive. It's been really escaping them time and time again. I think there were like, 2-3 maps now where they ended up on 2nd place.
Yeah.
And finally, Ghibli, this is their show.
I feel like that, Ghibli, they've been capitalizing on the fact that Kia haven't been able to really truly dominate the server. They haven't been able to pick up a lot of convincing wins. Sure, they stumble here and there, Ghibli, but whenever it's time to really get down and dirty, Ghibli seem to know what it takes to survive, to thrive, and just to be alive at the very end of it all. And now Kia, however, they're struggling to find footing in the previous game here. Sure, they got decent placing, but it's definitely a far cry from the dominance that we've seen them play yesterday. And this is just I think because that happened, it's a good thing for other teams to step in and sort of do really, really well here. Just like Kursan, when we talked about them, they were performing quite decently at the very start. Now they're ramping up. They got a buttload of kills, and I think we're starting to see more of them come back here. Simba still on 18, as you can see. The top Predators right now, we've got Under still at the very top with 22. We got Lambu right behind him, 19 kills. Simba right behind. EJ's falling off a tiny bit, but for the first time, I think, no, sorry, the second time that we're seeing this, Songjang finally making his way into the leaderboards. What do you think of our overall performance here, Asarai?
Just wanted to point out at the start of that, Under by Kia, before this last game, he was 21 kills. Even if he's first, again, you can see that there's a lot more difference to how much he's racked up at the start of this day to now nearing the end, where he's only produced one. Lambu has been consistently getting those. It might have been just because Ghibli were just biding their time. They know it's a prolonged series. All they got to do is kind of figure out what's happening around the map, try to understand the rotations of the teams, and then strike hard and strike fast so that they can just go in back to the shadows and catch teams a lot more off guard. And it's working at the moment. He's the only one who has 19, I think the highest among the Ghibli members, but it matters because, again, they've been incredibly consistent. A lot of more of these teams that we've seen, again, from Kia, from Africa Freaks, they explode in a lot of maps, but then on some, they're extremely cold, and it seems like it's caught up to them already. The lag behind on Africa Freaks and as well as the ones underneath, 56 points, and they haven't really budged ever since, I think, the end of our second Miramar map.
There you have it, guys. Ghibli at the very top. We're finally seeing them dominate the scoreboard. Who could have predicted this? Certainly not me. We expected teams like Danhua to do a little bit better than this. No surprises that Kia is up there in the top. It is an 8-point differential, however, but I want you to know this, guys, in the audience. The score, the difference in score between first and third is massive. It's just this crevasse that I don't know how people are going to fill. MP5, sure, they're picking up steam, they're doing a little bit better, but 40 points to come back from, this is almost an insurmountable task with the amount of games that we have left. Sure, we have a day left for this region, and I just don't know. MP5, they're going to have to come up with a miracle if they want to take this right now, wouldn't you say, Black and Blue?
Yeah, it's actually 23 points. Specifically there, MP5 between them and Kia, that's a lot to deal with. I mean, you can see that chicken dinners don't mean everything at the end of the game. Rascal Jester, they have a chicken dinner in their pocket, but they've only at number 10 right now. And so for other teams, like, for example, Danhua getting their first chicken dinner today, they ended yesterday at 9th. They're now at 7th, and they're only 4 points away from overtaking Team Curzon, who, while we're playing pretty well, in general throughout for most of the maps, ending up on maybe 6th, 7th, 5th, maybe if they're good, if they're lucky, if you're feeling a good day. Those other teams like Danhua do have a chance to make the to really retaliate and catch on up here and maybe even take the 3rd or 4th slot. But right now, it's just Kia and Ghibli are at such a different island from everybody else. Like, they're 30 points away from everybody else. It just seems a bit too hard to digest, I guess, for the teams right now. MP5, they've been doing good, but man, I'm telling you, it seems like a struggle to really dethrone the top 2 right now.
If there's anything that you and I and the people on this panel at least have learned from this tournament, is that the scene is at least no longer heavily dominated by the Korean side. There are a lot of teams that are showing up, the Macau teams, the Taiwan teams. They're making a name for themselves, and honestly, quite refreshing to see here. And the Japanese teams as well. Fantastic stuff showing up, but I mean, granted, the top spots still are Korean mostly, but it's not a landslide by any. The margin isn't that great that, you know, they're going to be completely blown out of the water every time when they're on the same server. We still have teams like MP5 that are coming in that do make an interesting appearance here and there, but just the amount of consistency that these Korean teams have, it seems like they have these locked down to, you know, what appears to be a science in Asarai.
Yeah, and I mean, right now they're not sharing any of the secrets to the other teams because considering the contrast or the comparison from the scoreboard after round 7 to the scoreboard after round, or rather after round 8 to round 7, Ghibli and Kia are the ones to always stick with around 20 points above everybody else. I think the only one who's really gone above, at least in the past couple of maps, would probably be Sun Sister, because they were around, I think, 9th or 10th, and they were able to overlap Enter 46 at Enter Force 36. Sorry, when even if Black and Blue said that they had a lot more of a improvement in this entire second day, it seems like it's not still enough. And again, I don't know what magic or hullabaloo that Ghibli and Kia are using, but it's working out in the end. And I think, again, it just goes to maybe the point that what I said about Africa Fix being able to read their opponents, that only lasted for a minute. But for Ghibli and Kia, they can go the whole marathon and still be able to read the board, even at the end of the day.
At this point, it's really all about strategy now for the top two teams and how they're going to sort of play around each other. The question is, do they go ahead and play safe? Does Ghibli just hang out, play passive, sit back, let everybody else do the work, and then come in, try to third party, maybe a couple teams here and there for the points, and then go for the placement point? Because they are pretty much in the top, and the only thing that's really stopping them from getting to the big victory that they need is basically losing out early and getting taken down early here. And the only way that they can do that is if they make some many crucial mistakes and go a little bit too aggressive. Having said that, there's a little bit of risk there, because you might actually see Kia go full on hard aggression and actually start to win and take those 8 points difference. So that's really the dilemma these top two teams are facing, and that's really, I think, where we stand here, Black and Blue.
Yeah, I do think so. And as you're saying, some teams, sometimes they just get caught in a position where it gets them out of the game real quickly. We saw that from our Freaker Freaks. Somehow they have been struggling to get further into the game, especially that last one, getting caught and pincered in the low ground just didn't work out for them. Now Ghibli, as we were moving into that, I almost thought like, oh no, Ghibli, they had good positions coming into like phase 6 and all, but they were in the low ground. They were kind of getting peppered as well in that small compound that they were in, because they were in the middle of everybody else. But in the end, I guess they were able to swing things their way, and I think it's just been a long time coming since the start.
We do have some time before the lobby starts. We're just about to get into the action, but before we do that, I'm going to get your predictions here. Asarai, who's your peg for this one and why?
I mean, it seems like such a... I feel like I'm just riding the hype train if I say I'm predicting Ghibli, because it seems like there's nothing, they're not doing anything wrong. But if I'm gonna go on a wild guess here, considering what we've seen, I might have to go, at least from this map, I think who will be able to pop off. I feel like there's gonna be something to watch out for Detonation Gaming White. They have shown to really be aggressive and just play the map to their own liking, and they're cautious enough that it works. But again, I feel like Detonation Gaming White should be able to pop off but not get the first slot. But anyways, that's just the team I'm looking for in this last one.
So DGW for you, Detonation Gaming White. They picked up a victory earlier. Can they repeat that success? Real quick, prediction on you, Black and Blue.
Well, I mean, I have to still go with Ghibli as far as who I think is going to take this map. But if there's any other team that I want to kind of feel like shine up once more, I think SST, even though they're like the most conservative team here, I think they do have what it takes to bring home that chicken dinner once more for their side. And so I'm hoping that, we can see more of them. They've been doing quite well today. Yesterday, not as much, but today, there seems to be some light against the end of the tunnel.
And As for me, I'm just going to go and say it, Kia. They're going to come back in this one straight up. Absolutely no more excuses this time. It's do or die for that team. They need to make up that 8-point difference, and I think they'll be able to do it that game. But let's find out from our casters what they've got to say about this match as we yet again go ahead and dive into Erangel for the remake of game number 2. Casters, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Ilu, Asarai, and Black and Blue. Yes, we are back. Very important, as just mentioned by Ilu there, that this is the remake of Game 2 from yesterday, as Game 2 was rendered null and void, Rich. So we're doing the remake to figure out who's going to be able to bag themselves some points here, just informing everybody out there. So looking at how things are going to go down for this game and considering what we had from Game 2 yesterday, Sims, what are you thinking?
I mean, if anyone had an appalling Game 2 yesterday, this is the time to be able to at least write it off and start again, right? Yep. You can take it whatever way you want to cut it, take it with a pinch of salt, but there is opportunity for some players and some teams that had a very, very bad start on Game 2 to make amends and completely rewrite how it went down. At the moment, as you mentioned before, Ghibli is going to be overtaking down one Kia. At the top, we're still getting that big gap. You know, it's not even at 60 points yet. We've got Ghibli was on 90 and MP5 is on 59, down in third place. Somebody needs to stop these teams. Freak of Freaks have already shown signs of weakness. You know, if you can make God bleed, people will believe, and so on and so forth. If there is a way to take down Ghibli or Kia early for other teams that want to try and make a stand and want to try and make a jump, then it has to start now. You can't let them get more points on the board. Otherwise, they're just going to extend into a realm that is completely out of the reins of possibly even jumping them, no matter how good you do.
Yeah, it is a scary thought, but let's get into it. It's the final game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. The bird is in the air, as some people like to say, and we have ourselves a spicy plane. This could quite easily be a military circle, which does cause some problems, some fraught with danger as well, if it does come to pass. YDA going to take up Primosk to start things off. We have PSTR as well as E36 heading up towards Georgia Paul. Danawa, interestingly enough, a team that normally drops over in Yasnaya, not willing to drive. This time is going to go for that Western split.
This is the thing. You need to have adaptations. You need to have a backup drop that you're going to take residency in. With something like this, when it's so suddenly, we instantly say, okay, Sosnovka Island, bottom family finish. This is what's going to happen. We can still get the main head of Erangel coming into play, but it's just reminiscent. When we see those flight paths, we instantly just snap our eyes towards Sosnovka and think, okay, MP5, detonation gaming white, good position. They're going to be laughing. For CRS, they can cover the bridge if the circle's fair again, but this is all reminiscent of the circle being down there, and it absolutely isn't. So everything we spoke about, James, we can just kind of throw into the air and say, you know what? Don't worry about it. Let's reset. Let's talk about the western side of this map. STR E36 over by Georgia Paul. They'll be having an argument and a scrap amongst themselves. Don't really want to see anyone going down early, otherwise it becomes very problematic with Pure Boy and Satu being disconnected from the rest of the team. If any of them were to falter or to fall, there'd be no signs of really getting them back on their feet. At the moment, we're taking a quick check-in. I believe it's with Ghibli. Very spread out on their loot runs. We'll hop back into Pachinki. As we saw from the latter stages, still conflicts.
Yeah, still conflicts. I'm surprised that Fighting Bees came back here. Whilst this kind of...
Do it.
Iron sights.
Do it. Bolt him. Bolt him. Bolt him.
So one thing, whilst this is going down, M88 actually dropped over towards Ghibli, and I feel a little bad for M88. They have been dropping Quarry non-stop, and then in this circle, they go elsewhere. Very unfortunate for them. They must have seen Danawa dropping in that kind of area and thought, maybe we should go somewhere else, but no. Yeah, unfortunately, they lose magic early.
It's actually lost when you realize which tree was behind him. You can leave him anyway. It's not going to be... He's not going to get away from this one. Yeah, losing 2 players so quick is going to be devastating. Sylphia going down. Okay, that's an interesting one. That's the argument that's going on towards North Georgia, Paul. I'm hoping we get a quick check-in with that because it could be rather important. We are obviously focusing towards Pachinki. We have a hot drop, so it's totally fine. It's, yeah, it's very much George and the Dragon here kind of scenario when you look at the 2 different sides of it. That is the only bad side to it, and that's no disrespect to the players on Fighting Bees, but this is down 1 Kia, and they have been playing out of their skulls. They are cracked this event so far, and the Fighting Bees, they don't make it any easier on themselves going up against them pretty much straight off the bat.
Isn't George and the Dragon a very English story? I feel like the majority
it
of
is. I can't. Well, I mean, you've got a human, you've got a dragon. It kind of. I didn't want to go with David and Goliath. I didn't want to copy it. That's the thing. I wanted to go for something else. He'd already taken the main one.
I had. No, but I had double Goliath. You know, when he could replicate himself somehow.
He's really a big older brother.
That's right. The bigger Goliath. It's actually weird that this fight was going down in South Georgia, because PSGR have been traditionally going up towards the north of Georgia, Paul. So I'm surprised that they just stopped in South and actually took this fight, with Sylphia being the first trade-off. Of course, they did get him back up. M88 has now moved up to North Georgia. I say they got to be kicking themselves, not dropping over towards Corey, because that would have been a brilliant little spot to have. Unfortunate.
It will be. Ghibli just doing the rounds in the Uber, making sure everyone's got enough loot and enough gear. First contact, or first victim, should I say, has been had towards the side of Pachinki. Thank you, observers, for giving us that instantly.
Ooh.
Short legs goes down. Response from boxing, possible. Kale already spotted, though, and this is the thing. The second someone fixates onto you with a team of this caliber, you just don't want to overstay your welcome.
Yeah.
It doesn't even matter if you've got the initial drop and you're waiting for the repeak. It's infuriating how many times they will hit the repeak and still take the frag.
Yeah, Wicked gives Boxing the 1-2 punch. Very, very easy. And the thing is about Wicked, he's nuts. Look at him. He's ridiculous because he pushed aggressively over the road without any smokes, somehow avoided the shots, and then trades again. He's... Oh, Wicked. He's playing really well on this team. I would say even more so than he was playing on Meta.
We got it. We got it. He stole one. He stole him at least. He got him.
Well,
that's caster curse, James. You did that. You willed it so.
I did do that. I'm sorry. But, you know, it had to happen eventually for Wicked. He's a nutball.
Both those players are really weak. There is opportunity to get them both on the back of the car. Scar on the side of it as well with Rower here. To answer onto Gabba, the second one should fall victim. And it's a GG with the 1-2. Thank you. They get the guys, they get the gear, and they get the compound if they want to stay here.
Yeah, not too bad in the slightest. I mean, just the thing is that anything that any other Rascal Jester members could potentially do here is going to be a hard fight. Wesker, as well as Feishan, they're strong players. And actually, Feishan gets EJ on the move. Not bad. Can at least get one flush.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's going to run for this one. Just even if it's for payback, if he puts himself in a very unpredictable, or excuse me, unwinnable circumstance, an unwinnable situation. At this point, you're just like, nah, stuff it. I want a point or two. I want to get whatever I can. Not the greatest places to be in the world, but given these little cubbies, they can at least avoid nades. That's the only benefit from them. Bring nades up, the fire will obviously trickle down. Now he can bounce it off the back, and he's basically put down a landmine. He's baited them in. They've no idea that nade's there. First one, second one.
Flush him!
He has made this perfect. The cubby hole has paid dividends.
Mate, Wesker becomes the tyrant. Oh, that was brilliant. I can't believe it. Inject the T-virus into my veins, because that was prime stuff. This was, that was a great play. Wait, Fei-chan's still alive? This is now a 2v1.
Yeah, it's all gone a bit wrong for Freak of Freaks. Just kind of, that's the one positive sign. Like, it is a very boxed in closed area, but with the nades and stuff, you can avoid them. You can avoid the splash damage. You can just chill inside of it. And they both instantly, it's not the first place that you think is going to be. So once they get to the top of the stairs, they both swing. But because of the madness and the mess that's going down, they don't realize there's already a nade on the floor ticking and primed. As soon as they walk in there, it's job done. Both players fall. And I've got to say, James, the punishment for Freak of Freaks keeps on happening. Like, they're just going further and further down the leaderboard with the placements.
Yeah, you don't want to be milling around as Hansia like a zombie here. Wesker, somebody with superhuman strength at this point, is going to be able to mow you down. And Hansia, a great player, holding this angle, sees, gets him. Very nice. For one. Goes for the trade. Does he get it? No, he doesn't. Oh, Hansia. Heroic play from him. Takes down Rascal Jester. Keeps Africa Freaks in this.
And the rest of them are turned up, though. So a big clutch in a 2 versus 1. He wins out the immeasurable odds that were on against him. Has to heal up as well. That's the thing. So there is stims on there, but he doesn't even have time to be able to get the meds off. He will try and box himself in, but remember, the mollies spread on wood. Nothing you can do about that. Crazy Sam posts it. And it's bye-bye a Freak of Freaks. Another low placement. Sun Sister just turned up to this and like, well, there's free real estate. There's free loot everywhere.
What happened here? That was free and delightful, I think, for a Sun Sister. They're going to be moving on quite comfortably from there. Meanwhile, Detonation Gaming White over on the far wide rotate. Ghibli, hello. That's a wide spread. Just going to put that out there.
It's, yeah. It's a backup plan. Let's put it that way and say what it is. It's certainly a backup plan. It's more scary when you've got an entire team about to rotate through the two that are over by the eastern embankment as well, coming out of the ruins. Chovy, you just going to revolver someone from here? Please do. Want distant revolver. Just for the memes and for the viewers at home.
Yes,
I'd be a fan.
I would too.
let's pass on the bolt action. Let's go for the revolver.
All right, let's talk about the actual reason Ghibli has had this spread, and also like where the circle has gone now. The circle has gone slightly south of where Everest is. This gives Spear's position on top of Everest is a very important one. It gives you great sight across the entire huge swath of this area. This is a great scouting area. So from that point on, they can really identify what might be open, what might not be open. Just rendezvous together north with Spear, come down to whatever compound you may like. And even though you're not near a lot of the fighting that's going on in the middle of this circle right now, you still have an opportunity to graciously get into the circle without much problem. And we're back here.
Yeah, VG's just setting up for anyone who wants to try and make some sort of a break into the building.
Let's call it the spider's web. That's what Venus is setting up each time. The spider's web.
Backing each other up, it's fine. It's outside of the circle, so like they've got to move soon. That's the only thing going for it. Not going for it, should I say. Okay, Curzon, having a look around. Quick Wanderer is going to be coming over the hillside in the distance. That will be Sun Sister, and they'll be geared to the teeth with everything that they've just found on the arrival to this point. Further down towards the south, MP5. Small rotate through the farm hangars, so to speak, in the silos that are down here. Decent place to withhold if the circle's favorable to it. Later down the line, it becomes a bit of a... not so much of a benefit as more of a prison cell as the box closes around you and it's hard to get upside that hill. Depends where the circle's going to be for that one. You can't hold it, but it just depends where the circle's going to be once it's all said and done. For the moment, it's probably not the best of places given that Quarry is so far down south. Jeff Locker and the rest of Danawa at the moment, very strong position between there and Gatka. Anywhere in the middle side of it, I'd be very, very happy with this. This feels like one of those when I look at that circle. You have that plateau that runs up to the observatory tower just on top. We very rarely see it because it's more secluded on a hillside on its own. Kind of off, pretty much in the distance, just above Remba's scope. That's looking solid for me.
Yeah, it's not too bad in the slightest. It's always a strong position. Also, you end up seeing that southeast entrenchment spot between them and Gatka as somewhere that's important. We saw T1 and PGIS. Some unfortunately fall during holding that spot, but yeah, that was not to be. As you were mentioning, Danawa's position it's a crazy little split right now, but it's very, very powerful. The fact that they can eventually, wherever the circle may go, just rendezvous together once again off the back of that. They know that nobody's moving right now. They can't really hear any vehicles in the distance, etc., which is likely what people would be wanting to rotate with, because of course keeping your cars towards the later stages of the game, very, very useful, as we previously saw in our last game as well. And Damwon Kia, along with Detonation Gaming White, are on the move. But Detonation Gaming White has an uphill to have to deal with. They're not in a great spot right now, and the circle has just shifted away from them. So they're going to have to keep on with their nomadic lifestyle, looking for a prime opportunity.
Ability's good though. As long as you got these vehicles, you can kind of do whatever you want. You can keep on going. The favorable position goes towards Damwon Kia. It's completely open, which is extremely surprising. BG, a very uniformed manner all the way together. So they got a vehicle they can make use of. Nade down, Sun Sister, red alert. Feel sorry for Martian here, given that position's been noted and they're just wrapping around him. If Crazy Sam keeps going more towards the north, like, they're just going to encompass all of these CRS players.
Crazy Sam, one of the star players from Japan. We have seen him throughout the years be powerful, and alongside Sun Sister here, really giving teams a run for the money. Kirsten trying to deal with this. Ubchen takes a shot to the face from Kendes. We'll see now. He gets completely flushed very, very quickly. Sun Sister could continue pushing on this. And they will indeed. Oh, yeah, they are bodying them right now. There is no trade whatsoever. Great little SLR shots coming in from either side. Simba goes down, one of our lobby leaders in terms of killers right now. So Sun Sister really making mincemeat here of Team Curson. A little unexpected, actually. Bye-bye.
I'll tell you what, we could kind of see it coming. The pressure was on. And Sun Sister don't mind getting involved in things like this with the aggro player, but to actually not even trade off on it is very, very surprising.
Yeah.
I suppose in those moments for Curson and other teams, to be fair, well, the pressure can just get to you. Like, you see one player fall, it's like, okay, well, we can fix that. Second one goes like, oh no, now neither of us can go and revive this one. Third, you're in the 1v1, you bottle it every time.
Oh. Wait. Could Sun Sister fall prey to the spider's web once again? Probably not. They're just going to drive away here from VG, who do not have any vehicles right now. What's going on here? Oh, okay. Maybe he ran out of gas, so I just wants this car instead. I'm waiting for this fight.
So fun? Yeah, I'm waiting to see if Sam actually knows about this. If he's copped for one or two of them.
I don't think he does.
No, can't have done.
VG gets in.
See if they make it to the top 10, grab themselves some points, because only a few more teams need to go. If we can remove a couple from the lobby, they'll be in the placement factor. But yeah, straight on to one of the members of MP5, the rest of them all the way in the distance. Up to IDA, another team that needs as many points as humanly possible. Still 0 on the board, but the remake could pay off for them. Let's find out. MP5 Sia, 3 versus 3 is about to unfold. No nades to boot just yet. You can put it through these hangars pretty damn well. You can hit the windows on the side and maybe bounce it off the back of the roof. What's this one?
Well, mate,
going to attempt to do.
It's the perfect opportunity for YDA to get some points on the board, considering they weren't in game 2 yesterday. But I don't know if they're good up against MP5, as MP5 is brutal and it may have disconnected here, unfortunately for them. However, we are too far into the game for something like a remake off the back of that, if that was the case. So it will be easy pickings for MP5.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what's happening, but he just shot his teammate. That's what happens when you get bloodthirsty. He really wanted that frag. He really did. So badly that it ended up just getting himself knocked by his teammate. Rather unfortunate that. We'll get an update and see what happens, but it is what it is, I think, at this stage, given how far we are down across the board. Detonation Gaming White, that's an interesting place to pull up, but clearly you've made note of what's going on, as you do get the retrace straight up to Kendesu. The knock and the flush is there. Danawa, you hearing all this in the distance? When do you get involved in this one? Probably not just too long just yet. Jeff Locker is lingering and looking this way. He's poshing on the hillside, keeping a track of what's going on. The audible cue will give away all the information that we do have a fight on our hands. Crazy Sam. Alternate angle here. One good nade will kind of spell disaster for Malofo, but ultimately, Sun Sister, I'm liking the aggression. It's not overwhelming to the point where it costs them players.
Yeah.
It's paying off for them.
Yeah, they're bulldozing. They're doing all right. May have lost one during all of that, but I mean, if you lose one for gaining 6 kills in total, I'm taking that trade. That's a lot of points for losing one, especially if you're playing the edges and you're kind of just ramping through all of these teams, and you're probably not expecting to get the ultimate chicken dinner towards the end of this, especially considering the makeup of the lobby and how it stands. But Great Sam looking for yet another flush. He's running around the car trying to get away, but not going to work.
I mean, look, it's Japanese teams. They've not necessarily been high up on the radar when it comes to major international events.
True.
But it's not as if they can't hang with the best at certain times. You know, there are signs of life that come out with them. We have seen them do wonderful things. It's just usually what I find with events like this, when nations come together, Korean teams generally just a standout, night and day, head and shoulders above everybody else. And it can mean that everyone just starts to pick away at each other, while the Koreans really benefit from the third-party effect. Their positioning, their map movement, everything that they do is almost picture perfect, and it's why they're probably... It's difficult at the moment with what happened at PGIS to decide who's the best region, so to speak, quote unquote.
Yeah.
But certainly, I don't think Japan as a region is bad by any means whatsoever. There's a few things they need to tighten the nuts and bolts on, but I do like them. I think the aggro players that they'd be able to pull out the bag, they make it work. They're not stupidly aggressive that it costs them lives. They're not miscoordinated, so they'll just send one player off who dies for no reason whatsoever on a scout, then the rest of them are just left wondering what's going on. I'm a fan, and I know you've spoken about a few of these for quite some time now, and ultimately, I think they put on a good show for us.
Yeah, not too bad at all. I mean, E36 is even bringing the fight here to Ghibli, so Ghibli is by far the lobby leader right now in terms of what we're seeing so far. E36 going up against this. JDI is joining the fight as well, though. As Remember will take down Iononyx after Iononyx traded in against Satu. This building that you were talking about before is becoming a bit of a bloodbath.
Yeah, Circle's pushed away from it, but again, it gives them a stepping stone to be able to move forward. It's a very wide open plateau. It's a flat area, but it does have a lot of rocks. Between this, probably to the left-hand side of where JDI is, all the way down to that hill, there's a lot of like single rocks that you can use off the back of it. Venus Gaming, unfortunately, eliminated. That's a full...
Wait.
Car?
Did he...
Wait. Hang on.
Did he run them all over?
Were they in a line?
Wait, I'm looking on the map. I think he ran them all over.
I mean, they were wandering in a very uniformed manner.
I just watched on the map, and I think they all got ran over. They were being shot at, but I think I would love to see a replay, hopefully, at some point, but I'm pretty sure that might have been what happened. Anyway, moving on. That's ridiculous if that happened. VG down towards the south. I mean, they would have ended up running into Danawa anyway, in that compound that was very, very important and strong for them. But whilst this is going on up towards the north, I'm a little bit in shock, Rich, if I'm honest.
I wonder if he did it purposely or if he was on rotation, just caught them in the middle of nowhere. If they're all lined up following one another, it's not necessarily a surprise that it happened. You won't have been able to react on that and trade on it quick enough if he's just steamrolling from the blue towards there. Anyway, it is what it is. We'll carry on with it. Team goes down. Destination Gaming White, Season Malofo fall simultaneously. We move to our top 5. Enterforce 36 will be the next one to fall in 6th position. STR, 0 kills on the board, but 4 players alive and kicking if they can get the resuscitation, which I'm assuming they should be able to. Danawa Gaming in the distance, you just saw for a second. Jeff Locker's position, it's been made note of. They're the ones at the moment in the real stranglehold within this circle.
This is an opportunity for PSTR. I mean, we have our huge Korean names once again, 3 of them in the top 4, but PSTR doesn't have a bad spot. They can try and get some points off the back of this to try and catch up to the top dogs right now, but it is Korea, Rich. Looking brilliant up at the top.
We can't take anything away from it, and it's difficult not to make note of, even though it's starting to become a very common thing, is the better way of putting it. We're seeing it consistently, over and over again. There's a reason why there's some of the best in the world, and it is going to be paying off by all said and done. Nice to also see that these teams have had team changes, and it's starting to, again, it's good practice. It's good. It's a good sign of things to come.
Yeah.
But more importantly, like you're moving forward for the year before they go into their own respective leagues within their own respective regions. If there's an opportunity to literally get straight out of the World Championship, straight in with a team change and crack on with it, Like, you can practice in scrim as much as you like, but this is a tournament environment.
And PSTR might be gone very soon as Ghibli is bringing the fight to them. Harry is the last one kind of standing in that swampy area to the right-hand side. Oh, left-hand side, I should say. Oh, and he's gone to the blue. Damn. Oh, well.
Look, he didn't feed the powerhouses. That was the play, James. It was preemptive. I respect it. He knew what was going on. Ghibli, how do you get out of this one, though? This is interesting because they have to come up from that hillside. They do have an opportunity that they can wrap down without down one Kia seeing them. But you either go to down one or Danawa. You pick your poison here. Who's the final boss?
Well, it comes back to what I said before, Rich. You're Danawa if you do, and you're down one if you don't. But I phrased it a little bit differently before.
Unless you have an Orm. In which case, this could be the can opener that you need to deal with this situation. If you can get one knock, send one in for the flush.
Where'd he get this arm from? Where'd he get this big boy gun from, Rich? What's going on?
Just found the green machine, mate, casually on rotation.
The green machine. The mean green machine. It's scary.
Let's also just really quickly make note in our mind before this unfolds. Let's see who wins this, and if down one Kia don't, let's think, could that random knock and flush on Wicked, would it have played a massive difference?
That's a good point.
Chinky at the start.
Yeah, because that didn't need to happen. He didn't. I mean, he made a great play, but he didn't need to go that aggro, right?
No, not in the slightest. It was just a bit of, you know what, I can get a free frag, let's crack on with it, and ultimately it cost him his life.
Yeah. I will say, though, down one Kia is pinned hard. So I don't know if it would have made a difference.
Oh no, his vehicle's blown up.
Come back!
That was his hard cover.
No, Herbie! Oh dear. I mean, I personally, I don't see any world where Danawa doesn't make an extremely good showing out of this, considering the compounds they had, considering the room that they had to be able to work with. Ghibli is going to be shooting at down one Kia. They should be shooting back, and we do see that already happening under, hitting Lambu. That opens up things. Danawa might start pushing on this if they see another knock, or might even go now.
The knock-on effect. Hits him in the chest with AWM, and then the vehicle goes up, finish him off. Xiongyan down. Kale also found.
Blast!
The green machine is singing its song, and it is taking faces. One more player stand in the form of Under, and then they can take the fight to them. They're down. Ghibli has also been punished while this went down. This is the time for Danawa to really jump on the hype here and try and make something of it.
Yeah, they absolutely had to go right now. As soon as they heard those knocks and those kills going down, you go. You're Danawa. You are 4 up right now. You know that Ghibli was knocked. You know that they were wounded whilst this was going on. And you also know that they had an Orm in play. Bring the fight to them. Salute takes down Ada. Brilliant little move there from him. Jeff Locker on the left-hand side, bringing the fight to Rember as well. Going in for the grenade. And Orm rings its song once again from Rember, but he peeks over the hill, brings him down. That is Danawa. Clean as nails. Bangs out this game. Brilliant stuff from Danawa.
Final player on the final rotate was good. It goes behind them. It forces the flank, and ultimately they force the situation. They realize what's happening between the third-party effect, and they take control of it. There's no time for resuscitation on the side of Ghibli whatsoever. A little bit unfortunate that we see really down one Kia not been able to do too much until they went out, just because they were pinned so hard up against the blue. They did cause problems for Ghibli, and that's probably ultimately what they left them to falling out of it towards the end there. They got a few knocks towards the side of it. They managed to basically just make it easier, so to speak, for Danawa towards the end, but we really didn't have any room for them to give a good fight. There was 2 teams staring at them.
Yeah.
But still, like, we can't take anything away from Danawa. Slowly but surely, they're working their way up the leaderboards to the rest with the rest of the Koreans altogether.
Yeah, very important for them. 2 wins today, considering the extensive lead that we've seen Ghibli carve out for themselves up towards the top, and then get another 2nd place, and then have a lot of kills, and it be against teams like Damwon Kia. I came into the tournament, I'm not going to be bashful about this. I came into the tournament giving Ghibli a lot of props and thinking that they were going to do well. I thought that they should have invited to PGIS. They were not. It was T1 that was there. This is a great team, and I do not see them slowing down in the next coming games here, Rich.
No, not at all. And I think now you've got that confidence. Now you've got that understanding of what the lobby's like. I think we're starting to, it's fair to say, who's not as strong as some of the other rosters. And again, if you're doing your homework, you'll get a feel. And we've seen a couple of hot drops and a couple of weird drops here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah.
People are just kind of playing it publicly and getting out of the plane. So you are going to get these very... And that's probably why Wicked was so stunned at the start of it in Pachinko. You are going to get some very obscure drops and some very obscure hot drops at the start, something that we're not really reminiscent from an esports perspective. But if they're doing the homework, they're going to know where these weaker teams are going to be going. They're going to know how they like to rotate. They're going to know where they like to go off the back of the drop. If they can make note of that, if they can bring it throughout the course of the next few days and take advantage of that, then there's points to be had, because the guys at the top, they're just going to play their same game. There's no real reason, to be fair, to change anything else up. But for everyone else chasing that, they have to make a change to be able to catch them.
And that is it from us. Thank you very much, guys. We're going to go to a short break, and when we return, we'll be heading back to the panel with Ilu, Asura, and Black and Blue to break things down. I want to know if MP5 did run over VG with that car. But anyway, it's by the by. We'll see you in a few.
The Predator Cestus 350 is the first wireless gaming mouse in the Cestus line, and maybe the next to find a home on your mousepad. But if you prefer wires, just plug in the USB Type-C cable. While plugged in, the mouse can reach up to a 0.5 millisecond response, or 1 millisecond while unplugged. But with speeds like these, you won't encounter any misclicks or delays. This is mainly accomplished via the Pixart 3335 optical sensor, which contributes to the mouse in reaching up to a 50-hour battery lifespan. And if speed and tenacity is your thing, a DPI up to 16,000 awaits those with quick reaction times. Having more buttons is rarely a problem, and with 350, you have a total of 8 programmable buttons, 3 in the thumb area, forward, backward, and burst fire, while below the scroller is a DPI switcher, and another to access up to 5 profiles. If you want to modify your settings, just pop open Predator Quartermaster and tweak away. For more information, please check our website via the link below. From all of us here at Predator, good game.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the end of the day. We're about to wrap things up here. We saw what a great finale to what was a very, very, very long day here. I'm Illustrado, your panel host. Joining me on this desk, Asterai and Black and Blue. Now, we have a really serious question to answer here right away. And Black and Blue, I know you want to get on this, so have at it.
Well, I mean, to address Kelaris' earlier question, yes, MP5 did not resort to the weapons in hand, but the weapons they gained. And that were the vehicles going the old automatic way. Seems like Mad Max is the story of the day.
Yeah, I mean, automatic weapons, who needs that when you got automatic transmission, right, at the end of it? But Asa right here, break it down for me, and let's walk me through kind of what happened in those last moments. It was actually a very good fight towards the end of it.
Yeah, it was. I think Studio Ghibli had the perfect amount of aggression as well as staying back. The last three teams, they just left it to Danawan to deal with the last remaining squad there. And I think they just finished off with a nice little flank. Now, the end of that particular the last portion of that particular game, I felt like was definitely a detriment to a lot of the players, because we went to the swamps area in Erangel. And even though that is a big area, it feels like it's an area where you're playing near the ocean, just because you don't really want to be caught in the middle of the swamp. Again, if you're going to be traversing that, it's hella going to slow you down. But I also want to point out, we're watching right now Freaka Freaks, who is on a highlight, but they got shut down quite early. I believe they got off at number 14, even though they are chasing down one here. I did point out as well that I was looking maybe at Sun Sisters to pop off a little bit, and they did for a quiet moment, and they were the one that really ripped up a Freaka Freaks' chance to maybe even amount to get to like 3rd or 4th place in the overall for today, and it really hurt their case. And Rascal Jester also doing the same thing is just kind of like a slap to the face. And I don't know what's happening with AF here, but I mean, they've really been struggling. The other teams have done as far as well as they can do, and like we said, or like we've seen, Studio Ghibli, or sorry, Ghibli is definitely on top.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I'm long overdue for a rewatch of My Neighbor Totoro, but yeah, I might exactly do that later on tonight. I'm just unwind here because it's truly inspired by Ghibli and how wonderful they've been performing. Now, the last two teams alive, two of them was actually our two top placers here, Kia and Ghibli. Despite the fact that it seems like it was basically a manhunt, this whole map, everyone was out for blood, aggression since the very, very beginning. They knocked out Afrika Freaks very, very early on, and we seemed like at the, I don't know, in the middle of the game, it looked like there were, what, 6 teams left? MP5, a really good showing from them this time around. They want to still be in this, man, and they still have a chance here, especially after they got those brutal team wipes. I think they got 2, maybe 3 team wipes, you know, just between the whole team. But in the end, it was Danawa was the 6th place team to actually come out here as the victor. How big is this of a deal for Danawa? Does it even really matter at all that they got these kills in this chicken dinner, Black and Blue?
It really does, because I mean, yesterday they were plagued with a bunch of problems, right? Issues, technical issues, and they just really weren't playing well in the other maps that was, you know, going in their way, at least when it comes to, you know, other tech issues. But once more, today they find their 2nd chicken dinner, and they were able to get it on round number 7. Ghibli took round 8, and then as we move for the remake on round number 2 rather, sorry, they get another one here, and it really is like the Korean teams going at it right now. All 4 of them have that chicken dinner. And for Danwha, they have once again really proven that they're a team to look out for here. Of course, we came to this tournament knowing what they can do, but them waiting for the perfect time there with that fight between Ghibli and Kia. Ghibli winning in that one, Kia in a very tough spot, but Danwha, they knew all they had to do was wait on top of that hill, then go for the 4v2 as soon as Ghibli was done with that fight. Clean up, control. Well, the crew just got it done.
Danawa took a little bit of time to get truly into the game here, but when they did, they got into it in a big way, winning I think 2 chicken dinners in a row. That definitely will boost up their score, and as you can see right now, none of them still on the top in terms of frags, because we do have a lot of strong fraggers here. The top predators here in the region thus far, we got Under still leading the charge, 28 kills from him, leaps and bounds above anyone else. He's got 8 kills over Lambu and almost 9 kills over, am I doing that? Yeah, 9 kills over Renba, and then you got Simba and EJ like right behind as well. So EJ definitely fallen off here, who was at the very top earlier on, and just like EJ's performance, Afrika Freaks and the rest of the team just starting to slip away there, Asarai.
Yeah, and I mean, they're really struggling. They're definitely struggling here, and I mean, it hasn't budged at all ever since. And I don't know, maybe they put too much pressure on themselves to start getting kills first because they need to ramp back out. That's always a thing, right? Because I know that we're doing the super setting here, or the super setting. I tend to forget that. But the pressure of not being on first after ending puts you in a position where if you're around 4th or 5th and there's like a 20-30 point gap, the only thing that you can really come back on is amount of kills. And maybe Afrika is trying to play catch up, but they put themselves in that spiral where if they can't get the kills, they get killed themselves. And because that happens, they will get shut down incredibly early. See, still though, one big factor for Afrika, and I think to the viewers already, I'm kind of a broken record. I talk about this 5th team here, but they're the one that we've been kind of setting our eyes on, or at least for me. They're still at 5th. But on the other end, the other teams have really stepped up the plate. Ghibli and Kia still on top with about 40 plus points against their opponents. And the last one, 3rd one, is miles away, which is MP5, 67
Yikes.
On this team with 40 kills.
That's a lot. That's a lot of points that got to come back from Danawa trying to close that gap. I think they still have a fair chance if they keep playing at this rate. Look at them. 34 kill points, 28 place points. It's decent, and they got 2 chicken dinners. But if you look at how that is compared to Ghibli, who was 45 place points, excuse me, and 62 kill points, it's just showing that there's a lot of consistency on this team. I don't think anybody of us predicted, not on the panel and maybe not on the casting desk, I don't think I've anybody heard Ghibli being mentioned as one of the front runners. Really, truly surprising us in a very pleasant way. Kia, you know, they were looking like the forefront, the leaders of this pack here, but that just seems to have been, you know, they've been pulled out from under the rug at this point, Black and Blue.
Sorry, but I will correct you there. At the start of day one yesterday, even before we got our first match going, you asked me who's the team that I think we should be looking for. I said, well, we know Afrika, we know Kia, we know the rest of these Korean teams that we have in here. We know Danwha. I think it's going to be the new time for a new team, the Korean scene, to really show themselves to be the king of that region. And I said Ghibli. Guys, watch out for Ghibli. They know what to do. They know how to play the game. I think it's their time to shine. And, well, they're proving me right now at the top of the leaderboard, firmly, securely, too.
Wow, well then, next level predictions right there from your man Black and Blue over here. Asarai, we had a really great day. Let's summarize it. Let's bring it home this time. I'll get you your final thoughts here. Wrap it up for me. Tell me how you feel this day went and what we can expect in the upcoming days, because tomorrow we're shifting on over to a new region, and that's going to be SEA.
Again, it seems like the Korean teams are still up ahead, but there's a lot of chances for a lot of our other teams to play catch up. There's one that's been struggling. I think the other ones are just not in a prime position, but at least they do have 2 days worth of information, 2 days worth of VODs to review, so that they can figure out on an overview spectrum what they need to adjust on to get that one up against these opponents. And like you said, we're going to be saying goodbye for the moment here on the Asia region, and we're going for APAC tomorrow. But at least for now, it's looking pretty promising for these top two teams. I don't think there's going to be much that can work out to stop them from being on the top, unless maybe they get knocked out in the following days real quick. But if they can, again, like we said, keep consistent, even though they don't get the kills, as long as they're consistently top 5, it should look pretty well for the Kia and Ghibli supporters.
Yeah, there you have it. Before we go any further, we're going to be taking a look at the Intel MVP. What exactly is it? We're going to pull that up right now for you, and that is going to be a few players here. I think 4 in particular. We're going to be taking one for each tournament, one MVP for Intel. And in order to get that MVP, it's going to be a decision by the fans, the players, and of course us, the talent. Honestly, I feel like we should have no say in this. That's just my opinion, because I feel like the players should just vote amongst each other, kind of like, the academy, and of course the the fans, because much love to all the fans anyway. But the MVP, they get some neat prizes, very, very neat. They get an Acer Nitro 5 laptop. No, not a 4, not a 3, but 5. I've been looking forward to this laptop for a very long time, and if I can get my hands on one, I don't think I'd ever give it back. I'm just gonna lay that out there. And the Intel MVP trophy as well, to hang up on the wall, just to show that people are proud of you and think that you deserve this. That's already a big deal. And maybe, who knows, the winner of this MVP will take home the shield as well, which is what everybody's fighting for as well, on top of the really, really nice $37,500 cash prize. So yeah, that's it. And if you want to do it, of course, got to vote on the website. That's www.pl2021, and I just lost it. PL2021. We'll bring it back in just a second. We'll bring it back in just a second. Don't worry. It's right there. There we go. Thanks for saving my butt, director. PL2021 IntelMVP.com. Use your email. And of course, you get your vote for Dota 2 Asia, APAC, PUBG Asia, and also PUBG APAC. So thank you very much for bringing that back for me. My memory retention, and I'm getting older, not exactly what it used to be, and especially for links like that. So at the end of the day, any last thoughts, Black and Blue?
Man, excited for what we are going to be experiencing tomorrow. Satisfied with what we have seen today and yesterday from the Asia scene. I'm hoping for more when we come back on day 3 for Asia. Just see who's really going to come out on top. And man, APAC tomorrow. Let's get things going.
Yeah, but don't go anywhere, guys, because we still got Dota 2 happening later on. We're done with PUBG for now, but we're going to leave you guys with some MOBA. And if you guys love Dota 2 much like we do, we're going to be hanging out and tuning in on that stream as well. So make sure you catch all the action once we leave, because we are nowhere near done here at the Predator League 2021. Again, I'm Elistrado, and on behalf of my co-panelists, Asarai and Black and Blue, it's time to say GG's, good game, and good night. We'll see you guys later for Dota 2.
Hi, I'm Ian Mercado, and I'm a proud Predator ambassador. My all-time favorite games are Valorant, League of Legends, and as of now, I really like Ragnarok Online, Eternal Love. I started playing video games when I was really young, at a young age. So probably nasa around 12 years old ako or younger. My passion for gaming was influenced by my dad. Nung bata kasi ako, pinalaki ako na nasa bahay lang. I grew up in a very, very strict household. So my best friend is PS1. So doon ako nagsimula mag-gaming, and me and my brother always bond together with video games. And throughout the years that I grew up, doon ako talaga naging gamer kasama yung brother ko. Average hours, to be honest, siguro minimum na yung 6 hours kasi I play a lot of games. Pero yung pinaka-peak is almost the time I wake up until the time I sleep. My most unforgettable gaming experience ever, of course, one is being the ambassador of Predator. It's one of the biggest things that ever happened in my life. And of course, yung pagiging boom din ng gaming industry. So that's the most unforgettable because I never knew that this would be a thing. I just risked my life and just do what I love to do. My favorite RPG character, it really depends on the MMORPG that I play, but I usually play as a support, minsan mage, pero of course, mahilig na ako sa mga priest or saints. My go-to food when I play, I think my viewers know this. So, nanood ka na stream ko, I usually drink milk tea. The meanest tweet that I've ever got or message, or usually what I get on stream is that I'm boosted. Medyo true. Medyo true. But, okay. My most and the best gaming Predator product is what I use right now. It's Triton 500. You know why? Because it's super thin. I could bring it anywhere, and I just love it. And because of it, dual PC setup, bro. It changed my game in sense of, for example, yung gaming setup ko, grabe. Before I stream only in one PC. Sometimes I do get lag, diba, kunwari. Nag-stream ka and nag-game ka at the same time. Minsan hindi kinakaya ng PC. So because of Predator, I have my dual PC setup. Actually, it's laptop, but dual PC pa rin yun. Dual setup, so I could stream on my Predator and play my games at the same time to the PC ko.
Summon your strength.
And I'm a proud Predator ambassador. I love playing any story-driven game, but my most favorite are the ones from Life is Strange series. I forgot when was the exact time or age I started playing video games, but I was influenced by my uncle from Diablo and PlayStation 1 games. The one that drives my passion through video games is my community and my family. Actually, it depends on the workload that I have for a day. I can play for 4 hours to a day or 2. Sorry. Staying in the industry for 10 years, I am happy to be representing Philippines outside the country. I already represented Philippines in Singapore and Malaysia through cosplaying video games. So when it comes to RPG, first one is I love Gladio from Final Fantasy 15. Second one is Kirby because so cute. And the third one is Max Caulfield because I can relate to her since she has this rewind redo power, and I think everyone can relate to her since that's where we are right now. We decide where we are right now. When playing games, your best friend should be water. But on the side, I love eating pizza, nuggets, and Coke. I think the comment that affects me is the people who discourage you from doing your passion, because they question why you guys are doing the things you love the most. I love a lot of Predator products, but for me, my latest favorite is my current monitor, which is XB3. That's 24 Hertz, 1080p, and it has that upstream, USB upstream feature that you can connect to your mouse and keyboard where there's gonna be less latency. I am very proud and happy to be part of this family since it changed a lot in me. It helped me grow and it helped me with the things that I'm currently doing. I'm not just gaming, I'm not just doing gaming, I also do content creation, and it minimizes the time that I do every day. So I'm very thankful to be part of this.
Summon your strength.
Baka wala akong makuha. Wait lang, wait lang. Pass!
Okay. Easy, easy.
Kaya natin.
Kaya natin.
Nanalo tayo.
Nanalo.
Nanalo tayo. Timer starts now.
Go.
Spike. Spike.
Spike. Spike! Easy.
Next word. Beast mode. Beast.
B. B. Beast. Beast mode. Beast mode. Panalo tayo.
Okay. Camping.
Camping. Next.
Next word. Easter. Easter.
Teacher.
Easter eggs.
Ace.
Egg. Egg.
L.
Next.
Pass.
Triggered.
Drink.
Triggered. Triggered. 4 out of 5.
3, 2, 1, go.
Post. Bo. Po. Pi. Po. Mo. Pass. Ang haba mo. Summon your strength. Intel. Gaming. Stronger. Sure. Journey. J. Joking. Pass.
Summon your strength.
so hard to bring down.
Oh, speaking of hard to bring down, that's also Gabby, and trying to walk through here as Bach has shown up and stopped the pressure onto him, at least for the moment. Still 20 stick charges. That's going to be enough for the walkaway. KYXY dead yet again. Armel, dual step to lift up, so much damage coming through. The Sunray after a hook shot onto him. Booby trying to save him.
Come back if he really wanted to.
Something to maybe be a little bit concerned about. No egg here. They do have the arena, though. Is they're going to try and drop it out in a moment, maybe? Oh, there's the arena. BKB already out from KYXY, though. That keeps him away. Boomy goes in with that hook shot, the pushback afterwards. KYXY TPing away, but he dies in the duration of his TP. That is not the way that was supposed to go. Paulison jumps in onto all of them. Good silence and the magnetize afterwards. The disarm there onto Dusa.
But Neon's going to defend it right now.
Natsumi, not a ton of HP though, and not a ton of mana either. He's maybe in a little bit of trouble. Snowball off to the creep wave, trying to get out of there, but Natsumi, he's dead. They get the rupture onto one. Will it really make that big of a difference? I mean, Yopaj is doing a lot of damage. They got to force down this Bat Rider before things go absolutely crazy, but all of that damage appreciated, and well, he's just gonna walk it to him. Silence on to that CM punch into another world. Buys back, but maybe a chance here. Can they burn through this Aegis? They will at least once. As the Monkey King wants to get off that Wukong's command, but it is not gonna happen. Natsumi now pops BKB, gonna run on in with the rupture. It's a lot of damage coming in from that X system, but Yopaj gonna pull him up into the Sonic Wave.
Easy to practice, and these things are easy to get better at.
Now, the other way you could also do it is you could learn how to use punctuation marks. That works well as well. As they jump in, big roll back and forth though coming. And can they do anything else here? The rupture comes out, but the G.
However, Boom, they seem to predict this one if they smoke themselves, and they will reveal. D tries to jump in immediately, trying to bring down the Pango. It's not quite enough, though. The FBZ survives, and a beautiful sleep comes in. Bakona finds a free jump onto the Shaman, and the back Barry will most certainly fall here, as down goes the Tiny as well. My goodness, what a response from Boom here, as they take down 3, maybe making it 4. He finally pops a Stampede just to get himself away, but Dreamercell's keeping up with him. He doesn't care. He's got a Yasha and a Dream to travel. He just keeps pace with the Stampede.
Because they're just going to go in. Here they come.
Candy Looney trying to be the smoke popper, but Bakona doesn't care. He's just going to jump into the middle of 3 heroes and bring down back.
Planer, you can just pop ult and like that's a tier 1. It's just going to die.
Yeah, Ken's on its way to the bottom lane. Yeah, they've got the Supernova and they've got the coils. They really want to do something with this, but unfortunately Ken gets distracted by Bombi on the way down with that haste, and actually could be in some trouble. Oh, he ends up tanking the Remnant. I don't know if that was deliberate or not, but he will fall for that. And he's got Aegis. There are no concerns for this Juggernaut currently.
Yeah, but even as the Shard too, so that bumped up spin, more move speed, you get the random attacks up too.
Oh my god, the Puck just gets annihilated under the tier 4s. The poor old Puck thought he was safe, not the case. Yassi Nemo jumps in, JG tries to do something, tries to get off the Thunder, but he won't be able.
Welcome back to the Acer Predator League 2021 Grand Final, and it's time for a lot of Dota 2 action. We've had a lot of PUBG action for a while, but now let's go back to Dota 2. My name is Wolf, your panel host, and with me, the Madhouse, of course, Pao Bago and Nathan. How you doing, boys? Nathan, how you doing?
Absolutely great. Again, excited for more Dota 2. Day 1 was a blast, of course. We had a few games that were a bit stompy, but hopefully these are going to be a bit more, let's say, less stompy.
All right. How about you, Pao? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Nevertheless, I think that we will be looking at so much Dota 2 action for sure. I think that eventually we'll get to the time where we get to see the winners battle against more winners, which means that is really exciting. But they are going to be fighting for a prize pool nonetheless. And one thing's for sure, this is a lot of cash for the players. And you can see 85,000 US dollars that they are going to be fighting for. 50,000 goes to the champions. And of course, 25,000 going to the second placers. Third place, they get 10,000 US dollars. Thing is, the real talk of the town, I think you, Nathan, you know this, the weird or the different, I would say, not really weird, but the different format that we are going to be playing in. Can you explain to all of our viewers how they will reach the top?
Yeah, of course, we did talk about the stinky cheese yesterday. We didn't get to see it though, but yeah, the format is going to be a best of one all the way throughout up until the finals, which will be a best of three, but at least it is a double elimination. So again, each team has at least 2 lives, especially those that are still in the upper bracket, but those in the lower bracket, they're going to have to be a bit more careful, of course, in their future games moving forward. But 10 teams, yeah, hopefully we get to see a bit more of what we saw yesterday in terms of drafts, because yeah, I mean, honestly, no, I don't know, as an audience member, cheesy heroes can be a bit exciting, but they do lead to stomps, right? But then again, yesterday we did get stomps anyways. So again, we'll see how things play out.
For a second there, I thought you were gonna say that you are looking forward to more cheese.
No.
I mean, man, knowing you, man, I know you know and hate it at the same time, so it's very perfect.
Yeah.
But yeah, we saw yesterday. Actually, what I noticed, and when I looked back during our podcast, they played pretty standardly. It's just that there are weird picks, right? There are picks that are out of the meta, but in general, they always just pick up the good stuff. Then again, if you want to be familiar on who are participating right now, it's Reckoning Esports, Team Star, Team Mystery, TNC Predator, PSTR, Team Zeus, GXR, Boom Esports, Neon Esports, and 496. Nathan, I think that we saw some of the teams already played yesterday. It's TPSTR, however, that we have not seen, and Team Mystery as well, because apart from the fact that they are a mystery. But wow, what do you think about PSTR and Team Mystery? I saw you researching on those teams earlier on.
Yeah, I don't know actually. A Team Mystery, of course, are a bit, let's say, just a bit more. How would you say? A bit more. Like I know a bit of their players. I guess they're both a bit of a mystery to me, to be a bit more punny, of course. But honestly, for Team Mystery, they are a bit more. Forgetting the word here.
Oh, I see. All right. So there's nothing much really that we can talk about the other teams, but
I guess I couldn't really find too much. Find too much, honestly.
And is that actually an advantage or a disadvantage? I mean, for sure, for broadcasters like us, we don't get to say much about them. But is this an advantage for both Team Mystery and PSTR to not be known by the other teams?
I mean, yeah, go for it, pal.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. Very well put.
Yep.
Oh, well, would love to see that for sure. And very well put, Pao and Nathan. We are going to be hopping into a quick break. And afterwards, we will be looking at the games themselves. So for now, we would want you to not touch that browser, as we will be back for the Acer Predator League 2021 Grand Final.
The Predator Cestus 350 is the first wireless gaming mouse in the Cestus line, and maybe the next to find a home on your mousepad. But if you prefer wires, just plug in the USB Type-C cable. While plugged in, the mouse can reach up to a 0.5 millisecond response, or 1 millisecond while unplugged. But with speeds like these, you won't encounter any missed clicks or delays. This is mainly accomplished via the PixArt 3335 optical sensor, which contributes to the mouse in reaching up to a 50-hour battery lifespan. And if speed and tenacity is your thing, a DPI up to 16,000 awaits those with quick reaction times. Having more buttons is rarely a problem, and with 350, you have a total of 8 programmable buttons, 3 in the thumb area, forward, backward, and burst fire, while below the scroller is a DPI switcher, and another to access up to 5 profiles. If you want to modify your settings, just pop open Predator Quartermaster and tweak away. For more information, please check our website via the link below. From all of us here at Predator, good game. The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can feel your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy. allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as 2 powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup.
Welcome back to the Acer Predator League 2021 Grand Final. And after that wonderful break, we are now prepared for the matches. My name is Wolf, your panel host with Pao and Nathan. I think we were kind of talking about the mystery of the teams, which, by the way, we'll be playing later on. So far, Pao and Nathan, can you explain to us and the viewers why there weren't many surprise picks yesterday from all of our matches? Yeah.
Well, now that I can do our broadcast day.
Hey, not silenced anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was global silence a while ago. Shout outs to Chuplak. But we were talking about, how it was. We're essentially approaching the end of a mature format, right? The major that happened last week was sort of a good capstone. Just sort of shows us, hey, here are all the strong heroes. You have your Ios, you have your Pucks, Monkey King, Tusk, Phoenix, Mars, all of these sorts of heroes. And the more that a patch sort of matures, the less incentive there is to sort of look for a cheese hero, right? Because there's no need to look for the cheese hero. We know what those are. It's Io and it's Puck, right?
Yeah.
So it's when you approach the end of a format, the end of a meta game, it's really just a matter of, can you play the best version of the best strategy? And I think that's what we saw from the teams that won. We saw Neon, we saw TNC. They're picking a lot of the same lineups, a lot of the same sort of counters. We saw TNC actually take down an IO strategy by using a Phoenix and just complementing it with a late game sort of Mars and Medusa combination for that damage output and that lockdown, right? So I think we're not going to see a lot of cheese. When it does happen, it's going to be exciting. But honestly, I think teams are saving that energy for when the new patch sort of comes out. So.
Understandably so. But we are anticipating so much in the upcoming patch, I would say. But since we've already talked about so much about meta just yesterday, and we talked about the teams already, why don't we kind of talk about your anticipation for the Saturday's patch? Right? I think it's Friday. It's their Friday. It's a West Friday, but
it's on the 9th. But that's US time, right? So once it comes to us, it's basically we wake up and there's a patch. Or for those that don't sleep or sleep really late, they get hit with the patch notes and they end up not sleeping since it's about 9 a.m. in the morning or whatever. And they keep reading.
Stop describing
and then they fall
my
asleep,
Friday night.
right?
Just
exactly.
describing my Friday night. So
describing our Friday nights because I do that as well. But yeah, I'm expecting it to be a really big patch, especially since Valve and IceFrog have sort of gone towards that kind of direction where after every big tournament, like a major, they end up doing that. They change things up. They don't want to, because that's the beautiful thing about Dota as well. It's never really stale. I mean, it gets stale, especially after like a TI, because they don't patch it. They have no real need to patch the game, but they patch things in a way that all of a sudden they're neutral items, or all of your talents are 25% weak, or there's an Aghanim shard in the game all of a sudden. So I feel like there might be a big mechanic that could be introduced into the game, but it's definitely going to be a big patch. Of course, the proper nerfs are going to be coming in. IO, PUC, DP, these heroes are definitely going to get nerfed for sure.
There were so many attempts on nerfs onto IO, and do you think that this so many things that happened to IO for sure, do you think that they will retain that mechanic but actually hold on to that? Because I think that we will be looking now into the teams that will be participating. It's going to be PSTR first. That's Kaoki, that's Tina, Hina, and CZQ and Venom. And here's the thing, right? I think that everybody here in the panel will agree with me. There's really not much that we know about this apart from the fact that they have been playing a lot of MMR. It's just that we have not seen them in I don't know where even to look. But is there anything that we can at least anticipate from all these players?
I think you mentioned this right before the break, right? Like, we are going to be sort of coming into this matchup. There's going to be a fair bit of mystery involved as to what to expect. But again, I feel like it's just going to come down to, do they have a handle on executing the best strategies that are available right now in the format? And if they are going to bring out something new, they're going to have their work cut out for them, right? They're going to have to not only outplay one of the stronger teams from the Southeast Asian regions, which is TNC, but they need to do so by also coming out with heroes that we've seen the sort of hierarchy of heroes sort of pan out now, right? So if it's something new, then it's going to have to fight against two sort of tiers of challenges. One is that there are other heroes that are clearly stronger in the pool, and there are strategies that are sort of set. If they can manage to bring that out, then I feel like this is a team to watch for the rest of the tournament. But other than that, I feel like they're just going to come out and sort of play toe-to-toe and sort of just try and outplay other teams in this bracket. They are seated higher, as they were waiting here on the second sort of stage here in the upper bracket. So I think they have nothing to lose, right? That was a phrase we were saying since yesterday. For some of these teams, they have nothing to lose. They have everything to gain. Momentum is a factor. It's going to be such a gigantic lead, a boost in their confidence if they take down TNC in a best of one.
And speaking of TNC, they will be the next team to be featured. That's Gabby, Armel, Bok, Teams, and Boomy. Nathan, how important is TNC Predator being the more known team, and what will their approach? What should their approach be when going up against a team that's seated higher, but you don't really know what they are going to bring out?
Well, it definitely depends on the mentality, right? Because when going into a game where you don't really know who you're playing up against, you don't have much data, you do your research, but you don't really know because you don't have the data. It really comes down to mentality for me. Either you sort of respect the team, you play everything as normal, or you sort of take the neon route where you try a few crazy things, play your way of chaotic kind of Dota, and I wouldn't say disrespect the opponent team, but play in a way that shouldn't put too much pressure on you, right? So for me, it's more of a mentality thing. Either they go into this game, draft a standard draft, do your bread and butter things like a Mars Phoenix or whatever, and just play your game, or they may try some new funky things and maybe just try to enjoy the game.
I think for me, just looking at this TNC roster, right, they are clearly going to be the veterans coming into this sort of matchup.
Oh, no doubt.
When you're a veteran, composure is the name of the game. Even in a best of one, a veteran does not allow themselves to sort of be caught up in this, oh, we need to pull out something crazy or new. No, I feel like this TNC Predator team has, as we've seen yesterday, they've looked at the teams in the major, they were practicing all the time. They are in a rebuild mode. They have something to prove. They're just gonna play the strategies that they prepared.
Yeah,
things that they've practiced. I think we're gonna see a lot of the same kind of Dota. We're going to see some interesting heroes that are going to be played from the position 5 from Boomy, as he's shown yesterday on that clockwork.
Yeah. I'm excited to see that for sure. You talked about Boomy. Why don't we look at this video where we get to know more about the players of TNC Predator?
Hi, I'm Armel Paul Tabios, mid laner of TNC Predator. Just hanging out with friends, family, and traveling anywhere. Less rock as of now. I think Gabby too, because he's the carry and he make most of the decision in the late game. Same as how we prepare in most tournaments, because as much as possible, you wanna win a tournament always when you join the tournament. I think the last major, when we're not really together as a team, we just train the bootcamp, and our two foreigners can't really travel in the Philippines because of the virus. So because of the major, we really wanna play together, like have a chemistry in the bootcamp, but we can't do that in the major. I think just Neon, because they went to the major and we think they're really strong too as a team. Just keep supporting us, and hopefully we give back your support by winning. Thank you.
That was amazing. So some insights going out from Armel and the gang. And we are excited to see more of them for sure. Now, we've already talked about and covered the, how to say this, their first debut as a new squad. But then again, we never really got a chance to really rate how they fared in their first match as a 5. So that's my question now for both of you guys. Pao, what do you think about, what do you think about the, I don't know, maybe rate them, maybe grade their first performance?
I mean, I think drafting wise, you could see that there is the influence of Boomy there. I think that was what they really wanted, with the departure of March, and that's why they got in Febby. TNC, the core of the TNC roster between Tims, Gabi, and Armel, what they really need is a drafter. And Boomy is the one that sort of performs that. I thought the draft yesterday sort of showed that they have a good idea of how they wanted to sort of play Dota. They wanted to have, we have good solid team fight where we are on the dire side. They realize that we have the right amount of heroes to sort of frontline for our Medusa. So there's a definite sort of idea in that draft. What I will say is that it is still a little bit shaky. We saw their laning stage. The Galaxy Racers definitely took control. Where they came back was when they punished the movements of Galaxy Racers, especially when they tried to take 2 successive fights in sort of the mid lane area between 2 towers, and they just punished them with all of their ultimates, and then from there they sort of took the initiative. I would say that they grade pretty high. I would like to see a little bit more polish in the way that they play their laning stages. But it was definitely a breath of fresh air seeing that they had such clearer drafts, at least looking to me. It was just a clearer game plan of what they wanted to do.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty straightforward. Definitely the first part of the draft, Mars, Phoenix. No messing around, just a straight combo. It's open. Let's take it. They gave the IO away, which means that they do have that confidence at least to be able to play against it. Playing the team maybe played a bit of a part in that, but definitely composure, especially after a laning stage like that. We were watching, of course, backstage yesterday when we were like, okay, TNC's getting a little bit shaky here. They were giving up a few kills, like you were mentioning. The laning stage definitely needs to be polished a little bit, but they definitely have much more of a better grasp and idea of how they want to play, and hopefully we get to see that more throughout the tournament. But yeah, I agree with Pao basically in most of what he said, but yeah, composure definitely played a huge role in that game, because they started to take fights where they understood that the opponents were overextending, and so then they punished the opponents, and that's really where it comes in, the leadership, the composure, and a lot of outside the stuff kind of game came into play definitely.
I kind of want to ask, which version of Bocarino do you want to see? I mean, we've been watching him for the longest time. But when it comes to gameplay and his contribution to the team, what do you want to activate? Basically speaking, like especially you, Pao, you've been.
I've had the fortune or misfortune. I'm joking. We're friends, that's why. I've had the fortune to coach Bok when he was in Adroit, and then when he joined the SEA Games team, together with Boomy actually. And the one thing that I want to sort of see, I want to see sort of activated in him now that he's part of TNC, is that I want his consistency to be activated. He's shown in the past that he's a good offlaner. He can definitely play. He has good ideas about how to play the game, but there is usually that time in the middle of a season or in a deep sort of run that the performance sort of falls off. And now he's going to be in a team where he is sort of shoulder to shoulder with other distinguished players, right? So I want to see that sort of consistency in a game like Dota, right, where one day you could be on the very top of the list, and then after one tournament you could be in the danger of fixing your roster. Consistency is really key to success, and that's what I want to see out of Bok in this sort of environment now.
Oh, we actually get to see the members and the players of PSTR. Now, gonna be matching up against a hell of a team. Here's the thing, PSTR, they know so much about TNT Predator. So if we were part of the coaching staff, for example, Nathan, if you imagine you're part of PSTR's coaching team, coaching staff, how would you really approach this match against TNT Predator?
Listen, when you're playing the underdog of the team, first off, you have to understand that you're the underdog of the team, because if you don't respect this kind of team, it's going to bite you back, obviously. So, of course, just understand that you're in a situation where you're probably playing one of the top teams overall throughout the region, and just play your game. If you've got a chance, if you got a plan, stick to it. If you have a few heroes that you want to play in mind, go for them. You don't be afraid to try things, because it's one thing to be able to respect your opponents, but you can't over-respect them, because then you're too scared to try anything in the game, and you just let your opponents walk all over you. So definitely show your opponents with a lot of respect, but definitely leave some of that respect for yourself as well, because you can't go into a game with the mentality of knowing that you're going to lose, because you've already lost the game at that point if that's what happens.
Well put, actually, Nathan. We are now seeing the members of the TNT Predator. They look like they are well prepared for this, and it's the usual bravado of a TNT Predator. In general, is this the lineup of TNT Predator that you would prefer? I mean, I don't want to really ask a bad question, but do we like this combination of players for TNC?
I think the question is really more if TNC is going to like this. Obviously, right, this is the first tournament that this roster has been put together, and for you know, for a lot of teams, every time you sort of go into that sort of deep sort of rebuilding kind of phase, you have to there's always a fear. Did we do the right thing? Are we adding in the right players, you know? So I think it's really more of a question of, are they happy so far with where they are? Is the confidence level high? We sort of follow this team, at least on social media, just because they stream a lot and you know they are part of the community. They sort of voice out and share a lot. So it is one of those things where we can see that they're happy playing with each other. But once the tournaments sort of roll out, that's really going to be the crucible that sort of tests out this idea of theirs. On paper, I mean, I like it. My only question mark that I said question mark, but you know, my only question was, as I've said yesterday on the panel, was this is going to be Boomy's first time as a position 5 since coming back into the active as an active professional on Clutch Gamers, and that's a almost 5 year gap.
Yeah, listen.
The first time he's going to be a 5 since he's been playing 4 professionally.
It's still the beginning, right, of this TNC squad. They had just added 2 of their players. This is what we call the honeymoon period, right? They're still feeling things out. They're so happy. They're like, hey, it's a new guy. You know, the issues haven't come up yet. You know, the issues haven't caused them to fight just yet. I mean, maybe they have. We don't know. Of course, we're not with them. But it's definitely a case of whether or not they're comfortable, right? And if you become more comfortable, if you're speaking the same language, of course, the language barrier in recent times haven't really been a huge problem in the Dota scene, obviously, but it's still the beginning, and hopefully we get to see more of that, you know, them build their chemistry, build their sort of style, the character of the team, and hopefully that again translates into more results for them.
Oh, that's pretty much what we should be given for TNC, at least as fans, for all the fans out there, is time for sure for this to develop. And it's just that I think that the TNT, they are so happy that the tournaments like these exist, well, because they can at least, you know, test out the water. This is their first time, and hopefully when the year develops and the esports ecosystem or the Dota 2 tournament ecosystem develops, they are ready.
I think they're especially in love with the fact that, you know, they weren't part of the major, so this is a way for them to like, man, I really wanted to be part of that.
Oh, they're hungry. They're hungry. They're
right?
definitely hungry.
This is the right kind of event to sort of whet their appetite, not just to prove themselves, but go like, I'm sure they were watching the tournament going like, we can do that, man. We needed to be there. You know, so this seems hungry, and I hope we see more aggression out of them, actually.
Oh, well, you guys worked with esports teams before, and I think that there's a big question of chemistry and synergy when there are new players, for example. And even if you put superstars in there, it's not an easy task. I've seen that happen, but for you, how should they develop their synergy and their chemistry? What are the steps that they should be taken?
Right. Well,
or
I think
do they just naturally do it?
I think for this type of team, there is history to draw from, right? We have Boomy and Gabby and Armel who played for Clutch Gamers for a long time. We also have Boomy and Balk who's played together professionally for similarly a long amount of time. So at least TNC, they have that sort of history and connection to draw from. Obviously, when you have other people in the mix, it's always going to be sort of a different sort of group dynamic. But the other thing that I want to highlight here is that TNC didn't just go into a rebuild by getting new players. Part of their rebuild is that they also got, you know, their former manager, Paulo C, who was their manager for the longest time. He left the operations side of the team, went into sort of more the business side. But after picking up Balk and Boomy, he's back on the team as sort of a performance coach. And I can only imagine that part of it is sort of helping them with, you know, helping them fix their group dynamic. So that is part of this TNC story of rebuild.
Yeah, I saw that as well, where he's more like a mental coach. You know, he comes in and he sort of takes care of the team and makes sure that they're all on the same page mentally, psychologically, understand that they are built to be champions. And it is just like you said, it is a squad, or it is an organization that has history. They have won things before. It is a championship squad, or at least potentially a championship squad. And yeah, I'm just excited as well, just like Pao and see. But definitely ego comes into effect. You know, I'm not saying that these players are egoistic, but we have seen in the past that as long as you keep your ego in check, you know, your team should definitely at least get over one hurdle, right?
All right, and those are just some of the things that they can be doing, and we're pretty sure that this is a team that, like you said, Pao, team that with history, or at least the players had history with each other. So that kind of means that with just a nudge coming out from their coach, from their new coach or their new mentor, that will be amazing. That will be a lot of results coming out from the TNC, and we are so excited to look forward to that. Now, heading into this matchup against PSTR, we already talked about so many outside of the game factors. Why don't we talk in game? What do you expect from TNC when it comes to their choice of heroes, their drafts, their strategies, or their tactics in general? What can we see from the draft, Pao?
I think the other thing is that we can just expect more sort of roaming heroes from Tims, right? This is sort of the kind of metagame that sort of favors the classic old school style of Tims. We saw Tim's game sort of grow under March, right? When he was playing a little bit more of these heroes that aren't necessarily roaming around lane to lane and finding ways to get their laners ahead, but more of controlling the jungle, making sure the stacks are in place. But this is a metagame where Earth Spirit is a thing, and for people who kind of forget, Tims is one of the Earth's best Earth Spirits.
Yeah.
So this is one of those. This is prime time for him to be as flashy as he naturally can be. So that's what I'm expecting out of this draft. Yesterday we saw the Mars and the Phoenix, these team fighters. But one thing that wasn't sort of amplified was that the Phoenix under Tim's last game was so rich that he basically went first item BKB. Under 20 seconds. Sorry, not under 20 seconds, under 20 minutes.
20 seconds.
Exactly, right? So, and that's when they were sort of, not doing well in the lanes, right? So he showed that he's able to play Phoenix. I want to see him play Earth Spirit. Give me Tim's Earth Spirit, give me Tim's Tusk. That's what I want to see.
Hopefully we get to see that in the draft, which is coming soon. But Nathan, I think that you're holding on to something. You want to say something about what we can expect from TNC Predator's heroes?
Not really, honestly. I think I agree with Pao. We do see the Phoenix banned, so that is maybe something that they did understand that should be banned versus TNC Predator.
You probably should ban that if it's a 20-second BKB,
few heroes. Again, TNC, look at what happened here again. They let the IO open. They have that confidence that they have beaten it in the past. So why not eventually or potentially let it through? It is not going to be picked up. I sort of like this from PSTR because although IO is open, if you understand as a team that you don't really like or you don't really expect to want to play IO, as a team with an IO, you might as well just pick something else. Let TNC take it for all we care. Let's just play our own game. This is what I was talking about for PSTR. Respect the opponents, but still leave some respect for yourselves and understand that as long as you play your game, understand that you played what you can throw out, go for it. And TNC as well. It seems like this
no one's picking up the IO so far.
This game might not even have an IO, either banned or picked.
Yeah, and I think that looking at both the Shaman as well as the Lion, these are not the heroes that you pair up IO with, at least in lane. But we don't know yet if Lion will be position 4 anyways. But I love it. TNC PSTR setting up the trap for TNC to get the IO, but TNC Predator not falling for it. In fact, PSTR will be taking the Tide Hunter. Man, this is a throwback. But TNC Predator, quick with the Alchemist.
It's a very quick Alchemist, by the way. And that's something that I don't think a lot of people are sort of paying attention to. Whenever we see a quick pick like that, right? That's a lot of confidence coming out from the drafter. PSTR have gone for a classic Shaman Tide combination, but my issue with the Shaman Tide is that it's nice when you're trying to pressure an Alchemist, but this could be an offlane Alchemist, right? This could be an Alchemist that essentially when your Shadow Shaman tries to take a tower, he'll just teleport in the middle, throw down acid spray and then farm, to box you out, and then he'll just farm the wards. So I really like this Alchemist pick right now, and PSTR, their answer is to ban a. That's a really aggressive ban on the DA, I have to say.
Yeah, it seems like they've sort of done their, let's say, homework on TNC, maybe expecting these signature heroes to come out. The TA, very comfortable, of course, for RML. Not there. I think there have been times in the past where TNC is not really afraid to pick up the TA early on, maybe even the second phase, just to show, that we're going to run this kind of game. And maybe they're just a bit too afraid that they might struggle a bit in the laning stage. So taking away some of those laning heroes, or these heroes that do very well in the lane, especially in the mid, at least gives them a bit of, let's say, peace of mind.
I think the Juggernaut ban is them sort of committing this Shaman Tide combination into the off lane.
It seems like it.
Yeah, the Juggernaut's really good at dealing with sort of the kind of burst damage, because the combination of the gush and the high base damage on the Shaman is actually a lot of damage in the lane. So just having that healing ward and being able to dodge the burst damage from their spells is actually pretty good. So I like this ban over here, but TNC Predator, you look at their bans are all from the major. Meanwhile, PSTR, they seem to be patterning their bans just on TNC Predator.
Very specific to the team, right? That's why I mentioned that they've done their homework. They understand that these players, they play these heroes. This is their style. So PSTR sort of tailoring these bans very specific to TNC, and you can tell as well. I mean, it's directed at some of these players. You see Gabby's Juggernaut, you see Armel's TA, you see Earth Spirit for Tim's. Exactly. So I mean, I get it. Why not go for PSTR? Because we've already deviated from the meta IO first pick. So why not continue the actual trend?
Yeah, the TNC, they don't even feel like they are gonna be banning it out. And what are the chances that we get to see IO not picked or banned in this particular game? That would be sexy.
This might be the game for it.
It's gonna happen. Yeah, I agree.
This might be the game for it. I don't, not to say that Gabi doesn't play it, but I have not really seen them sort of succeed in it as a team, right? When I think of a Gabi hero, it's really PA. These types of heroes that can sort of, they scale up pretty well, but they can also be aggressive whenever you want to.
This is the 5, I think, coming out from TNC.
Yeah.
I like the ET pick. That's a nice spot to pick the ET from. Especially since they'll be going for... They're the last pick in this matchup. I like the ET. It closes out a lot of holes.
Yeah,
The Alchemist really deals so much physical damage. It's nice to have that bonus that you get out of this Elder Titan. That might be good. It's also decent in laning, I would say, against the Shaman as well as the Tide Hunter, if ever. So I like that pickup coming from TNC.
It also sort of forces PSTR not to pick an Agi carry. It always feels bad to play an Agi carry. Your Morphlings, your Monkey Kings, albeit being banned here. And there are a lot of carries in the meta that really are these kinds of heroes that have, happen to be agility heroes. So this might force them into a spot where they might pick something like a Sven, a Chaos Knight, whatever other strength heroes.
I think Wraith King might be one of the
Wraith
options
King,
available to them.
Sort of a forgotten hero, pal?
Right. It is, and I like when you look at how TNC Predator has drafted so far, right? They have the Lion, the first phase. They have the Elder Titan here. The reason why I said the Elder Titan is good at plugging holes here is now TNC Predator, they don't even feel like they need to ban something like a Terror Blade, right? Because you can't pick Terror Blade into a Lion and into that Elder Titan. But I think Rubik.
Yeah, I think I have an idea of what TNC want to do here. I think they're going to run a Rubik mid. This is probably going to be an Alchemist off lane, and they're probably going to try to pull an
it's a last pick. It's a last pick for the safe laner, right?
Yeah, I think that's how it's going to be. Definitely going to be Gabby's hero at the end here, and yeah, I honestly like it. If you're playing with a bit of swagger, you want to play Rubik mid. It is a hero that can be punished, but it is a hero that's not too bad versus Lina. You look at the heroes that PSTR has on the other side. You've got Ravage that you can steal. You've got Hex. You've got Mass Serpent Wards, you've got Shackles. Any skill that Lina throws out, honestly, is really good for Rubik here. And if you have that kind of hero that likes to sit back, relax, and steal spells, throw them out, especially behind heroes such as Alchemist, heroes such as Lion that usually jump in first as well, and ET that can help you out by setting up team fights or sleeping the opponents or whatever. It really seems like a Rubik mid game.
Ooh.
Ooh, that's a nice safe lane pick. I think you feel a lot of confidence picking up this Ursa when you see that Rubik being picked up here, because then it really does tell you this is going to be an off lane Alchemist, just so that we can give an early Aghanims on this Rubik. Just to go back on the Rubik a little bit, I really like actually Rubik versus Lina. Just because it just gives you so much more ability to farm. You know, you can be a dead lane hero, you can be aggressive, you can go around. Because, hey, thanks a lot. You've given me Dragon Slave. My Dragon Slave is more powerful than yours in some cases, right?
Reaches farther, it's more damage technically speaking. And it also is a good matchup, like lane per lane versus lane, if ever it's going to be a mid Lina versus the Rubik. However, so that's also good. I also love the fact that Ursa was picked up. It's a good denial against TNC Predator, if you think about it, as Ursa against the Tidehunter would be bad for Tidehunter. But at the same time, it also allows him to to have a good lane against the Alchemist if the Alchemist goes off lane. So I really like this Ursa pick. I mean, not from a PSTR.
That's
I'm
definitely
sort of just weighing the chances of an Alchemist offlane right now, because as the draft goes, PSTR they're banning these heroes like Pugna, they're banning Leshrac, so they think that what's missing from TNC is a mid laner, which means that maybe they're expecting an ET offlane, a carry Alchemist, and then a mid laner last pick, but.
Right, and then a Lion as a 5, Rubik as a 4, maybe. But meanwhile, TNC is also sort of showing that, hey, we're banning out mid laners, right? They banned out the Ember Spirit, and then they banned out the Void. So now PSTR, you know, that's the question that they have to face here. You know, what are you gonna pick now? Ultimately, it's gonna be TNC Predator. They're going to have the final say on the matter. I would love this for this to be a Rubik mid. I don't know exactly about Elder Titan in the off lane right now, especially if you're going to be up against potentially Ursa. An Ursa. You could even go with Shaman 5. It's gonna be a little bit too painful, and it's going to be really expensive for an Elder Titan to sort of lane in the off lane. So I think this still might just go Alchemist anyway. But we'll see. TNC Predator, they really have that flexibility. I don't think they're in any position to sort of show their hand. So they're gonna wait it out.
Oh man, I hate it. I hate it. Here's the thing. I was about to say that Zeus can be picked up by TNC against the Tidehunter, just because of the fact that I'm a Zeus spammer and I almost automatically win against Tidehunter. But nevertheless,
yep, they picked up the Invoker. It's not gonna be Rubik mid. I would have loved for it to be Rubik mid, but it looks like it's going to be a 4. A 4 Rubik.
It looks like it. I'm not sure. It could be a position for Invoker. Nah, I don't know. We're still bantering around here. I'm not sure, because obviously we don't really get to see which players pick up which heroes. But I don't know. I still feel like at the end of the day, whatever the draft is, TNC should still be the stronger team here. But it definitely is an interesting Zeus, Lina, and Ursa plus Tidehunter combo. I mean, there's a lot of magic damage there. So I do expect whoever the off lane is, at least for TNC, to pick up a pipe this game, just because it feels so good, even though the item feels kind of bad right now. And I still feel like TNC is probably going to take the win here. It's an interesting draft. I'm still unsure which heroes are going to be played by which players, but it's still an Alchemist draft, and TNC, if any mistakes will be made by PSTR, could really be punished by an Alchemist here.
Why don't we take a prediction on what is going to be the laning stage for TNC? I'm thinking this will be offlane Rubik.
Offlane Rubik?
No. Sorry. Offlane Alchemist, carry Elder Titan. That's what I'm trying. But yeah, Pao, any prediction?
I think it might be TNC. They just really need to hit their BKB timing, and it doesn't look like their lanes are that bad, especially because they have so much flexibility anyway. So I think it's going to be TNC, but definitely the BKB timings here are going to be really important.
Yeah. I agree.
All right, I want to see, like I said, I want to see an Iller Titan carry. Let's find out if it will be the case. But for now, we're gonna be passing it over to the casters.
Thank you so much, Wolf. And oh my goodness, we have a treat for you because it is indeed going to be an Elder Titan carry. I can't believe it. Gods, how you doing? You excited for this cast?
I'm doing good. We got some fun picks coming from TNC, so I really want to look forward. I'm really looking forward to this one. If they get the fast ag scepters on some of these heroes, and holy cow, they're already in the action.
Yeah, they're in there and trying to make it happen. The 4-person LSA TNC just taking no predators right out of the start, but they've already been able to find 2 kills and looking for one more afterwards. The cold snap's there. The chase down is going to commit, and Tim's gets the kill. 3 for 1 to start. Not bad.
You know, I cast a little bit of the SCA Dota at the major, and I'm glad to cast more because it's always this very action-packed Dota. It's actually PSTR who get the first blood, so, you know, you give up 3 kills, but at least they got the extra gold for their kill.
Absolutely. And that's something to watch for here, definitely, is, you know, maybe they can get off to a nice start getting that first blood gold, you know, on whichever hero it was, as it does look like can't quite get into range there on Boomy to deny the bounty rune. But it does look like we're going to be having that safe lane ET that the panel wanted to see. Gabby picking this one up. And then, of course, the big thing that we've been seeing is this Alchemist 3 position, likely to give him an Ags early on.
Yeah, I can't say I've ever seen a carry ET before, but the idea of an ET who's going to have like an early, like, oh, it looks like armlet, or phase boost Midas queued up, but an early Ag Scepter on ET, freaking scary, man. This Ag Scepter is going to allow him to just run BKB at people, and heroes like Tide, Shaman, Zeus, these are all very magic damage spell important heroes.
Yeah, definitely. And that's, you know, what the panel was talking about as well, as the strength of those early BKBs that you could get on TNC, that they're, you know, now just going to be gifted to some extent by that Alchemist later on, at least for the ET, as far as he's concerned. But we'll keep an eye on it. As we take a look around at these separate lanes here, you can see Gabby having a pretty good time facing off against that Tidehunter. Boomy in a little bit of trouble, but should be able to walk it off. Catches another LSA, but just some trading around in a very brawly top lane.
Yeah, all that bonus damage Gabby gets, he's having a great time last hitting, and Boomy doing a good job of just zoning out the support lane of the Tide, so loving what I'm seeing from TNC so far in these lanes. It feels like it almost feels like, you know, they played this carry ET before with how good this top lane's going.
Wow, and the chase down, the punches, right clicks coming through. Boomy finds the kill and going to be able to pressure back Tidehunter. Yeah, it's not just going good, it's an utter disaster for PSTR, who lose the Tidehunter to boot. He hasn't gotten a CS yet. This man has been on Struggle City.
Yeah, I imagine it's pretty hard, you know. It doesn't really, like, there's probably a lot of pro teams that have never played against a carry ET, and PSTR are definitely showing some inexperience when it comes to the Gabby Elder time, the early orb of Venom slow, and just the sheer right-click damage is destroying them in that top lane.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job, definitely. And now Boomy going to be able to connect this pull-up. We can take a look down bottom. We're also Alchemist 8 and 5 so far. And it does definitely just look like PSTR are not able to keep up with this sort of early aggression that we're seeing here from TNC. And well, even charging up the stun, going to run on in and try and throw this one out. Bach, not quite going to get it. But not really that easy to punish.
No, the Shaman wasn't there to help the Ursa out. And right now, all 3 lanes, TNC looking pretty damn good. 11 denies on a mid-invoker is a lot. As it looks like Bach is going to get this stun out this time around. But yeah, the denies, the last hits, all 3 lanes looking really solid.
This is crazy. Yeah, that's a Quas Wex invoker, keeping that in perspective as well. As it does look like Hina here going to try and chase down Bach a little bit, but charging up the stun again, throws it out. And up top, almost taking down the Lina to boot. Just absolute murder up there as Lina will fall. The last hit coming through by Gabby. And stun and looking for more. Why not? He's only level 2. Although with that anchor smash, you would imagine he's going to be safe, but I don't know. TNC feels like nowhere's safe right now.
Gabby thought about it. He's like, I can take this tower with my salve, my tangos, but I think realized he was probably, maybe he could have got the kill, but probably would have died for it underneath the tier 1, so much better off just securing the lane even further. Tied only 2 last hits as an offlaner is really struggling, and I think very important for the Zeus here to try and get himself a rune. 4-minute mark coming up. There's a regen, but TNC, they're on point. They're ready for this. They had both supports camping runes, and they're baiting the Zeus.
Oh my god, they were so ready. Yeah, Tornado, EMP, still keeping the regen. Boomy throws out the Hex, and he's going to keep it through the entire time, it looks like. Able to get a little sidestep there of the LSA, and Boomy finds the final touch onto Zeus. 2,000 gold lead already at just 4 minutes. They're stomping.
Yeah. And when we talk about Alchemist drafts, usually you want to be playing from ahead, but you don't expect them to be ahead this early on. This is like before Evil's Greed even kicks in. Alk hasn't headed back to the jungle yet, and already TNC with a big advantage.
You can see these wards being placed down here, indicating where they want to play this game. And, you know, Boomy's in position here to just potentially catch out this Zeus yet again. Tornado, EMP, easy as pie. 7-1, about to be 8-1. And, well, it does look like Lina will be able to come on over and secure the bounty rune at the very least. But Boomy is just like, he's on his killing spree right now. This is terrifying.
And they still get 3 bounty runes for the Alchemist, so, you know, small consolation price to get the 1 rune, but it's still looking.
Absolutely. We're just taking a look at the net worth right now, because sometimes, you know, the stats aren't indicative of what's going on, but...
The Shaman, Master Tier Shaman, he's level 25 on his Shaman. Maybe he can make some plays to turn this one around.
Where there's a will, there's a way. But right now, chase down, find another kill there onto Lina. The Shaman moving into position. They're bringing everybody right now, trying to force back Armel. He's so close to going down, but they don't quite get into range. And now the shackles, but they pull him in closer, trying to find the finish onto Armel. He gets away on 19 HP. Boomy might also be in some trouble, but he throws out another Earth Spike, and they get away on nothing. That was so close to getting something.
They had the sentry ready for the Invoker, but both Lion and Invoker escaping on a sliver of health is so crippling. They brought in so many heroes for that. I like the move from PSCR, knowing they have to get some kills to turn this game around, but they just couldn't quite bring down the Invoker. And while that all was going on, ET Alchemist just farming away, so bad news for them.
Yeah. If there's a plus side at the very least, it's PSTR. They haven't lost the tower yet, but the economic damage is just so insane right here. 4,000 gold lead, and you're starting to get online with some of these very active heroes. Armel going to be playing on this Crosswex Invoker, has his urn ready. Hasn't been able to get a charge on it yet, though. So we'll see where they move next.
Yeah, they've done a good job of kind of slowing this game down to try and get a few more levels. Like, you know, a mid-Zeus, only level 4 still. Feels like as much as they need to try to get some kills, firstly, to do so, they need to get their ultimates online.
Right. And speaking of which, Boomy heading through the trees will get found. Doesn't quite manage to get that Hex off, and instead it's going to be Boomy that moves into position, finds the kill there with Armel. Urn charge Boomy, now trying to run away, but they pull back in Dina. This Zeus in some trouble, as up top they'll also take down CZQ. Gabby, again, just running at him.
Yeah, wow. It's going to Midas queued up. One-man wrecking crew with the Max Spirit already online.
Oh, and Boomy again.
Boomy?
Just playing with him here.
Yeah, there's 3 heroes running at Boomy, but, you know, something tells me Boomy might get away from this one.
He's just gone.
They're either giving up the chase or they just can't find him right now. Lina might still hunt around a little bit, but Boomy has completely juked them.
Yeah. He just ran away. It's a pretty good move when you got Tranquils already. It's tough to keep up with.
The good old right-click ground strat to walk away. Well,
gold lead continues to accelerate. Gabby here has a really big stack, and this is going to be 183 damage coming at them. Trying to find this kill here on to the Tidehunter. Gabby, the one to take it. And now moving forward for more. Poor old Lina's going to get chased down here as well. A lot of different ways they can kill her, and they decide for the Armel Tornado to end her life.
Ooh, and now on the Alchemist camera, he's just farming stacks, so they're getting kills. The Alch is farming. Everything looking good for TNC.
This is what you want to see for sure. And for PSTR, I mean, it really just feels like they're getting outmatched. It's going to be a really tough hole for them to climb out. But I like what you said earlier about like needing to get those levels up, right? Like right now, Zeus just hit his level 6. Ursa's got level 7. Trying to work towards the Battle Fury, knowing that if they want to catch up, they're going to need somebody that scales later. We'll see how it goes. It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, I think the Zeus and Tide level 6 is kind of go time. Zeus, though, unfortunately with his build, is going for this farming build, has no points in Lightning Ball.
Pops the ulti, tries to chase in. Light Strike Array comes through, but the Hex there, and now the catch on the Lion. Has Boomy gone a bit too far? Finally, they're able to find themselves a little pick off there. Shaman is the one that gets the kill, but it's probably going to be that XP that will help them out the most.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Unfortunately,
attack.
they had to rotate most of their team and only got the Lion. They really need to try to bring down one of these TNC cores. The Invoker would be a big pickup for them, but just a little bit too slippery. Now that he's got all these levels, he can get so fast when he channels into that Wex, making it really difficult. But the SCR setting up for a Bounty Rune camp.
Bach. Oh, he was charging the stun the whole way. Finds that kill as well. And now the Tornado gets the lift up there. Hex onto 1, but they're going to chase forward for more. And EMP comes out. And Shaman going to fall. So another kill. 2 to 15. Not the greatest in the world, definitely. It's been 2 on Boomy. So he's the one that's getting reported at the end of the match, I think.
Yeah. That's it. You know, it's not the greatest, but I've seen games where teams have 0 kills. I've seen those at at big lands, at majors. That can happen anywhere. And PSTR, they've got their name on the board with those 2 kills. So unfortunately for them, the farm status is where things look really grim. Alchemist is not even started pulling Ag Scepters yet, but we're gonna see Alch become that gold giver soon. And heroes like ET and Invoker are both great Ags receivers.
Absolutely. You hit a pretty nice stomp or something into Cataclysm, it could be deadly. They're going up top now, trying to take down Gabby here. Level 10 just gives them the old walkaway. They do have Ravage up now. Not quite there with the Laguna Blade, but there is some potential here in a little bit. As, Ina gets put to sleep.
Is there a Sunstrike? I don't think so. No Exort.
Next time. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah. Just the pure Quas Wex still, so going 5 points in the Wex, it looked like. We'll see if PSR. I think this is now time to go for that kind of smoke play. Even though Zeus doesn't have points in the Lightning Bolt, you got to make a move with Ravage.
Well,
goodbye, Zeus.
Wait a second. In a little bit here. What do you think of the Witch's Blade on the Invoker as sort of an item build for Armel?
Seems pretty cool. I like it. I think this build is already like fairly right-click centric with double null talisman and phase boot. So hero like Invoker is just looking to cold snap earn people, and you often get a lot of right clicks in, and that's where the Witch's Blade is extra value on these intelligent heroes that right click. You've seen a lot on the Puck, of course, and I think Invoker is very similar, where you often get a lot of right clicks off.
Okay, I like that idea.
First Ag Scepter is up, by the way.
Yep, he's ready to go. And obviously, we'll be giving him that BKB effect. Ravage comes out, able to interrupt. But now getting the BKB, Boomy being chased down a little bit. All the right clicks coming from Gabby. Can they kill off Boomy? He gets away on 13 HP, and now Gabby, looking for more, decides not to go for it. Instead, is just going to pull it back in. Man, terrifying.
Yeah, BKB Magic Me is nice, but he still dies to towers. I think if there was a bit more farm, had some armor, some evasion, maybe he'd be diving that base, but those tier 2, tier 3 towers can hurt, so.
Oh!
Here we go. Truly, you don't show on map versus Zeus ulti. That's a elementary mistake there.
Those classics. Yeah. Tranquils didn't kick in quickly enough, and now dying 3 times. Boomy, unbelievable. Ooh, Sunstrike, Chase, Ina getting beat down, Enraged lift, tries to get the jump away. Tim's gonna go down now. These supports falling by TNC, but the core is gonna come and try and reclaim some honor here for their fallen comrades. Will it be enough? There's 5 heroes, and they're thinking about going in. Stomp is going to connect onto 2. Now Gabby decides to go and turn. Couple more punches. They also lose the Invoker. Have they finally gone a bit too far? There's nothing left. But big win there. PSTR.
Yeah. They finally get a kill on one of the cores, and it is a big one. Gotta be careful. This Gabby ET still wreaking havoc.
Yeah, knows there's no enrage, but the chase down coming. Gabby, you've got a lot of net worth, my friend. Although the stomp comes out and now can phase boots away or try and go for a kill. Turns and knife, take down Hina. He's about to run out of this one. Can they kill him here now? It's not quite in range, and with Rubik nearby, it's all going to be a bit too much. A turn on to the Sunstrike. Oh, not quite there in time.
Radiant's
But still, the rundown I don't think is quite done. Bach is here. Smelling blood in the water, wanting to find the finish, throws out the stun, and isn't quite able to get it in time.
Ooh. Oh, this poor shaman, he's trapped.
Master tier, but unfortunately, even the smokes won't save you as they kill him off. Now turning on to this tier 2 to get that taken down. 14 minutes in, 17,000 net worth lead.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, from here on out, I should be smooth sailing. I don't really see a way to easily turn this around for but you know, small glimmers of kills when they group up as 5, they TP in. They got that kind of, you call it save your buddy syndrome, but they're actually not just saving their buddy, they're turning it around, getting kills. Not just always feeding one by one, but unfortunately getting kills when you're 5-manning isn't enough. You need to get that farm, and they have not found any farm on the map at all.
Absolutely. It's been a tough one for them in that regard, for sure. Oh, Gabby. Okay. Oh, gets the BKB delivered to him. And oh, it's stolen Ravage! Tim shows back up. Boomy is there for the secondary Ravage, but Kraken Show working. Tornado lift up onto 3. The EMP comes out. Armel gets the double. Now going to take a Laguna Blade to the face, but doesn't fall. Managed to get out of there. And now Gabby walking forward, going to beat down that Zeus. And again, to get their retribution, he now stuck in no man's land a little bit. Realizes, oh, good jump, but the stun is there, and well, we'll see if they decide to chase any further forward here at all. Stomp connects. The bait. Are they just gonna go in? Sunstrike finger, the whole enchilada comes down on that Ursa's head.
Poor Ursa, he was actually doing okay. Like, yeah, you see the top 3 net worth, they're all in Team C side. That's mostly because of the kills. Ursa had a 15-minute Battle Fury, so not a bad timing by any means, but yeah, this game getting more and more out of hand, unfortunately. Another Ag Scepter probably coming soon for Mr. Invoker, and then things start to get even more interesting.
Oh,
maybe get to the Rubik. Okay, that's what I was wondering. All right, that's fun.
Tim's gets to play some Dota. That's pretty cool. We'll see if he can make excellent use of it. I'm sure that he will. Yeah, I mean, I like what you're saying there about like the Battle Fury timing on the Ursa. Able to get it at like not an awful situation for him. The problem is like it's sort of come at the cost of the other items. Doesn't have boots yet. Did get that Orb of Corrosion. Likely gonna pick those up next. But a smoke up now. No Ravage, but they do have Laguna Blade Armel. He breaks the smoke, the chase down. They got wards on him. Can they get in range? 5-man tornado, not quite there. And now the stun, and now the chase. Now some trouble. Gonna make it double as the stomp connects onto 1. The Ursa separated from the rest of his team, stolen in rage. Now Gabby chasing down Tina, looking for the kill. Tina, Hina, they're both in the grave. Can they get out of there with the tide? They will. But a god like Gabby on this ET position 1 is really carrying him through this one.
Yeah, Gabby having some fun on this ET. You see there, a massive gold lead. This early on to have a 26 gold lead is pretty unheard of, and really just testament of how dominant TNC are right now. They're just like playing with their food, it feels like, but having a good time at it as well.
Absolutely. They're, they're doing some styling as they've been known to do from time and time again, but we'll see how it goes as they now are going to head into Roche. They've taken 2 tier 2 towers. PSTR not able to really do much of the same, although they will scout that Roche is being taken. It would be very difficult for them to get in a position to come and contest her right now, even with Ravage.
Yeah, we'll see if they move on out towards that pit. It feels like you say, they're difficult to contest, and they're also going to be a little bit too late.
Easy peasy. So the move on out, 5 to 30, and tier 2 top going to be on the deck. As Zeus, oh, a little scary over there. Nope. Armel's setting up on the Ursa down bottom. That should be a kill. Chase down is there. The Hex, they get a self-stun onto the Alk, but deafening blast afterwards from Armel, and he just punches down that Ursa. Now looking for more two-person stomp. The shackles there, and look at the jump in coming from ET. He's gotten that talent for the extra astral here at spirit damage, and finger comes out again. TNC showing no mercy in this best of one, as it's the way you gotta play it. Jump forward, blink, shackles, done.
Absolutely annihilated. Onto the tier 3 towers we go, say TNC. 20 minutes in, and they are steamrolling their way through this game.
And it does look like the backdoor protection is going to kick in here. I mean, the plus side to this, if you're PSTR, is that it's very quick respawn, because their levels are pretty low at this point. But still not sure if that necessarily stops this mayhem. Gabby just jumps in, gives him the old punch.
That's a Ravage.
Walk back though. Oh, stolen Ravage. They're gonna move in. Stolen Ravage on to 5 afterwards. Pretty as can be from Tim's. A double kill there as the chase down continues. Now stolen wards, because why not? Those are Ag's upgraded wards. Armel is gonna right click down this shaman. He's dead as well. Ultra kill for Gabby. Maybe gonna look for this rampage in just a moment as they blink in. Tim's again goes. Gabby looking for the follow-up, the chase down. Done. Delayed rampage stolen from Tim's, or stolen by Tim's rather. And Sunstrike not quite enough there for the kill. Lena also going to fall. PNC, they're all over it.
Really well played, flashy fight coming in. Tim's putting on a bit of a show with all those steals. Had the big ultimates, the wards, and the Ravage, and even the small things like sealing an Ursa clap to just jump in and do some extra damage. Putting full use to the Ag Scepter.
7 to 41, 35,000 gold lead at this point. It feels like it's basically an impossibility for PSTR as Gabby keeps on moving in. The tornado lift up, and can they time it with the stomp? They won't quite, but still another double kill for Gabby. 17-0 and 13 in this game.
Poor Lion trying to take Rax by himself. He's like, team objectives, anyone? Like, where'd you guys go? Trying to, win the game for us.
This is definitely felt like one of those pub moments. Like, the rest of the team leaves to go farm camps or something. Tim's gets
trying to be a good team player. Meanwhile, this Invoker ET are just like, yeah, I just want to make high.
They're going to keep going. Gabby into the fountain yet again. And, well, Zeus in protest will throw out the Thunder God's Wrath. But it does really feel like TNC, they are ready to go. Another Aghanim's completed. Who's getting this one? Can you give it to
like
PSTR?
I feel like
he gave it to Lion. Oh my god!
It's like boycotting Armel. He's like, Armel, you don't deserve this, bro.
Oh my god, I love it.
Lion deserves it with how much of a team player he's been.
Yeah. Absolutely. Let's go, Boomy. Get in there. 2 levels right now in the ulti. Now gonna look for more. Oh, chase down? Okay, yeah. 42,000 gold lead. 48 kills, and TNC looking to close this one out right now. Ravage comes out, stolen again. Blink in Ravage onto everybody at the same time as the tornado. Then the 2-person finger of death. Triple kill for Boomy as he did it to him with the given Aghanims, and well, that does look like it's probably going to be about the game as Armel dies. He died to the tower.
Okay, that's Hulk and Invoker both down. Just Gabby left with a Moon Shard, decided not to go for the AC. Had bigger and better ideas, and he's just whacking people.
Whacking. taking down those tier 4s. Never say die attitude. I do appreciate it from PSTR. But unfortunately, the Ancient will eventually fall.
You say that, but they're also singing their fountain.
That's true.
But no. They're using their spells. They're trying to bait TNC into the fountain so that they can throw it. That's the play here.
I like that. It's the high-level thoughts that are going on here. As throw out the stun. We'll see if they decide to go for this Boomy and Gabby commit again for another couple kills. That's 55 total, 56. Keep the pain trainer going. Ultra kill for Gabby. Nobody else is left. And it does look like with the Zeus buyback, they might go back in again. But no, it's going to be GG.
Zeus just, making sure that on the end scoreboard, his damage dealt numbers look respectable. So we can be like, oh, it's my team's fault. Look how much damage I did.
I like it.
But, yeah, TNC, very dominant. Look forward to seeing them go further in the tournament. They are going to be one of the favorites here, alongside teams like Neon. So good to see them, playing, TNC Dota here. Very aggressive and hunting those kills constantly.
Absolutely. You can see varying levels of either laughter from TNC at their good performance or just sort of deadpan. These guys came to do business and they took care of business. So yeah. Impressive performance. Well, we'll have to see what ends up happening. PSTR, they put on the show that they could. In the end, TNC, they are just the better team. This is one of the top teams in the region. I've seen in the afterwards that they're typing to them, "Thank you, the TNC. We are your fans." So they're even loving. They're big fans of TNC as well. But for now, at least, we're gonna head on back to the panel after a short break, see what they thought about that game. But for now, to the quick break.
The Helios 300 is the ideal laptop if you enjoy high-octane gameplay, mobility, and a machine filled to the brim with plenty of top-tier components, all aimed at the same goal, pure gaming glory. At the helm of Helios is the high-speed display. The color-rich IPS screen is 15.6 inches and has a 240 Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond overdrive response time. With a high refresh, frame rate will be smooth with no tearing, as long as you keep that frame rate high. High frame rate requires high-performing hardware, which, thankfully, there is plenty of. At the top of that list is the latest 6-core, 12-thread 10th Gen Intel Core i7 mobile processor and GeForce RTX 2070 with Max-Q design. You can also deck out the Helios 300 with up to 32 gigabytes of DDR4 2933 MHz RAM, dual 1TB PCIe NVMe SSDs in RAID 0, and a 2TB hard drive for everything else. With Predator, we always put cooling first. With the 2020 model, we've added intakes to the top of the base to increase airflow, while continuing to include the most critical component, our 4th Gen Aeroblade 3D fans. Custom engineered, these fans have been built to maximize airflow while reducing overall noise, made possible through their bionic-inspired design. Some prefer to use their laptops as a mobile desktop replacement, so all the ports, such as Mini DP, HDMI 2.0, 3 USB 3.2 ports, and 1 USB Type-C, should give you plenty of access to your displays, gadgets, and more. Looking down from the display, we have the 4-zone RGB keyboard with a few custom keys to take note of, Turbo, so you can overclock with a single press, and Predator Sense, giving you immediate access to our utility app where you can adjust fan speed, overclock, monitor temperatures, and many other useful functions. And that, in a nutshell, is the Helios 300. And if you want to know more, just check the links below. From all of us here at Predator, good game.
Welcome back to the Acer Predator League 2021 Grand Finals, as we have just witnessed a stomp coming out from TNC.
Once again.
A literal.
Once again.
This time it's a literal actual stomp because of the Elder Titan.
A little echo stomp.
Yeah, it's a literal actual stomp. So
well, and much has been watched, and more will be said. As Pao, what do you think? What did you feel about that game?
Okay, all right. So on one hand, I did say that TNC was gonna come into this and just play the stuff that they prepared, right?
Okay.
But on the other, much larger hand, I also did say that, you know what, TNC is probably going to play, you know, some of the more powerful stuff in the metagame. They're not going to bring out anything too crazy. Boy, was I wrong. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And this is one of those times when I love being wrong because, you know what, they picked up Elder Titan, which is still a good hero in the metagame, but who would have thought that they would put it in the safe lane, right?
Wolf did apparently. You know,
Apparently, yes.
like,
Actually,
he wished for it. He wished for it.
He wished for it to happen.
Yeah. There you go.
TNC
You're
heard
happy
his
now,
thoughts.
Wolf? Happy?
I am glad. I would say. Yeah, Pao.
But yeah, you know, I was really pleased just to see, you know, how aggressive they were. And one thing that I think Lyrical mentioned towards the end of the broadcast, at least at the end of the game, that fans might not have seen was that, you know, the people from PSTR, the boys from PSTR, they were saying, you know, thank you for playing with us, right? So it was still of a wholesome sort of end to what was a very aggressive game.
I mean, in much more seriousness, just going back sort of towards Sober, because I took a few notes here, and of course we just have to revisit that I always ignored once again from TNC. Even well, not just ignored the whole draft. It wasn't even thought of. You know, they were like, okay, if it's gonna pass the first phase, it's not gonna be picked or banned eventually. Usually, we don't really like the Lion going to the position 5 role, just because. It's sort of awkward. You like the Lion with items, you know, it's much more effective. But with the good start that he had, it's definitely more forgivable. Up to the point I think that Lion even fingered the Tide once and it just died outright. Of course, we did have the Alchemist offlane as well that we were looking forward to. It's usually punished, like we saw in the recent major, right? Just because it's a bit greedy, but it definitely worked because of the space. You know, the early game was so good from TNC, and you know, with an Alchemist in the offlane, when it works, the match, it looks like it's turbo mode because he's solely just giving out Aghanim Scepters over and over. I think it went up to 3, right? The ET got one, the Rubik got one, and then the Lion got one.
More importantly, the Lion got one, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we saw the effects of that definitely, but again, the briefcase in the end was too strong, definitely. The free BKB, on the other hand, right, that the ET gets from the Aghanim Scepter, it just rendered all the opponent's team skills useless. As you see, we have a Zeus on the other side. We've got a Lina, we've got a Tide, we've got a Shadow Shaman. You want these skills to go through to be able to help out, but it just wasn't the case this game because of that. And it was always so easy to be able to get the BKB stacks from the Astral Spirit.
That's right. I think that the funniest thing about this is that Bok, as the Alchemist, was the least had the least net worth overall for his team.
Yeah, just because he was giving them away.
Yeah,
right?
because he was giving them away. It was at a certain point in time, the Zeus was better at farming at least in display, compared to the Alchemist, but just only because of the fact that he was all given it away. And right at this moment, I think that nothing else matters anymore. But teams did steal so many crucial ultimates, the Ravage and the Shaman, and even that Earth Shock allowed for the skill.
I mean, we did sort of see that this was going to be, you know, a really, really enjoyable Rubik game. We wanted to sort of see him in the mid lane, right, before we saw the Invoker and before we knew that the Elder Titan was going in the off lane. But when you are faced with sort of a Shaman, a Tide Hunter, and a Lina, those are like three of your best friends. Like the only thing that's missing there for a Rubik to really just, you know, have a great time is probably something like an Enigma, right?
Yeah.
But what I will say is that this game as well, we saw the kind of experience that Boomy has as a 4, because he was doing 5 things that a 4 would do, right? As soon as they were really confident that they were destroying the lane for the Tide Hunter on the other team, all he did was just camp mid, right? And he was constantly juking people in and out, sort of almost playing as a 4. At one point, he was at the same level as Tim's on that Rubik.
So that's one of the sort of advantages of having that kind of player with a perspective from another role, sort of starting to transition into the 5 role. And what I also will say is that Boomy's contribution to this team right now is, as we've said, like pre-game, is in the drafting, right? This is a draft that fans of TNC who have been here maybe in the March era, this is not a March draft, not at all.
Yeah, it's much more enjoyable, less standard, less, I don't want to use the word robotic, or less disciplined, I guess, let's say, as a draft, right? Because we know March, so he's sort of got like a straightforward view on how he wants to draft. We saw it in the previous major where they won with TNC, but yeah, with TNC, very enjoyable game for them. And I think with your point as well with Boomy, it's definitely amplified, right? Because he can sort of play like a 4 in these games, especially when there's stomps, because it looks better, right? You're position 5, you're getting farm, you do what you usually do as a position 4, but once they start to play against those higher teams, which can punish greed, which may not guarantee you a 1 lane all the time, that's where I want to see how Boomer reacts and how he will act under those circumstances in the future.
Oh, I actually love that point that you made out. Maybe when they are going to be facing up against some new teams, or teams with the higher caliber, at least in the same class with them, maybe it will be completely different. But time to move on from that first best of 1. Why don't we look at the next team? This is going to be Team Mystery going up against 496, and let's look at Team Mystery first. Well, as their name suggests, this is a mystery to me. That's Mango, that's FXRS, that's After Rain. Nice name, by the way. That's Ponyo, How, and Never Love. I mean, How is a household name.
This is a different How.
Not different How.
This is a different How. This is not TI winner General How, I believe. Yeah. I think this is also Team 02, if I'm not mistaken. No. It has After Rain, who is, I think, also known as Xiao Yu.
Yeah, and they're playing under that name in the DPC right now, but they're not exactly playing with the same exact players. So I feel like they've committed these players to this tournament, and they're going to be playing together, and hopefully they've retained some of the chemistry that they have from the past. But yeah, there are definitely a few names here that seem a bit familiar, and hopefully they're going to be able to have a few qualities that they can throw up against 496.
Right.
Now they are going to be up against 496, a team that is I think that we already talked about this team yesterday, and we kind of repeat them what we can expect from them. And by the way, an amazing start in this tournament for Team 496. I want to ask though, how are we impressed about the performance of Team 496? It's just that they won against their opponents, and the win was kind of given to them, or are we actually happy about their performance yesterday, Pao and Nathan?
I don't think it was necessarily given to them. I think they still had to work for it.
Yeah,
I think they had one of the longer games of yesterday. Right?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that was, at least to me, really impressive to me was that their side lanes, right? That BB is, I think, back into that sort of off lane role. And now they have Drew in the carry position. I think they still had a lot of kinks. I definitely thought they still had a lot of kinks to work out. They were definitely sort of drafting a little bit more differently than other teams. But Bombi was doing a lot of work, and Bombi's consistently been really, really impressive whenever he's playing for 496. So I'm expecting great things coming out from him, actually, as the tournament progresses.
Oh.
Yeah,
Nathan, can you talk more about Bombi? You're one of the people, along with Aki, or from the Filipino panel. You were so happy about his performance, and you were hyping him out. And,
yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I've casted a few 496 games in my time, and I feel like with Bombi, he definitely seems like the star player in this team. Now he's sort of like Boomy in a way, like how Pao hypes him up. Where in the position 5, it seems like a position 4. It seems like a position 5 that's a playmaker. Especially with the heroes that they draft for him or have drafted for him in the past. They give him a Winter Wyvern, a Phoenix, a Wind Ranger, a Techies, maybe even at times. This guy, he's got some comfort heroes, and these are comfort heroes that can definitely provide you a lot of aid for your win condition a lot of the times. And for 496 with Bombi, I feel like he could be the player that could stand out in these games, and hopefully continues to do so, because as a position 5, you know, for you to be able to do something such as what he does, it's huge. Honestly, it's huge.
I'm excited to see more of Bombi and his teammates for sure in this regular game. There's really not much to say about their matchup. But for 496, what are the heroes or the compositions or the general play style that we can expect from this team heading into this best of 1?
I mean, they've always been aggressive, right? You know, that is one of the things that they are sort of known for, even way back in the past, right? I think what we can sort of expect too is I kind of want to see their team fighting ability get a little bit cleaner and cleaner as they move up into the bracket. We've seen yesterday that some of the engagement, they were so ahead, but then some engagements would be, they'd probably take a team fight here or there that they have no business of taking, and so we would sort of find ourselves, oh well, now some of our timings are delayed. It's one of those things where sometimes they are taking fights, they're trying to take an engagement, they thought they have the power spike to take the kill, but it ends up being like they're maybe short mana a little bit, maybe they actually lack 1 damage item, and that sort of contributes into letting, you know, blowing open a door for the other team to sort of get back into it and sort of compete again. I want them to sort of finish out games, because they start games strong. I want them to finish games strong. That's what I want to see out of 496.
Yeah, I think with 496, it definitely comes down to, well, a lot of it for me comes down to really the roles that they play. And it seems like they've finally established that Drew is going to be playing carry, that BB finally going to play in the off lane, and everything seems to be a bit more normal, nothing too funky in terms of roles, you know. And I feel like that's good for the team, because a lot of it is about stability. A lot of it is about consistency, and Pal talked about how they can play aggressive. And you know, if you're playing in those roles that you're most comfortable with, it'll definitely come naturally. You know, playing in the offlane, playing as a carry, you've got someone that you can go back and say, like, okay, Drew is going to be able to carry us as a team. That BB's back to his role, and everything's good, because again, you're playing comfort roles. And hopefully with 496, this will spark a bit more consistency for them. We have yet to see, of course, whether or not Team Mystery will be able to put up a fight, but yeah, 496. Let's see if this is finally sort of a string of results that they can put together to be able to solidify how they can play as a team.
Oh, can we expect any of these teams to play, or at least draft as wildly as TNC did, or maybe even more?
Well, I don't know.
I'm not sure about as wildly.
I don't know. I don't know about an ET carry, right?
Exactly.
I can definitely see something like a Techies support by Bombi, you know, these kinds of things. Because again, with Techies, it seems like a meme hero, honestly, but it's really powerful. If you know how to use the hero, it's a really powerful tool to be able to, you know, destroy a neutral camp at minute 1 with these bombs, or be able to get a kill really early on with your third skill. I forget what the name is, but basically, whatever play if you have a player that can use the hero really well, it's gonna work. It may seem crazy, it may seem like a meme, but it'll destroy your lanes. It'll mess things up, and that's where teams may struggle to be able to come back up again, because they fall down in minute 1, and all of a sudden, like, you know, boom.
And I think it's also unfamiliarity of the situation, right? In pub games, it's very rare that you are going to face a techies, much more so in a sort of team versus team setting.
Yeah,
and so sometimes you would see that, oh, you're going to be fighting against the techies. Well, maybe you know how to play against them, but the rest of the team doesn't know how to play against them. So that's also where power of the techies comes from. That being said, I don't know if 496 is going to be prioritizing the techies going into this matchup. They certainly didn't yesterday. I think, you know, a lot of teams, especially as we've seen just in the games yesterday, a lot of teams are prioritizing things like Pangolier, right? Things like Phoenix. These heroes that are very strong in the team fight, very strong in the abilities that they bring to the table. We'll see if we see 496 will be able to get their hands on one of these.
Here we go.
Here we go into the draft. There is Alchemist,
Death Prophet,
496,
Let's go.
Death Prophet,
Puck, that's true, yeah.
Puck is available. The Team Mystery, they have. Or are they going to go the route of picking up a support first? As we've seen, it's going to be a Lion.
Okay,
there you
so
go.
people deviating from the meta pretty much. So yeah,
Yep.
I mean Lion, it's a hero that, especially during the finals, I guess, of the major, was definitely picked up quite a lot.
Right.
Or prioritized definitely in the first phase. Tusk, another hero that is sort of.
Oh, I really like
recently,
this. Yeah, I really like this out of 496. It's interesting to me that both of these teams are really just securing these heroes when a lot of the other sort of metagame. But then that is the saying, right? A tournament has its own metagame, and I feel like this is the one that we're seeing out of this tournament. There is a Death Prophet that's available. I kind of like it on the side of Mystery at this point, but we'll see if they're going to pick it up. They're going into the tank pretty. I feel like they should pick up a core here as they are in the first pick.
Especially because there are like Blood Seekers available, your Puck is also available, Death Prophet.
I think a Blood Seeker pick here is going to deny 496 the ability to get Pangolier for their side. It's going to be a Monkey King. So there's the core that we're looking for Mystery. It's really hard to not pick up a core in this sort of metagame over here. And 496 picking up the Puck.
Yeah, I really like this opening for 496 as well. Yeah, the Tusk definitely is sort of just a hero that doesn't bait you into picking anything you don't really want to pick. It plays around with the Pangolier sort of coming into play when we were talking about Neon Esports in that series as well, where if you take the Tusk, the opponents might be baited to take the Pangolier, and in turn, meaning that you can take the Bloodseeker to counter it. But that didn't happen in this case. The Puck, of course, ignored for the first first three picks, if I may say so. But the Monkey King, if you don't take it now, definitely is going to be banned next phase, as I think we've seen a lot from this tournament already. But yeah, a lot of control already from the Puck and the Tusk here on the side of 496.
10 seconds. I want to see some Dream Call into kick. It's going to be a nasty combo for sure. Yeah, but we do know that generally speaking, this Puck can fit almost any kind of composition. It also is a very strong mid laner, no matter what happens. For Team Mystery, at least this looks like a set plan for them. The way that they drafted it, the way that they just ban out the Beastmaster and then pick up the Lion with the Monkey King against the Tusk, ignoring the Puck. It kind of feels like they are prepared for this and they have a set draft against 496. And hopefully that will be the case, as we really want to see a challenging game for 496 at least.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the mid laner for 496 is Hong Hong, right?
Yeah, it's Hong Hong, yeah.
Right, so it also might be a case of them being comfortable giving it to a player like Hong Hong just because maybe they've played against each other a lot in public matches. But you gotta also think, if you're on the side of Team Mystery, what kind of answers are you really looking for? Do you have a lane answer, or are you going to play in a way that 496 might not have such a big game on the Puck?
I think picking up the Lion, right, first pick, it sort of is like, I dare you to pick Puck. We've got a Hex. Once we disable you, we're going to burst you down straight away right afterwards. But then again, it could go both ways, because you do pick up a Lion. If the Puck, let's say, has a really good start, he gets an early Blink Dagger, or he gets his early items, you can always just, as long as you have vision, of course, jump on the Lion, and the Lion's going to be rendered useless. So
I think again, it's one of those things too, right?
Exactly. It goes both ways.
When you have a Lion and you're sort of counting on it to counter the Puck, you need high levels on the Lion, and you need one other hero to sort of help you catch the Puck, right? So I think we're expecting something like maybe something with a Root, something like an Underlord to sort of help ground this Puck, because if the Lion doesn't have enough levels, he will still get bursted down by this Puck pretty reliably. But I agree with you, it really depends now on how Team Mystery sort of execute their early game.
Yeah. Again, my goodness. This guy, I mean, we did not see him in the roster, but I know this guy.
Yeah,
isn't that...
Man, hold on, I was looking earlier when the cameras came up, and I was like, hold on a second, that's Yamate. That's a Dota 1 legend.
The first time he was flashed, I think his nose and his mouth was kind of covered, but now it is him.
100% sure. Now playing for
I just didn't want to disrupt the broadcast because I thought I was dreaming for a sec there. You know, I mean, all these lights in my face.
I was looking at him and he kind of looked familiar.
Yeah, no, but yeah, Team Mystery. Well, of course, this changes things a little bit because, of course, we do have to mention the experience factor for Yamate. Definitely a Dota 1 legend. You know, SF. Used to be a playmaker, one of those Dota 1 legends that came into Dota 2 with a lot of respect and still does up to this day, but the experience that he has, you know, I don't think he plays core anymore. I think he's going to be playing position 5.
I think he should be playing, the last time he played Dota 2 professionally,
it was
just
a 5. Yeah, if I remember correctly. So again, the experience coming in, he's probably going to be the one who's, I mean, he's probably drafting even here for Team Mystery. So this does change things a little bit, definitely as an experience factor coming in for Team Mystery. That's probably why we may see, well, maybe even in the second phase, have a bit of a mature kind of approach to the draft. So yeah, we'll see. With the troll pick, of course, is not too bad, I guess, versus versus the Monkey King. It's just another meta hero. Yeah, just pop your ultimate basically and fight the Monkey King in the Wukong's command if you're not too careful.
Yeah. How likely is it that Team Mystery picks up something like Oracle against 496?
I think Mystery is not the one that's going to pick it up. If anything, 496 are in the position to pick up the Oracle, because then they'll have 2 saves for the troll, right? They might want to. I was going to say they needed another way to sort of start a fight and sort of ground the troll, and so they go with the Enigma. It's going to actually be a counter for the Enigma.
Bombi.
I love it.
496. I love this as well. Like this,
I love it.
An instant counter. You've shown the Enigma, and this is just the inherent weakness of being in the first pick, right? The inherent sort of strength. When you were in the first pick, you were able to get an Imba hero immediately, but now 496 showing that, well, we have a counter and we don't really mind if you counter our Wyvern at this point.
Yeah,
Team Mystery, they still need an answer for the puck, really.
Yeah, I feel like you could always sort of just open up with the Hex. It really depends whether or not the Lion has a really good game, whether or not he has a good timing on his Blink Dagger, or even if he goes for an Either Lens. Either way, you know, it does help definitely. But with this Winter Wyvern pick, again, I mentioned it, Bombi plays this hero. It's so good in this game versus the physical damage against the Wukong's command, maybe even if, for example, let's say the puck accidentally gets caught, just throw you know, the heal over him, not going to get hit by the physical damage. And of course, the Enigma, who usually does go offlane nowadays. Sometimes he's played as a 5, but if he is played in the offlane, of course, you don't usually pick the Enigma for the black hole. You definitely pick it for the strengthened lane where you deny heroes, or you deny the ranged creep.
It's also a good necro carrier, I think.
Yeah, exactly. He builds the necro book, so he starts to push towers out a little bit, but he's probably going to have to look at a Linken's maybe even, because with the Linken's, that's how you block the Winter's Curse, because even though you go BKB, Winter's Curse is always going to go through it, and that's not really how you want to be able to throw your black hole out. But at least Team Mystery, they don't really fully rely on the black hole. You still do have this Magnus now, but that does beg the question now. Is this going to be an off-lane Magnus, a position 5 Magnus, or a mid Magnus? And does this Enigma go into the 5 role, or does it go in the off-lane role?
Because the question is, can the Magnus actually match up well against something like a Puck in the mid lane? I mean, I'm sure that there is a little bit of advantage when it comes to farming. Like if you go back to the jungle as the Magnus, you'll get so much. But then again, you're also taking away some farm.
I think I think the problem there is that the Puck just sort of likes being left alone, because then that's just free time.
True.
It's free time for the Puck to sort of make sure that the life in the side lanes are going to be hard. In general, what you want against a Puck is something like a Death Prophet, right? Where if the Puck decides to take a trip down bottom, take a trip down top, you know, the other mid laner is going to take that tower. It's going to open up the map. But Magnus is sort of going to just, a mid Magnus at least, is just going to not really push as hard as you can possibly can, which means it's still going to be farming on his side. What I do like about Team Mystery, though, is that if they get a lot of stacks going, they are going to get so much gold on this Monkey King with the empowered cleave coming out. So Team Mystery, I feel like they're going to go for a more late game center thing, but 496, their draft is looking just a little bit easier to execute, honestly.
Yeah, sorry to disrupt that. I sort of saw one of the players as well, and I was like, hold on, this guy also looks familiar. FXRS, well, he basically removed the I and the E. This is Fixers or Desolate, if you guys have heard of the yeah. So I mean, it's just another case of gotcha. You know, I just dropped the I and the E. I'm actually Fixers. Yeah, but again, you know, we sort of came into this game thinking, okay, Team Mystery, it's mysterious, but slowly but surely, again, it's sort of coming back to us, right? But yeah, I talked about the maturity going to the draft. The second phase definitely, let's say, looked a bit more mature. Pick up the Enigma, pick up the Magnus, gives you an idea of how they want to play. Not solely relying on the Black Hole. You get this the RP on the Magnus as well as now a Sand King. So I feel like this could be a position.
5 seconds.
It might be a position 5 Enigma, right?
Yeah.
Mid Magnus.
Yeah,
mid Magnus.
Yeah,
I want to say
like
before I want to say before Nathan talked, I was kind of preparing my speech about Shadow Demon, that how it could be picked up by Team Mystery, because Pao also talked about stacks, and this would have been perfect. Also sets up for many things for your Team Mystery. Now it's the Queen of Pain.
Queen of Pain.
Okay.
Is this a Queen of Pain off lane?
Yeah, well,
it looks like a Queen of Pain off lane.
It could be. It's not too bad. I think the general idea of how people want to play against the Monkey King, right, is you play these heroes that can slow the hero in the laning stage, play a ranged hero like a Venoman, so like a Queen of Pain, just to be able to kite them out, because things start to get a little bit hairy if the Monkey King comes up into your face, starts getting those Jinku stacks, because it does so much by giving him a lot of damage, easier last hits, easier to be able to harass you, and of course be able to lifesteal his way to be able to sustaining himself in the lane. So I like the approach from both sides here. I still feel like 496 with a bit more of experience and maybe even figuring out the roles of how they want to play might just be able to take this, and I honestly like their draft a bit better. The Puck can do so much in this game. I feel like the Troll, of course, going back to that, just the carry that you just leave him in lane, go into the jungle, get your Battle Fury, and then just carry us later on. And I feel like the surrounding heroes around the Troll as well, I feel like just you know, gives them so much. Gives him so much to be able to play with a lot of space.
I think Nathan wants to vote for 496 this time. How about you, Pao?
I mean, I already said it. I feel like it's also just so easy. You know, you have to save all of your buttons just to see if the Enigma's gonna go in for it. It's also going to be a 5, which also helps for 496 for laning purposes. So I think it's just easier for 496 to sort of execute their game plan. Meanwhile, Team Mystery, they kind of have to make sure that all of their spells land at precise moments. So I think it's going to be 496.
I'm looking for big team fights, though. Big team fights.
Big team fights. That's true. Oh, I'm looking for an exciting mid game. That's what I'll say.
You know, I agree with you both. I think 496 can take this one, but let's find out what Cap and Kyle thinks about this. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, and yeah, we're going to get into this game. Mystery versus 496, a matchup of Yamate, an old Southeast Asian legend, up against 496, a primarily Vietnamese team who was in the upper division. Unfortunately, now it looks like the next season they're going to be going to lower division. They also had a slight roster change up, but we'll talk about that in a second here, Kyle, because it looks like we're going to have another classic 5-man smoke immediately into the potential first blood here. It's looking like Wayne is probably going to be the first one down here. That'll be a first blood going over to Drew. So Carrie gets a little extra gold to start things off. I honestly, Kyle,
30 seconds to
everyone got a 5-man at the start. I don't know why you don't 5-man at the start of the game. In my opinion, it just why wouldn't you?
I mean, I've been pushing that since 2009, Cap. The game doesn't start at 0 seconds, all right? It starts as we're still counting down the clock. You gotta be ready. There's no reason not to utilize every advantage, all right? Begins. But yeah, I will say I'm shocked that we saw somebody pick a Magnus into a Wyvern. Like, that is bold. That is bold, and we're gonna see how that works out for them.
Sandy.
Yeah, that's well, they're doing a lot of bold things. First of all, 496 already managed to scope out where the mid ward was, thanks to that little bit of tower aggro trick. They're going to be having the Quap versus Magnus matchup, so that's always going to be fun. They're also aggro tri-laning on the side of 496. So with the troll, I mean, this is pretty easy, and they're just going to give apparently their puck, Dan BB, just solo lane up against an Enigma plus Sand King. I feel like that lane's super easy for him.
Bottom is missing.
Yeah, I'd say so. I don't know. I can't believe they're going to get away with this on Team Mystery. This is legit brings me back to the Heroes of Newerth days. You know, tri-lane versus jungler. I think, yeah, Lion is very dead. That's why Tusk is an incredible hero nowadays at the 4 position, because that's just an absurd amount of damage. But this is what you need to do in this tri-lane scenario. They're going to have to dominate top, because otherwise, at worst, bottom is a trade, but there's the Enigma factor, who's effectively getting solo farm and experience out of the jungle.
Do you think that's actually, because this Monkey King is going to have a pretty bad game at this point. Like, when he's getting tri-lane and stuff, like, he's not going to get a whole lot out of lane. And I have been a bit skeptical about Monkey Kings lately, just because the build-up of Battle Fury into Aghanim Scepter, it feels like you are actually very slow and very susceptible to kind of getting overrun by teams that know what they're doing.
Yeah. It's tough. Again, you know, if we keep using Han as an example, God, it's so long ago, you would typically pick heroes and that are more self-sufficient. I would agree. Monkey King's comeback mechanic isn't great. If you're a carry hero that's more level rather than gold dependent in terms of accelerating your farm, I think this is a lot better for Mystery, but so far so good. Even though they lost their Lion, if they can keep the lane here for a little bit longer, they're going to be in a great spot. And eventually that Enigma, he's going to be able to rotate top level 3, level 4, and suddenly help them out quite a bit, especially if those Arcane Boots get finished.
And that is why 496 go ahead and deward the hard camp. They do manage to get one creep over to the hard camp. They're going to be able to pull the lane back. We'll see what they're going to be able to do with that. But Yassi is going to be able to get on top of After Rain right now with no Burrow Strike. It looks like he is very likely dead. No Fairy Fire, nothing left in the tank. Yassi is going to be able to run him down. The new 4 position for 496 after they lost Hustla, who is apparently going to be playing for No Bounty Hunter the next coming,
man,
next European DPC.
There's a ton of crazy roster swaps going around. You got this guy in NA just kicking all of his teammates to add 4 new ones. Snake King, find out today, going over to Tundra. Weeha taking, Biver retired. Weeha has moved to the inactive roster of Team Nigma. It's a wild few days as we prepare ourselves for the second DPC season. But yeah, shout out to Yassi. He was a beast yesterday as well on Earthspeed. I don't think you caught that game. You were sleeping, but he was a beast. And this Tusk play so far has been ideal.
That's right. I was. Oh, nice pullback there. Mercury does manage to get the Shockwave Skewer back into tower. Hung, though, was still holding on to his Blink and is probably going to do so constantly in this matchup. We'll see where the power runes go. That's going to be all important as this Queen of Pain does have a bottle refill. And if you get something big, like a double damage, you're just pretty much guaranteed to totally dominate this matchup.
Yeah, they did their research, though. Yeah, you can see 496 did a great job yesterday checking runes. And up it's top. Condolences. You've lost the coin flip. And the Quap shall now begin to dominate the lane. 3 points in that Shadow Strike, and there's a very dead Enigma, it appears, maybe? No,
leveled up the Snowball. Nice pick up by Yassi, and they're getting a lot of damage onto Mercury already. Slowed down by Bombi. He knows he has to leave. He's going to TP out, but that's not going to feel good at all. He's going to miss an entire creep wave.
Yeah, this Quap versus Mag matchup is legit impossible. I mean, Magnus... Yeah, I think Storm Quap are probably your 2 worst matchups, just because they just get everything. You know, the base damage on this Quap is pretty much equal to the Magnus, and in addition, you can shove runes, you spam Q, you're never in threat if you get skewed under tower because of that Blink, and then the rune control. Like, it's just the dream. And Mag, unfortunately, he can go jungle, but you're really just taking this away from NWP on the Enigma. So he's forced to just kind of sit here in this losing lane. And then they get to kill bottom as well. Again, a nice rotation from Yassi. A part of all 5 kills so far.
Yeah, things are just not going
he sees the courier.
too well for... anybody on the side of Team Mystery.
Dire's courier
He's going to be able to pick off that courier, and he'll go ahead and just kind of see what the Enigma's up to. He can soak some of the experience off the neutrals. Shouldn't fight the Eidolons, that's for sure. Meanwhile, Hung is going ahead and just forcing Mercury out of lane again.
Yep. There's nothing you can do. He went for the lane dominant build. Look at the damage on that Shadow Strike. It's absolutely absurd.
Oh, and caught him. Enigma. He could try and go for a TP out if he wants. There is no mana on Yassi, but it looks like he's just going to accept his death instead. And maybe for the best. Honestly, Kyle, this is looking like 496 are just going to run away with a successful laning phase into a very strong mid game.
I mean, I would say they looked so good yesterday. You know, it's tough. You didn't know like how much of this is. It really their opponents were not weak. They were playing up against a Reckoning, and they just dominated them. Their rotations are on point, much like this game, where they're just making all of these good decisions. You know, a ton of rotations. So you know, Quap leaves mid. There's Yassi to take some free experience, but now the TP coming back in. Yeah, a bottle charge to the tusk. Yeah.
Hey, just Mystery can't catch any breaks here.
No, and it's just so much damage on Mercury. Like one Shadow Strike is like 350 damage or some absurd amount of DPS. Plus the huge slow. If there's a tusk nearby, you're always afraid. And now Yassi's just gonna go right back towards bottom. Coils up on the Puck. Do they have detection? They do, of course. Puck has a dust.
They both have dust, actually. Yassi has one as well, and Dad BB is barely, he's just going to go for it. He's like, we should go on the Sand King. Underneath Sandstorm, maybe it's a little too difficult.
Yeah, level 3 Sandstorm, you cannot dive into that. That is a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, also considering the fact that breaking the coil is like half the damage on your combo as a Puck, a hero like Sand King isn't just going to fall over too easily. So
I love this. Yes, he's like, you want my courier? I'm going to hunt you down. No TP on the Enigma for 6 seconds. He's hunting. The shard is going to miss. And yes, he just smells blood right now.
Yeah, seriously. They're bringing a smoke in, so we may see a rotation bringing this Quap out of lane. Or maybe the two supports are just going to head on over to, I don't know. I'm not even sure if it's worth it going for the Sand King at this point in time. Love to see them maybe take that mid tower, but they don't really have the best heroes to do that. That's the one thing their lineup's lacking, right? Is the easy way to take towers, but they've got everything else in spades. They've got plenty of initiation, plenty of disables, lots of damage between Quap, Puck, and eventually the Troll. Wayne, he's gonna die here. Good use of the neutral creeps there with the Splinter Blast to finish him off. And Mystery, it's just a team of junglers at this point. Nobody wants to lane.
I'll be honest, Cap, the path to them winning this game is also a mystery to me.
Dire's top tower.
I'm gonna look forward to casting the DPC with you, Kyle.
Don't speak. Oh, use the ult. Use the ult. Get the Eidolons. No. Doesn't even need it.
Just leaves it to the Puck. No. They're going to have to save that ultimate for Unknown. He's done for. Breaks the coil because he didn't want to stick around. But it just means he dies that much quicker. Wayne doesn't have any damage because he's a lion at level 4. So Hung just shrugs it off and continues hitting creeps. Oh, okay, top lane. Drew. Who may be in some trouble here as the TP's going to come in from the Enigma a bit too late for that. The Puck is here. Drew's going to pop his ultimate, turns around onto Mercury. And Dad BB going to play the outskirts of the team fight here. Bobby still has, he doesn't get it off. He still had the cold embrace. He could have saved that troll, but a little bit too slow to get it off there. Still, though, the team fight is going to go the way of Mystery. 1 for 2, the best exchange they've had in the entire 10 minutes of this game.
Yeah, I just love 496. Like, they're just everywhere. I mean, everybody's always involved in these kills. Mag skipped RP, so there wasn't any chance of an AoE turnaround there. And now 4 heroes are going to chase Dad BB. Are you going to get him? No. Rift to the low ground. Shout out to Ice Frog. He would have been dead a couple patches previous. That was such a good quality of life change, though. Like, Puck actually feels like such a... I mean, now it's probably one of the best mid/heroes in Dota, but...
Yeah, might have overdone it a little bit. Mercury is going to be able to. They had a high ground ward. The Guap didn't expect that one. Wayne was already on his way with the chain stuns. It's going to be close, but he does manage to blink away. Still no RP from Mercury.
I don't know if I agree with that one, especially in a game you're playing up against the Quap. Yeah, sure, the damage is low on RP, but it's a 2.75 second stun.
Yeah, and when you're down this bad, like any kill has got to be worth it.
Radiant are scanning.
It's this Wyvern Tusk, this support duo is just so dangerous because in theory, Mag is such a great matchup against Troll. You know, this hero needs to buy BKB to get things done. RP ignores it. You can control him during his ultimate as well. However, with the Wyvern behind him and the Tusk for the save and really just this early game aggression, you know, the lanes are dominant right now for 496, and it's all because of Yasuo on this Tusk.
That BB, he wasn't able to jump over to his orb, but he's got another one coming in soon and should... Oh, never mind. Finger of Death is just enough to put him over the top. That's going to be Killing Streak given over to the side of Mystery, and 3 dead heroes on the side of 496. That was massive. It looks like Mercury managed to bring down the Quap as well with the RP, so big turnaround for them.
Man. This is, we're not out of this yet, but they find them tanking. It's Sansa, you gotta be careful.
It's gonna be blocked. Oh, no way. What is that?
What?
All right. Apparently, tanking is just like a snake. He just kind of like makes his way through the smallest little corridor. Does manage to get away. Wayne, he's also going to be on the run here. No damage on this tower. I'm a little bit surprised that, considering how dominant of a laning phase 496 had, apparently they haven't been able to keep their siege wagons alive.
Indeed.
This mid tower is super healthy.
Yep, we'll have to wait a little bit as we figure out what's going on in Wayne's world. Until then, we'll just sit and discuss the strategy here. It does look like Unknown will be going for the Maelstrom build, a benefit of playing with a mag. Of course, you don't need the Battle Fury, you get the built-in cleave. So in theory, if they can recover a bit here, Mystery will get to a point where they start to outfarm just because of how fast this Monkey King mag eats creeps. It's one of those combos, you know, we saw this a lot a couple years ago. This used to be something you could just straight up first too. The RP into the Wukong, the massive creep clearing potential, but it's fallen off a bit, I think, with the rise of more mobile heroes, save-dependent supports.
Since I haven't talked to you about it, Kyle, what did you make of... we aren't going to have that on pause, so let's just see. Make sure Wayne does indeed get out. We'll watch 496 hit the tower a little bit. What'd you make of the Singapore Major? What do you feel like has changed patch-wise, like meta-wise, about the heroes we're picking up? Is Bombi very likely dead here? Oh, never mind. Winter's Curse right before he can hit the Boundless Strike. Still gonna be taking that damage, and that actually leads to a 2-man Burrow Strike. Mercury comes in, but he doesn't have any disables to throw around. Hung on is able to just blink away.
I think that people forgot how important lanes were after the change to, you know, denies not being quite as valuable. It's still quite important, and really just I think the Chinese meta caught a lot of people off guard. I think that was a big difference. I think squads like Neon also caught a ton of people off guard, and the rise of these mid-player hero combinations that just basically take over games. Like Yopaj, like that kid is just unbelievable. And it was as simple as we're gonna pick Puck, and that. I don't even know if there's a counter for that. Oh, Epi coming in with the blink. Oh, whoa.
Huge counter initiation. It might just be enough to be able to save Mercury's life. It is at least to be able to kill Drew. Mercury with the skewer away is going to be fine. Yassi unable to chase. Bombi's going to fall as well. What a massive turn is RP. It's going to be able to catch that PB. He lives. Mercury survives through it all. What a massive turn. And what a big bait that came out. 496 stumbling into that trap. Head first, and now are beginning to lose some of the net worth lead that they fought so hard for in the first 10 minutes.
They're doing a fantastic job right now. I mean, this mid tower is arguably the most important in the game of Dota 2. You know, you're mid-tier 1. They've done an excellent job defending it. Consider that they've lost both sides like pre-10 minutes, but because that one tier 1 is up, it allows them to set up a ton of plays. I also really like the defensive warding they've had on both high grounds. That's kind of just helped them create this fortified zone, and it allows the Blink Epi, the Monkey King on the trees to utilize that vision bench to almost always get off proper initiation. Now they're going to make a move bottom. No RP, no Epi. Probably want to chill a bit, but they do have Finger and a double stun.
This is kind of weird. Did you see that? The Puck TP'd bottom lane to refill the bottle on Hung Hung, but it does mean they're showing 2 cores down here in this safe lane. And Mystery, they feel very confident in pushing down this tower. They probably are going to be trading away their mid tower, but as it stands, 15 minutes into the game on a losing side of a game, I think it's pretty fair to give up that mid tower by now.
Yep. Bottom, they have Wyvern ulti.
They do indeed. It's going to be all set up here. He immediately throws it onto after Rain, and that means Mercury is going to be laying a lot of damage on the Sand King thanks to the coil. They're just not going anyway. Both of those cores are going to die, and, well, Wayne, he does manage to TP out, but still. A win finally for 496 in time for the Bounding Runes as well, so they'll get 3.
That's unfortunate. That was just a misallocation of players around the map. They have the Enigma mid, but he had Black Hole. I guess he just wanted to wait for the blink. And instead, you have both your melee heroes hitting tower with the great setup of a Wyvern just waiting in his wings, under his wings, what have you. And
waiting in the wings.
Waiting in the wings. Waiting with his wings. It was just too easy.
Both of them.
Way too easy. But keep in mind, this game is not as tough as the net worth may seem. Consider it's 3 tier 1s to 0. So Mystery, if they can get some structures, this gold graph will be much improved. And if you look, this is where you start to see the Monkey King get activated. He's got an Ancient stack. He's got Empower. And suddenly he'll start to scale up fast.
This is going to be the Maelstrom Monkey King, which is usually mostly picked up against PA. I can see the reasoning here as they need something a little bit more active. Also good against Troll. But, nice break away. Wayne, what are you doing here, buddy? He's definitely going to be going down. Mystery just going to hold on to their triangle as best they can while Unknown continues to farm away. What's concerning for me is looking at the Monkey King, look at the difference between him and this Troll, who is 3,000 net worth up on him, has a Battle Fury Yash, who's going to be going from the SNY into the BKB. And if they manage to get an Aegis up on this 496 team, between the Troll being damn near unkillable and then also having an Aegis in their hands, I feel like things are going to get rapidly out of control. So I'd love to see Mystery try and be a little bit more proactive and play on the other side of the river a bit more.
Yeah, I think it's just the Enigma factor. Like, I mean, we're both big Liquid fans, and whenever they pick Taiga, this Enigma, it's pretty much him that's going to be.
Mercury, he is just nasty with this. Shockwave Skewer back into the tier 2 Yassi. Pulled so far out of position that 496 just gives up on it. They are showing 4 heroes up in the top lane though, so 496, they're farming 4 different parts of the map right now.
Yeah, and but the problem is, so you traded the Monkey King's start in comparison to the Troll for your Enigma against the enemy Tusk. So in theory, you get a big Blink Black Hole off, like we just see right here, right onto the quad. He's dead.
Yep.
So yeah, we need more of those, Cap, and that can help equalize, because otherwise this Troll will continue to run away with it.
Well, you might be able to see another one of those in 3 minutes' time when the Black Hole does come off cooldown, but for now, Mystery are going to take a bit of a chill pill here, as Drew is going to be playing that top lane, almost completed with the SNY, which is going to be super useful against all the line disables. Bottom lane after Rain is he's going to go down. Flurry of spells coming out from 496. They just unload all of their damage. 8,000 net worth lead for them as they're going to poke their heads into the triangle, see what's going on here.
Cool interaction with Tusk Punch. I don't know if you saw it at the major. It happened once. You can actually punch someone out of coil if they're far enough to the end of it. Much like you can break it with Yules.
Okay. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, or you can buy an Axe and then kick them out of the coil.
Even better.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Mercury assassinates a courier and TP's away rather quickly.
Yeah, they're in a Roche though. This is going to be A-okay if you're 496. Like, the gold advantage is just so high right now. It makes it tough for Mystery, because you can't really contest this Aegis with no Black Hole. And while your team fight is fantastic, he's just so far ahead right now on the Troll. Like, this is... Hung too. I mean, these guys are just items and items ahead. You're going to need BKBs on your 2 cores on the side of Mystery. And they just can't afford to get them just yet. They're still going for their progression items, you know, the Sanjin Yasha and the Echo Saber. So they need like 10 minutes pre-BKB.
Wards being laid down. The Winter Wyvern is going to be able to deal with that Observer Ward. In turn, his is dealt with. Bombi is going to be stuck here on the cliff. He couldn't quite fly over. Afterrain was not able to complete that epicenter, though, and will end up dying. But the RP auto 2, they already had the Golden Brace out, but it is enough for Unknown to get off his ultimate and finish off the Winter Wyvern. Hung Hung, he's going to be able to eliminate the Enigma, playing the outskirts of the fight here. They're going to be pulled into the Wukong's camp and a little bit, but Hung Hung lays out the damage. That'll be Mercury going down. Unknown, he knew it was going to be a bad fight. He does manage to escape and will play a little bit of a farm game here, but ultimately 496 walking away with a very clean victory on to tier 2s.
Yeah, and Drew wasn't even really there for that. That was pretty much the rest of the team. Showed up right at the end, and yeah, now it's just a free tier 2. Unfortunately, they won't get the outpost in time to take away the Dire's XP gain, but I think you're still pleased with that, a 4-for-1.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All that's left at this point, this is one of the things I know a lot of people very much anticipation of the new patch, hoping for some map changes, because we just kind of know the formula at this point in time. If you're down this badly, you're pretty much the last bastion of hope for you is holding on to your triangle. That is the only real estate you're going to try and hold on to. And if you ever poke your head outside of that triangle, well, 496, they showcase that they can get up in your face almost immediately. Bombi actually with the offensive blink in deeper, but looks like NWP or Yamate does manage to find Bombay, and he will go down. Finger of Death, that's going to be second kill for the Lion, but ultimately just a support. And ultimately, nobody's really farming here. Hung Hung, he's going to go for this. He still has the Aegis, so he doesn't really care about being brought into the tier 2s. They can't even finish him off in time.
This is... Oh, it's just so hard. You know, Troll's just farming in the meantime as well. He'll have BKB as soon as he clears those Ancients. He's going to go base. He'll get a Linken's. Not quite sure what for. Just a quality of life. You know, he doesn't feel like he needs a BKB just yet. I guess it's for the Sand King initiation, actually. It makes sense. That's really what you're fearing right now.
Man, double blinks like this. They're going to be able to catch the Sand King? They will. They know Team Mystery is just left with the split pushing and the triangle, and they've already taken over the triangle a couple of times. Now they're going to be dealing with the split pushing. They've already caught the Sand King, and look at that. An immediate smoke up between the 3 of them for a rapid movement straight back into the triangle. They know that these guys, they see a couple heroes on the other side of the map. They immediately are going to try and take back whatever farm areas they can, and 496 are just not going to let them have a moment's peace here. As Unknown is going to be spotted a second there thanks to the Scream of Pain or following him into the trees. He quickly hops back to the safety of the
just
base.
Chasing.
Wayne knocked up and knocked down. 12,000 net worth lead now for 496, and it's just pretty much what is it, the most dangerous game? They're just out here hunting humans. They're just trying to find whoever they can. Team Mystery, they're playing like this intense game of hide and seek where they just try and hit neutral creeps while staying away and ahead of 496, but it seems like they're not very successful at it.
Indeed, I think General Zaroff might be winning this one, unless one of the Team Mystery players can do his best Rainsford impression. This is going to be near impossible. This is just tough. The thing is, your tools to win this game as Mystery revolve around your Blink Daggers. You know, the Sand King stun into an RP, into the Enigma Black Hole. But there's this Wyvern that you have to deal with. In addition, because you don't have BKBs up on anybody yet, the Tusk, the Puck, the Quap, they all represent cancel and threat as well. So you're all in on this wombo combo, but meanwhile 496 is just picking you apart because they can skirmish and find kills so easily. But here we go. This is it. All spells up. Blink Dagger's ready. This is go time. Not the Quap though, he has Aegis.
He does have Aegis, and immediately there's going to be the counter initiation. Wayne is already dead, and Drew's right in the middle of everybody with his BKB. He is going to be caught by the Black Hole, but they can't finish him off in time. The Coil's going to be able to stop it. He pops his ultimate, quickly deals with the Monkey King. Quap just goes ahead and takes out the Enigma. And just like that, a lost team fight and probably a high ground push coming in very soon here as the chain's done up. Mercury, last hope, last man standing for Team Mystery. And Drew, they'll just start jackhammering away at these towers.
What did I say, Cap? Not the Quap. Anybody but the Quap.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah. I think they did time that with his Aegis expiring. But
it was close, but not close enough, unfortunately. It was very close. You're right.
Either way, they just don't have the answers to, like, this Enigma doesn't have BKB or Lincolns. So there's a billion spells that can stop him from getting off a successful black hole.
Indeed, I heard Natan talking about it, like, oh yeah, you know, Lincoln, yeah, I agree, 100%. You need a Lincoln in this game on Enigma, but you also need a BKB. An Aether Lens into Bloodstone looks like it's, or sorry, Octarine. I just don't know if that's what you want. Oh, BKB still ready.
Oh,
nice RP.
Nice 2-man RP, but immediately the Cold Embrace coming out. That's going to save Drew, and he's got a BKB when he's back up with 20 stick charges, and Mercury just got knocked out. Between Hung and Yassi, they output some serious damage, man. That's a 2,300 HP Magnus and just got knocked out in like 2 seconds.
Yep, and they're not backing either. They've got all their spells back up, except for the Coil and Quap ulti, I guess. But the big one is the Wyvern ult. If you have that, you can fight.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's no black hole for now. They actually spot the Enigma, so there's definitely no black hole threat to worry about. It's godlike for Hung as he is just constantly full of aggression, always in the face of the enemy, just full of confidence. A man so infused with power that he went ahead and names himself the same thing twice, Kyle.
My name's now Kyle. Kyle, thank you very much, Cap.
And the only man who was able to play the map and try and get farm was Unknown. He was spotted by the puck, actually didn't have any disables because the coil wasn't up, but you know.
He might be trying to send a message here, Cap.
Yeah.
Yeah. At times, I've lived in Ukraine long enough to understand that means it's GG. Wow. I believe that's the 9th or 10th time he's said to Dire, perhaps it is time to GG out, but respect, they're going to keep going. They might still be able to pull off one of those patented wombo combos, though Kung Ho now with a full Assault Cuirass, Heart, the next item queued up. Troll looking to finish his Abyssal Blade in just a moment. They don't have Aegis, but they do have a DD top if they can spot it, but I think they might just make a push without anything. They'll just go for it.
Wonderful translation cards, Carl.
Thank you.
Yeah. You have any more Ukrainian or Russian for us?
I'm a big fan of the phrase "glaza zerkala dushi," which is a very pretty way to say the eyes are the mirror of your soul, something like this. Very nice.
I see. Your dating app is getting a serious workout.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Cap.
Abyssal Blade now for the troll, as I hope. I think we're going to be waiting, Kyle. I think we're going to be waiting for next Roshan. It's actually going to be up in a minute and a half. There's double damage that's going to go away in 15 seconds. Somebody pick that up with a bottle.
I mean, I actually like this a lot. You know, if there's anything I think my time and complexity could have been improved by with more discipline. Sometimes, you know, this is the point. Yeah, it's 30k gold lead. You've won. You're chill. Just get the Aegis, get the cheese, have buyback. There's no rush here. You don't have to go push high ground. What if you get 4-man black hole? You're all gonna die. It doesn't matter what your gold lead.
Oh, I was wondering, they were all just sitting there. They're all just watching a double damage, and I'm going, guys, the 28-minute marker's coming up. That double damage is gonna go away, and sure enough, it does. It's replaced by an Invis rune, and they all have a chuckle over that small error, but, you know, it's fine. It's not like they're going to be doing anything during this period anyway, because might as well lock down the game, wait for Roshan. They do find an opportunity here with the 2-man black hole. That's just on the supports, though. The coil does go out, locking down the two of them here. The Monkey King is going to be able to...
Oh, no, he got knocked down! He cut the tree!
Drew, what a
Battle
beast.
Fury cut the tree!
With the Battle Fury, knocks him down.
Oh, man.
This is just game over. You have been utterly outplayed. 4-9-6. They don't need a Roshan, man. Just go for it.
What a beast. Man, this squad, they're the real deal. Like, I was impressed by them yesterday. This is even more of a shellacking. This is just straight up utter domination.
Yeah, this them picking up them having Drew here. Drew, he used to play for like Reality. Boom.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, Nomad was saying yesterday his only downside is he can be a bit lost if he falls behind in the game, but so far all I've seen is free farm into a Battle Fury into relatively easy domination. There's the Tuskags for the Ronaldo free kick out of the coil into nowhere. I hope we get to see that before this game ends.
I mean, that's probably why they didn't immediately go for tier 4s.
Yeah.
Yassi was like, hold on, guys. I got a sick play to make.
Let's see what else we got. Blink Lincoln's on the farm. I mean, they're just so farmed. This is an absurd amount of farm that this squad has amassed. They get ages. Anyway, Troll with the evasion, man. The evasion talent on Troll is actually just nuts. You know, I've seen a lot of my pubs people were getting the damage, but I think after the major, evasion is going to be the choice for everybody moving forwards. And oh my god!
There it is, the kick away. Mercury, he'll go ahead and keep on running as he skewers himself out of here. Unknown, left in the 1v1 against the Troll. It's a nice RP, and it'll help for a moment, but a moment is all it will be as Drew, thanks to SNY, is able to shrug off those kind of disables, and Mystery will call GG. 4-9-6, 38,000 net worth lead in 30 minutes, 39 kills in that same space of time. Just utter domination by them as they keep moving through the upper bracket now, as they're going to be matched up against Boom Esports. That's going to be their next opponents. Now we actually have some of the Division 1 and, well, 496 lower division team, but either way, some of the higher tier Southeast Asian teams matching up against each other. TNC versus Neon, 496 versus Boom. The upper bracket's going to get pretty hype, Kyle.
Oh, for sure. We haven't really seen a close match yet, honestly. It was great seeing TNC put on a similar performance in that game just before us, but it will, I think, start to get a little more interesting. 496, you know, underdogs against Boom, but so far, they have looked pretty damn good. I love the way that they're drafting. I think Yassi has been an excellent upgrade on that 4 position, and yeah, I got no comment. They played a near flawless game. Like, what more did you want them to do? Like, at some point, you're going to get Black Hole, RP, something. And I think they just did a fantastic job. So well drafted, well played.
All right, well, I'm sure our panel has a whole lot more to say on the subject, and we'll check in with them after the break.
The Predator Cestus 350 is the first wireless gaming mouse in the Cestus line, and maybe the next to find a home on your mousepad. But if you prefer wires, just plug in the USB Type-C cable. While plugged in, the mouse can reach up to a 0.5 millisecond response, or 1 millisecond while unplugged. But with speeds like these, you won't encounter any misclicks or delays. This is mainly accomplished via the Pixart 3335 optical sensor, which contributes to the mouse in reaching up to a 50-hour battery lifespan. And if speed and tenacity is your thing, a DPI up to 16,000 awaits those with quick reaction times. Having more buttons is rarely a problem, and with 350, you have a total of 8 programmable buttons, 3 in the thumb area, forward, backward, and burst fire, while below the scroller is a DPI switcher, and another to access up to 5 profiles. If you want to modify your settings, just pop open Predator Quartermaster and tweak away. For more information, please check our website via the link below. From all of us here at Predator, good game.
What a wonderful day it has been for the Acer Predator League 2021 Grand Final, as we saw some outclassed teams in there.
I agree.
But then again, it really just hypes up the next few days for the Acer Predator League 2021 Grand Finals. My name's Wolf, and with Pao and Nathan. Pao and Nathan, man, that was a weird game to watch.
That
but
was a weird
maybe
game to watch.
A lot of things to learn, however. But yeah, what did we learn today, Pao?
You cannot play this game with no idea how to win your lane. And if you give up that laning stage, you are going to get run over almost immediately, even though a team doesn't exactly have any way to take towers aside from one hero, which is a troll. So it's just easier. It's just easier to play the game, right? I think at one point we saw the draft coming out from Team Mystery. They just couldn't stay in the lane anymore, right? None of them were able to farm in those lanes as early as 8 minutes. and they were forced to take these fights, and they just didn't have the tools because they were so delayed.
Yeah, it's safe to say definitely that Team Mystery lost the lanes, but in their defense, they didn't really expect an offensive tri-lane probably coming up for 496. So I guess there's that. Maybe they got surprised. They were like, oh, we ran an Enigma. We can't really tri-lane the opponents as well. Of course, the Enigma unfortunately did force the Puck versus Sand King matchup, and Sand King's not really going to do too much versus a Puck. But yeah, I mean, overall, the team fights, like you mentioned, the Winter Wyvern ult, the Puck silence, the Dream Coil, it made Team Mystery's team fight really hard to be able to pull off or to execute. Well, maybe Mystery thought that the skills would be able to complement the Wukong's command, probably, but I mean, if you can't use the skills, if you're trying to set something up for the Wukong's command and you can't use it, then obviously it's not going to work. But yeah, I mean, I think we even thought the Puck was going to go mid, but the Queen of Pain eventually went mid instead. We were even talking about maybe the Queen of Pain was going to go off lane, but maybe there was a bit too much focus on the Puck for us, and maybe even for Team Mystery. Maybe they were thinking that the Puck was going to go mid as well. But yeah, at the end of the day, important Aegis, it wasn't really too much of a big factor, but the fact that if you do get an Aegis, it's really good versus these long cooldowns because you get to live through a big skill like a Black Hole, like we see on the skill at the moment. But there we go. It was always the story of this game, I think, wherein Team Mystery would try to use their skills, but it just wouldn't work because of the fact of how 496 drafted their heroes. Just so many ways to disrupt the team fight. It was just really hard to execute from Team Mystery.
Yeah, looking at Team Mystery, their item timings maybe a few patches ago would have worked, but in this particular game, not only were they misusing their skills, they're also not using the skills in the correct conditions. Even with this good-looking ultimate, and by the way, a wonderful usage of the Battle Fury.
That was pretty clutch. Yeah. That was a strict outplay by Drew.
Yeah,
on the enemy team here.
Sick, man.
One thing I do want to sort of also touch on was that they did see that when they picked the Enigma in the second phase, the instant answer of the Winter Wyvern, came from 496, but they decided to still pick the Magnus. As Kyle was saying, they had that, so they had choices, right? They had choices. They already saw the Winter Wyvern wasn't there. It wasn't a surprise. It wasn't some big outplay draft coming in from 496. What I do want to say is that 496, we saw a little bit of a stumble here and there with their lead, but it wasn't that big of a deal. So I'm pleased to see that they were in much better form even today compared to their win yesterday. So I feel like they might even give tomorrow's matchup Boom a run for their money. Yeah. I think we're going to see tomorrow will still be best of ones, but I think it won't be as stompy as today's games have been. I think every game today ended with 30k gold lead and just a gulf between the kills from either team. So tomorrow's going to be kind of hype.
It is going to be hyped, and we are all excited about that. Of course, congratulations to all the teams that won today. Well, both the teams that won today, not only with Dota 2, but also with PUBG. And so many standout plays for sure for many players that we saw today. And maybe this could be a precursor to what we can award them with, the Intel MVPs. And it will be awarded to the player who will be voted by the fans, the talents, and the players. 40% from the fans, 40% from the talents, and 20% from the players. They will win wonderful prizes for sure. One Acer Nitro 5 laptop for each winner, and one Intel MVP trophy for each winner. And obviously, there will be winners from the Dota 2 Asia, Dota 2 Asia Pacific, the PUBG Asia, and the PUBG Asia Pacific. All you gotta do is enter the voting process through the website www.pl2021intelmvp.com. All you have to do is log in via email and vote for Intel MVP. It's gonna be running from April 6th to 11th until the conclusion of our tournament. We're excited to see what you think. So far, so many standout plays coming out from the teams that we saw, like Gabby, for example, or Drew.
Drew with the cut down of the tree.
Yeah,
either plays for sure. Imagine facing a troll for 4 seconds with the fervor on, man. That's not a way to end your day. I'm sure that they will be playing more games just to wash it all out. But nevertheless, that actually concludes our matches for today. I want you guys to be hyped about the next matches for Dota 2. Nathan, any exciting series that you're gonna be looking forward to tomorrow?
Oh yeah, I think definitely both the series that will start off with TNC Neon. It's going to be a classic.
I'm
You know,
getting
it's going to be
goosebumps right
spicy. I honestly feel bad that it's a best of one, just because of the fact that it could really be quality, and just the fact that we may just end up with a game that could have, let's say, one team having a better draft than the other, and having the other team not being able to punch back in the second game and be able to react could be a bit unfortunate. But yeah, TNC Neon, 496 and Boom could definitely be really, really good matches, and definitely not stomps, hopefully.
All right. Pao, any last words for all of our viewers out there?
Tomorrow you gotta tune in. We're gonna be up for the Dota part of the Acer Predator Grand 2021 Grand Final. Dota's gonna be on the menu early, so have it with your breakfast. And the first match, I believe, is going to be TNC versus Neon. So
it should be, yeah.
It should be. So that's a great way to sort of start your day. Like Nathan, I'm kind of sad that it's going to be best of one, but then that just sets up the anime arc for the potential grand final best of three.
True.
So I think it's just one of those things where you just kind of want to see, right? Neon's like, again, the latest hotness coming out of the major. TNC sort of, it's the brand that we, it's the old reliable brand we know and love, and now we get to see them in Mortal Kombat. I can't wait.
Wow, man, I think everybody can't wait anymore. And that is it for our broadcast for today. On behalf of the Dota 2 casters from the English and the Filipino broadcast, as well as the PUBG team, we thank you so much. This has been day number 2 of the Acer Predator League 2021 Grand Final. My name is Wolf, and good game and good night.
Playing there with the new flip mechanic, the way that you sort of get threatened as the explosion goes off from those grenades. Speaking of which,
there's no reason they should be doing that in that situation. It's a little bit of panic, and they all fall to one great grenade. Really well done there by Shinobi and Vietnam. This is a real problem. As long as Roa doesn't get knocked up here, he's a real thorn in the side for all these teams below him.
It's a brutal circle because of how much elevation there is. There's at least 3 or 4 different elevation levels. He comes out. What a rescue attempt. The homies from here, the blue will come in. You waited too long. Adder gets a nice little Molotov out there. He's basically making the smoke not safe, and it works. Salute does go down.
The territory of Ghibli. They are going to get run but knocked here. See if they can get some help from Spear. Spear potentially looking to get a grenade, and they're getting a little help from Afrika as well. That grenade going to find the mark. Very nicely done. Almost takes down all of JDI here. Nonix the only one left. Stun around the corner. He's going to go ahead and pick up that flush around and there it is. He peeks. He gets taken down. Very nicely done by Spear. Way into the next circle. Detonation Gaming White maintains their facility. Dom Juan Kia coming out of Hacienda del Patron. Just gonna chill, work their way slowly, methodically across the road. Great grenades from Wicked. Finds one. Is he gonna find another? He does. Great grenades from him and
How this one would unfold instantly, and they have no idea because there is a third party hiding outside of the walls, and the smoke has now proved dividends for Hegord. He can continue the fight and lay waste to M88 if they turn up and just get dispatched single-handedly.
Hegord is making a meal of this. I didn't think he was going to get anything out of this. With that shot, but not to be just yet. Kirsten still lurking on the edge. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, but how does Danoan still have this compound? They flexed out all the way to the east, surely to push on Rascal Jester and Sun Sister. Soul, during this entire time, was sat still in that compound. They only flexed out with 3. So he was sat there as a sentry, waiting for the potential of Detonation Gaming White, Team Kirsten to try and crash
where this next circle's going to be. So the full 4-man team will not be directly in front of Salute. Same principle could go for the rest.
Circle goes, it could be just absolute bloodbath. I mean, it will be a bloodbath, but circles could be very important. Sorry, cars could still be very important cover. Ghibli still has the best position regardless, though, because they can, as you say,
could be that play. It absolutely is. It's paying dividends right now. Look at the kill feed. Ghibli is all over this. And Under is the last man standing, and ultimately might just give it up to the blue. There's no point in giving. The next is they can at least avoid nades. That's the only benefit from them. Bring nades up, the fire will obviously trickle down. Now he can bounce it off the back, and he's basically put down a landmine. He's baited them in. They've no idea that nade's there. First one, second one. Flush him. He has made this perfect.
PG gets in.
See if they make it to the top 10, grab themselves some points. A surprise that it happened. You won't have been able to react on that and trade it quick enough if he's just steamrolling.
This one, if they get the fast tag scepters on some of these heroes, and holy cow, they're already in the action.
Yeah, they're in there and trying to make it happen. The four-person LSA PNC just taking no predators right out of the start, but they've already been able to find 2 kills and looking for one more afterwards. The cold snap's there. The chase down is good. Yep, he's ready to go. And obviously, we'll be giving him that BKB effect. Ravage comes out, able to interrupt. But now getting the BKB, Boomy being chased down a little bit. Oh, the right clicks coming from Gabby. Can they kill him? Dying 3 times. Boomy, unbelievable. Ooh, Sunstrike, Chase, Ina getting beat down. Enraged Lift tries to get the jump away. Tim's gonna go down now. These supports falling by TNC, but the core is gonna come and try and reclaim. The stun is there, and now we'll see if they decide to chase any further forward here at all. Stomp connects. The bait, are they just gonna go in? Sunstrike now, no Ravage, but they do have Laguna Blade Armel. He breaks the smoke, the chase down. They got wards on him. Can they get in range? 5-man tornado, not quite there. And now the stun, and now the chase. Now some trouble. Gonna make it double as the stomp connects onto 1. The Ursa separated from the rest of his team, stolen in rage. Now Gabby chasing down Tina, looking at felt like one of those pub moments. Like, you know, the rest of the team leaves to go farm camps or something. Tim's gets
trying to be a good team player. Meanwhile, this Invoker ET are just like, yeah, I just want to make high.
Well, this is it. All spells up. Blink Dagger's ready. This is go time. Not the Quap, though. He has Aegis.
He does have Aegis, and immediately there's going to be the counter initiation. Wayne is already dead, and Drew's right in the middle of everybody with BKB. He is going to be caught by the black hole, but they can't finish him off in time. The coil's going to be able to stop it. He pops his ultimate, quickly deals with the Monkey King. Quap just goes in.
I just don't know if that's what you want. Oh, BKB's still ready.
Oh, nice RP. Nice 2-man RP, but immediately the Coil and the Brace coming out. That's going to save Drew, and he's got a BKB when he's back up with 20 stick charges. Might as well lock down the game, wait for Roshan. They do find an opportunity here with a 2-man black hole. That's just on the supports, though. The Coil does go out, locking down the 2 of them here. The Monkey King is going to be able to...
Oh, no, he got knocked down! He cut the tree!
Drew, what a beast. With the Battle Fury, knocks him down.
Oh, man.
It's just game over. You have been pick away. Mercury, he'll go ahead and keep on running as he scares himself out of here. Unknown. Left in the 1v1 against the Troll. It's a nice RP, and it'll help for a moment, but...